2869 Swapping the sky and changing the ground, just using a hand to flip space and changing fate is very powerful. Han Sen felt a chill while watching this. He was suspicious about this very high leader being the person he went back in time to see. The performance gave people different feelings. The very high sense practice sky and men combined together at an extreme level. It won't just flip space. It can even swap galaxies, change the sky, and swap the ground. It is not difficult, but no one of the very high has reached that level before. People can swap a little planet, but changing the universe's power is impossible. God paused and went on to say, for the very high to be able to practice to this level is something very rare to see in their history. Concentrating space into his hands, even God's spirits like Sky Armor God could not do something similar. How do we break that power? Han Sen asked. He had never seen power like this before, so he did not know what to do about it. In space, his hands will keep energy flowing, God casually said. There are only two ways to get free. One method has you use your fastest speed to travel faster than a galaxy and escape the danger space. The other method is to blow up that space, thus resulting in nothing tying you up. Just as God said that, a beast's roar shocked the sky and shook the universe. In the space that very high leader had clutched, Golden Growler was getting bigger. In the eyes of the audience, the space very high leader was holding was just the size of a fist. It was actually an area of space. Golden Growler's body was getting bigger. It was filling up that whole space. Then, there was a pang sound. A scary gold body blew up the space inside very high leader's hands. It broke out from the palm, becoming an extremely scary giant gold giant beast. The planets next to them were as small as a water drop. Roar! Golden Growler roared. The whole of the God Geno list was shaking. The audience's hearts were shocked. They felt the roar exhibit an aura of murder and rage. The creatures without any courage felt their legs go weak. They fell. The next second, Golden Growler opened its mouth at Very High Leader. Very High Leader was so tiny next to Golden Growler. There was no way he was going to block the big, scary beast's attack. Very High Leader's expression did not change. His hands came together and started spinning. Then, something unbelievable happened. It was like Golden Growler's lower body had a spinning wheel. Its body weirdly turned 180 degrees. The big mouth that was going to Very High Leader changed direction. Golden Growler turned around to bite him again, but Very High Leader spun his hands. Suddenly, the sky and the earth swapped. He and Golden Growler swapped positions in space, enabling Golden Growler's biting power to miss. Many creatures watching the fight were frozen, which included Han Senator. This method to swap the sky and change the ground had never been heard of before. It is no wonder the Very High is the #1 race in the big universe. This method is like God. I would say this is stronger than God. Sky Armor God, who was killed by Dollar, was nothing much. He was not as powerful as Very High Leader. Not bad. Not bad. Very High Leader is the strongest person in the universe. That Golden Growler only has invincible giant power. Is he going to be trapped by Very High Leader? Upon seeing this, Han Sen was very shocked. Very High Leader's skills were similar to his Dongxian area, but Very High Leader's power far exceeded his strength. Han Sen was able to learn something from Very High Leader's skill. Very High Leader being able to do this makes my control of the universal cogwheels more detailed. I should be able to do the same, but his method is obviously supported by a Geno art. I do not have a Geno art. If I am just going to have to explore this on my own, it will be kind of annoying. Han Sen felt very conflicted about this. He hoped that Very High Leader would perform this a few more times so he could learn the techniques he needed to. He also wanted Golden Growler to find a way to break it. Otherwise, being played like that was useless, even if one did have a lot of power. To be able to practice very high sense to this extreme, very high leader is not too bad. God seemed to admire the spectacle, but that power clearly did not surprise him. Han Sen's heart jumped. He looked at God and asked, "Why do I think very high leader is more powerful than Sky Armor God? Is it an illusion?" God laughed. "It is not an illusion. Sky Armor God wanted his God personality back. He forced himself to combine with Deep Abyss Knight, who was only a butterfly. When Sky Armor God combined with him, he forced it to true God class. At the end of the day, Deep Abyss Knight's body was not enough. Also, Deep Abyss Knight's abilities were different from Sky Armor God's. It was hard for Sky Armor God to use all of his power. If he combined the true God class with a body of the same element, it would have been far more difficult for you to win. But talking about real power here, very high leader might not be weaker than Sky Armor God. To see which is greater, you would have to wait for very high leader to go to the Geno Hall. He will have to battle Sky Armor God to find out." After God said all that, Han Sen felt nervous. Golden Growler's body and power looked very mighty. He was almost invincible. He was much stronger than Han Sen and Han Sen's body now. Now, he was unable to touch very high leader. It did not matter how strong he was. Golden Growler kept trying to consume very high leader, who kept using his skills to change the sky and swap the ground. Very high leader did not move an inch, but Golden Growler was not even able to ruffle his clothing. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiandao complimentarily said, "This old man is getting stronger." "After all, he is very high leader," the woman said. "It is not a surprise to learn he has this sort of power. It looks like this will be his final fight," Zhang Xiandao said. "Successful or not, he will be going to the Geno Hall very soon. The very high have had many people enter the Geno Hall, but none ever come back," the woman said. "Do you think he will be able to return? If I knew that, I would not be just sitting here. I would have gone to the Geno Hall and start killing." Zhang Xiandao sighed and said, "It is a shame that the rules for the top 100 of the Geno God list are so weird. I thought I could fight him, but I can only challenge him once. I am afraid I am not going to find out." Golden Growler kept attacking uselessly, so he stopped jumping. He stood in space, looked at very high leader, and ceased moving. "You may possess the blood of the Growlers, but you cannot win," very high leader coldly said. "Why don't you concede and quit? Why are you waiting? Our little mountain leader never loses." The green-haired beast was angry. He suddenly thought of something and said, "This very high leader is, admittedly, quite good. The way he changes the sky and swaps the ground is rare to see in the universe." The woman nearby looked serious. She nodded and said, "The very high was able to become a high race not just through sheer luck. It looks like little mountain leader has to use that skill. I cannot believe he has to use it in his first fight." 2870 Golden Door. While Han Sen was worried about Golden Growler suddenly opened his mouth. This time, it did not bite in the direction of very high leader. Golden Growler's mouth exuded a gold light. Golden lights came out like a hose. Inside that golden light, something else appeared. Han Sen saw the corner of the golden substance. It had some carvings that were both beautiful and weird. When that thing emerged, Han Sen clearly saw it was a door coming out of Golden Growler's mouth. The door looked as if it was made of gold. It was hundreds of feet tall. The door had some weird and mysterious flower symbols. It made people feel scared and have a desire to obey with a magnitude that could not be described. Han Sen did not understand what those flower symbols were like, but the beast head on the door was something Han Sen recognized. It was Golden Growler's face. The golden door was surrounded by a golden halo. One could not see the door frame. The strangest thing about it was that no matter which angle one looked at it from, one only saw the front face of the door. It was like that golden door did not have a back, or its back was blended into the backdrop of space. It was like it was from a different world. Why did Golden Growler's belly have a golden door inside it? Han Sen felt weird. He did not know what the golden door did. Very High Leader frowned as he looked at the golden door. He did not know what it was either. What is this? Weird. The growlers are always so violent. I have never heard of one using a treasure before, but Golden Growler is using a treasure. What does this golden door do? Every creature was discussing its presence. No one had ever seen this golden door before. They were unable to come up with a suitable conclusion. Even the higher races, such as the Extreme King and Very High, could only stare at that door in wonder. They wanted to know what the door did. Dong! When Golden Growler growled, the door's ring was shaken open. It made a deep sound like a hammer. When the door ring was hit open, the golden door made a catch-a sound and opened up a little. Gold light spilled from the slightly ajar door. Everybody's eyes were opened wide. They stared at the ajar door, desperate to see what was inside. The golden door opened slowly. The gap was only enough for a fist. So far, people could only see golden light. Before they could figure it out or see what lay beyond, they suddenly heard Very High Leader make a weird sound. This is. Very High Leader stared at the golden door. His expression immediately changed. In the next moment, Very High Leader's body had some weird power that spread like the tide. Everybody thought Very High Leader was going to fight back, but Very High Leader moved his body. He ripped space and exited the space battleground. The whole universe was dead silent. No one believed Very High Leader was willing to concede and leave the Geno God list. Holy crap! What is this golden door? The door did not even open, and yet, Very High Leader was scared away. Yes. I want to know more about that golden door. That is so depressing. Very High Leader quit too fast. Even if he decided to leave, he should have waited until the door was open to let us see what lay beyond it. Everyone was both shocked and depressed. After Very High Leader was gone, Golden Growler opened his mouth and put the golden door away. No one knew what was inside the golden door. Huh, that old man was smart, the green-haired beast said with a smile. He looked cocky. Little Mountain Leader is invincible. Han Sen was confused. He did not see what was inside the golden door. What could have scared Very High Leader away? Interesting. God looked at Golden Growler with interest, and that was all. Han Sen was disappointed to not hear his explanation. That fight made Golden Growler and the Golden Door's name explode across the universe. Just opening it ajar was enough to scare away Very High Leader was immensely terrifying. After this fight, Golden Growler was already the first rank in the Geno God list. No one was really able to dethrone him. In fact, no one dared to challenge Golden Growler. He had scared off Very High Leader, so that performance was too scary. As some people looked for Very High Leader to request an explanation on what happened, Very High Leader only answered, "Right now, the universe does not have a creature that can fight Golden Growler." After he said that, Golden Growler's title increased even more. It made other creatures even more scared of him. No one dared to challenge Golden Growler. The top rank was supposed to be very popular and competitive, but it was now cold. The rankings below it had become more popular. Hans in a shock was shocked by the fact that Lu Lai was ranked third. He challenged Demon Alpha, who was in fourth. This lower-level challenge made people drop their glasses. Everybody was excited about this fight. Lu Lai was a very mysterious character. He was the biggest black horse, aside from Dollar, in the Geno God list fights. Demon Alpha's killing of Dragon 1 shocked the whole universe. The two of them fighting made everyone concerned. Lu Lai must be in Blood Legion. Why is he challenging Demon Alpha? Are the people of Blood Legion suspicious about Demon Alpha and the Shura people? Are they trying to find out who Demon Alpha is? Han Sen kept thinking. There was only one possibility. Otherwise, he would not have to lower his level. Han Sen thought he could see something in this fight, but Demon Alpha did not even respond to the challenge. He merely gave up. The funnier thing was that after Demon Alpha gave up, his rank increased. She went from 4th to 3rd. The winner, Lu Lai, was made 4th. Your rules are so unscientific. Han Sen was a bit speechless as he looked at God drinking his tea and chilling. God smiled and asked, "Isn't it interesting?" The challenges had been going on, but the rankings did not change much. That was especially true of the top 10. There were not many changes there. Han Sen was watching them for 6 days. One of the top 10 dropped out, but the other 9 remained in the top 10. Some of their positions changed. Han Sen waited many days, but no one seemed to challenge Burning Lamp. He was depressed, but then he saw the space battleground flicker with light. Burning Lamp and another name appeared. Someone is challenging Burning Lamp. Han Sen was delighted. He looked at the space battleground and saw Burning Lamp enter the space battleground. Han Sen did not see him wielding a knife. Another shape took form in the space battleground too. It was the one above Han Senator. It was number 99. It was a deified xenogeniac called Pluto Peacock. 2871 Pluto Peacock. Pluto Peacock had many black feathers. Its neck and other places had blue feathers and green feathers. Its eyes had some feathers with 2 colors, from blue to green. It also had blue eyeballs and green pupils. From what Han Sen could tell, Pluto Peacock had reached butterfly class not too long ago. It had become true god class in a recent death match. Its power was not solid yet. It was one of the weaker enemies of the deified fights, so it selected the enemy that was one higher than him. Aside from Pluto Peacock, there were still 2 people lower than it. That was the butterfly class Han Sen and Burning Lamp. Han Sen had killed a god spirit, which was really scary. Pluto Peacock did not dare do anything to him. It saw the butterfly Burning Lamp at number 84, so it fancied challenging him. Burning Lamp looked dim, but he was not afraid of his opponent. Getting into the top 100 was a mission that he accomplished well. It would have been great if he could win. Getting number 99 was not too bad for Burning Lamp. After all, reaching position 99 still guaranteed him a true god weapon. Getting a true god weapon for Buddha was the most thing he could do for Buddha in the waning twilight of his life. Burning Lamp was not planning on giving up now. Being at number 84 was better than number 99. Aside from a true god weapon at such a rank, he could obtain a true god material. So, Burning Lamp fancied giving it a go. Facing a true god class Pluto Peacock, Burning Lamp did not dare to be careless. He pulled out a knife hidden within his Buddha clothing. The knife looked a bit weird. It had the shape of a knife, but it did not have a blade. It was like it had not been pulled out. Although it had not been pulled out, there was some Buddha light on the body. It was like it was surrounded by a Buddha light. It looked kind of holy. It sort of looks like my knife blank, but it does not look like it. Han Sen could not tell whether it was his knife blank or not, but the Buddha light that came from the knife looked like sky demon power. It seemed as if it possessed some sort of cause power, but it was not so pure like sky demon power. It was mixed with another sort of power. Han Sen looked at God and asked, "Does Buddha have cause powers?" He was not entirely sure what sort of powers Buddha commanded. God laughed. The potential of the Buddha is not too good. It was difficult for them to become a higher race, so they learned a little bit out of every race and compiled it all into their own teachings. It is how they survived. That includes their filling skill. They learned that from one of the dragon's blood skills. There are many situations like this. The Buddha use all sorts of different skills, but none of them are pure. Do they have the cause power from the demons? Han Sen asked. Not exactly, God said. The cause power inside the knife exists independently. It is different from the demons, so that is why I think it is interesting. After all, you do not even know what that knife is, right? Han Sen finally understood. There are too many weird things in this universe. It is perfectly normal for me not to know. God laughed. While they were talking, Pluto Peacock suddenly screamed. The back of the peacock opened. The feathers that looked like eyes released some weird eye light. It made the whole of space turn into a weird green and blue color. It felt as if a scary movie was being filmed. Although Pluto Peacock is just a xenogeniac that does not have many geno arts like a high race, its Pluto powers are very special, God said. If he cannot break it, even a true God class would lose. I do not see anything special about it. You make it sound all spooky and powerful, but Burning Lamp is not hurt. Han Sen saw Burning Lamp covered in a green and blue light. He was not hurt. He felt weird too. That is why Pluto powers are so scary, God said. In the universe, isn't there a saying that, time is an invisible, pig-killing knife? Their underworld God area is from life to death. In the underworld, living creatures turn into dead spirits. Then, the underworld leader will consume them. Han Sen was shocked. He used the Dongxian area to look at Pluto Peacock's underworld god area. He saw the weird green and blue light consuming Burning Lamp's body. His cells were turning green and blue. Burning Lamp swung the knife at Pluto Peacock, but Pluto Peacock was invincible. Burning Lamp's knife light was going to touch its body, but the knife went clean through it. He was unable to harm it. Burning Lamp was using many different geno arts, but none of them could touch Pluto Peacock's body. Pluto Peacock was standing in the underworld with its rear peacock feathers shining in underworld light. After a long time of this, Burning Lamp's skin started to turn into a weird green and blue color. It looked rather transparent. One was able to see his skin and blood vessels on the inside. The longer this went on, the more underworld-like Burning Lamp was looking. He could not do anything to Pluto Peacock. It looks like the knife's cause power is worse than the demon, Han Sen said. It cannot cut off cause power. Although they are cause powers, they are not of the same type, God said. It is like the same types of iron. Some irons are used to make knives whereas some irons are made to create shields. They are different. What is the function of that knife? Han Sen asked. You will find out if you keep watching, God said with a smile. He did not answer Han Sen's question. Burning Lamp seemed to be suppressed before Pluto Peacock. No matter what geno art he used, he could not hurt Pluto Peacock. His body gradually became more transparent. He was like a blue and green crystal. You could even see the organs inside him. Han Sen felt a bit sad. In the past, he seemed to be so strong. Burning Lamp had even turned him into an ant. Now, he was just this. It looks like power really does determine everything, Han Sen said with a sigh. Han Sen did not believe Burning Lamp would concede so easily. Burning Lamp was a pious individual. If he did not think he could win, he would leave. He would not stay and risk his life. He was now in a terrible position, yet he showed no sign of wanting to give up. He clearly had a plan. Han Sen could not figure out how Burning Lamp would triumph over his enemy. From the beginning, up until now, the knife in his hand was not affected by the underworld area. It was still shining with a Buddha light. It was not affected by the underworld lamp. Burning Lamp's body was becoming half-empty. Pluto Peacock's eyes flashed. It opened its mouth and started sucking Burning Lamp. Burning Lamp was unable to control his body. He ended up flying toward Pluto Peacock's mouth and was instantly gone. Pluto Peacock swallowed Burning Lamp. It felt so happy that it screamed. It closed up its peacock feathers. The underworld area was gone. When all the audience believed the fight to be over, Pluto Peacock started screaming. Its chest and belly were suddenly cut open. God blood was pouring out. The knife Burning Lamp was holding had a Buddha light. It came out from the wound. 2872 Self-torturing knife, weird. How has his body recovered already? Han Sen was looking at Pluto Peacock's wounds where Burning Lamp came out from. He was shocked by what he had seen. Burning Lamp was in the underworld. Now, his body had completely recovered. The blue-green transparent color was gone. According to the theory, Burning Lamp was unable to withstand the underworld god light power. He became part of the underworld. After he became part of the underworld, he was not a threat to Pluto Peacock. He was no longer unable to damage Pluto Peacock's body. Now, Burning Lamp had emerged safely. His body had returned to normal. It was like he had never been injured. If Burning Lamp had that power all along, he did not have to go through so much trouble and get swallowed by Pluto Peacock before fighting back. It looks like the problem is the knife. Han Sen looked at the knife as he spoke to himself. God, who was near him, continued speaking. It looks like it has something to do with the power of the knife. Otherwise, Burning Lamp would be dead. This knife's power cannot be reverse cause, can it? Han Sen asking after thinking for a moment. I do not know, God said. More accurately, it might be a consequence of cause. Pluto Peacock used underworld god light to damage Burning Lamp and later consume him. Everything that was done to Burning Lamp was the cause. Then, that knife could absorb the cause power and turn it into his own power, which could be reversed upon the enemy that created it. If things are like that, then having that knife can make you invincible, Han Sen said. No matter how strong the enemy is, the knife will absorb its power and cast it back. No matter how strong the enemy is, you can fight back. That is the theory, but first, you need a body that can withstand such damage. If your body cannot sustain the damage being dealt, you will be killed before the knife can absorb all the power and unleash it. It does not matter how strong the knife is. God laughed. You are right. It is no wonder Burning Lamp can reach the top 100. It all came down to the knife. Han Sen stared at the knife with fire in his eyes. He was thinking, no matter if the knife is my blood knife blank or not, when I destroy the Buddha kingdom, I am taking that knife. With my body's fitness and that knife, it might not fare well in the beginning, but I can certainly tackle true gods. Pluto Peacock was heavily injured. It was so angry that it cast underworld area again, but it was too injured. The power of the underworld god area was reduced, and the wounds could not be healed by the underworld. Burning Lamp used his knife to attack the creature's wounds. It made Pluto Peacock very angry, but the wounds were becoming worse. It had no choice but to quit the battle. Burning Lamp won the battle. Han Sen thought about the fight that had just ended and sort of understood how the knife functioned now. Burning Lamp really is a tricky man. That knife can attack any second. He waited until Pluto Peacock swallowed him before attacking. That is a sort of patience not everyone can have. The knife itself would not absorb Burning Lamp's wounds. It required activation from Burning Lamp for the power to be unleashed. That was when the knife absorbed the wounds he had incurred or the cause power. After all the cause was absorbed, Burning Lamp's body would return to normal again like he was never injured in the first place. The knife that absorbed the cause power could release an attack power that was equal to what had previously been dealt. the knife's power did seem to have its limitations. One could not just use it whenever. It required some time to separate it. Also, Burning Lamp's body was getting more and more wounds. The power the knife could release was able to become stronger. That was why Burning Lamp endured it all the way and enabled himself to be swallowed by Pluto Peacock. It gave back all the damage to Pluto Peacock that it was unable to recover from. Burning Lamp then used the power of the knife. Because the power that had been absorbed was minimal, it did not deal much damage. Just like God had said, the more power the body could endure, the more power the knife was able to release. This is AF * King self-torturing knife. If you do not get hurt, it is not strong. The more you are hurt, the stronger it becomes. Where did Burning Lamp get this knife from? Han Sen could not help but complain. Regardless, it was evident that Burning Lamp had won the match. He kept his rank of 84. The ranking of 84 was not really a rank that others wanted to fight for. Even though Burning Lamp had been swallowed by his enemy, he was able to come back out alive. It made the creatures of a lower rank not dare challenge him. After this fight, no creature dared challenge him anymore. Never mind, I will just let him be happy for a bit. Han Sen did not want to challenge Burning Lamp either. Rank 84 was too low. Han Sen did not have much chance to win by challenging the top 10. If he challenged those in the top 20 to 30, he might have stood a chance. He would have received many rewards. Thus, Han Sen did not risk wasting time by challenging Burning Lamp. Plus, Han Sen was planning a trip to visit the Buddha Kingdom anyway. The more benefits Burning Lamp received now, the more benefits Han Sen would receive after his holiday. So, there was no need for him to disrupt Burning Lamp's ranking now. From Han Sen's perspective, Burning Lamp was now something like an employee of his. So, who should I challenge? Han Sen thought to himself. Although Han Sen really wanted to challenge Demon Alpha, he knew that even if he used all of his power, he might not be able to defeat Demon Alpha. He quickly gave up on the idea. Lu Lai was a member of Blood Legion. Blood Legion had helped Han Sen out in the universe, so he did not want to hurt them either. Regarding Very High Leader, unless Han Sen used Super God Spirit mode, he did not have what it took to fight back. He also gave up on that idea. Han Sen again looked at the top 10. None of them were good to fight. Han Sen also made use of his Law Eye. Some of them had crime meters, but their crime meters were not high enough to see them dead. Using the Law Eye against them would not have been an effective tactic. Han Sen kept trying to choose. In the end, he looked at a Xenogeneic rank 25. It was a Xenogeneic that looked like an elephant. Its name was Maha God Elephant. Its power seemed to be strong, but its primary power was just a powerful holy light that could heal. Han Sen saw an extreme king wanting to challenge him. He used all sorts of Geno arts to attack the Maha God Elephant, but the God Elephant merely stood where it was without moving. It kept spewing a holy light. Within that holy light, its body was healed faster than it was able to be hurt. In the end, the extreme king fighter was too tired. He ended up conceding. It was such a powerful defensive and healing power. Ordinary true gods could not do anything to it, but it was perfect for Han Senator. He had the Sky Vine Radish God Lance. Its attack power was the best. There was a very high chance of it defeating the Maha God Elephant. But Han Sen was not in a rush. There were a few more days to go before the challenges ended. Han Sen planned to just sit and watch for now. The Geno God list lights were flickering. 2 ranks lit up. Han Sen glanced at them. One of them was Sky Palace leaders Zhang Xiandao. 2873. Han Sen's challenge finally moved. Han Sen quickly looked at the other name. He noticed Zhang Xiandao was challenging Ancient Sacrifice God, who was ranked 6th. Ancient Sacrifice God was one of the ancient gods, and he was the highest-ranked person within the ancient gods. Han Sen saw Ancient Sacrifice God fight before. He proved himself to be an incredibly strong true god. He had a mysterious sacrificial power that enabled him to easily defeat a true god deified xenogenic that challenged him. Han Sen believed that with Ancient Sacrifice God's power, his rank could be higher. Han Sen was surprised that Sky Palace leader was willing to challenge Ancient Sacrifice God. Han Sen thought he would go for a higher-ranked person, such as Seeking Perfume Beast. Sky Palace leader landed in space. He looked like holy winds and bones. People who did not know him would have thought he was like some kind of god fairy. Zhang Xiandao looked at Ancient Sacrifice God coldly and said, "Ancient Sacrifice God, it is time we finished this." Ancient Sacrifice God was like a green giant. A bronze tripod was in his hands. He coldly looked at Zhang Xiandao. Suddenly, the bronze tripod in his hands had a strange glow. All the stars in the sky were falling. A river of stars descended. It was all going toward the bronze tripod. It was like the whole universe was being sucked into the bronze tripod. Han Sen once watched Ancient Sacrifice God battle a true god xenogenic. It was sucked into the bronze tripod and was unable to fight back. Zhang Xiandao was in space. He let the stars fall and the suns break. He let them all go past his body while he did not move an inch. It was like the bronze tripod power did not exist. Ancient Sacrifice God, use all the powers you can. Do not leave any regrets. Zhang Xiandao was like a god standing between the sky and the ground. His power was like everything in the world was nothing. Ancient Sacrifice God was angry, so he roared. The bronze tripod was glowing with light. The markings on the tripod lit up. Some of the markings were like a bird, whereas others were like a beast. The suns, moons, stars, birds, beasts, fish, flowers, grass, trees, wood. All the substances were becoming abstract symbols on the tripod. As those symbols brightened, the entire universe seemed to have some sort of power that went toward the bronze tripod. It made the power of the bronze tripod stronger and stronger. It can use the power of the universe. Ancient Sacrifice God is so scary. Han Sen was so scared. God looked at Ancient Sacrifice God with keen interest. Ancient gods are born deifieds. Their talents are the highest out of the high races, but their growth is the least out of all races. In history, they are the oldest race. They are all born deified. Yet today, they are still like this. Nothing has improved much. They are already true God class, Han Sen said. How many more breakthroughs do you think they can achieve? Getting into the Gene God Hall. God shook his head. He did not explain. He went on to say, you cannot blame the ancient gods. Other creatures have countless steps to climb, whereas they only have 2 or 3 steps. It is normal for them to ascend so slowly. The bronze tripod was buffed by everything in the universe. The power was becoming scarier. Ancient Sacrifice God was roaring. He raised the tripod in his hands. The tripod made some roaring sounds like a dragon or a tiger. At the same time, it released a scary light. It became a beam of light firing into the sky. Inside the beam of light, Han Sen saw a weird shadow flashing. It was like a god spirit grabbing Sky Palace leader in space. That shadow was very strong. It was the strongest Han Sen had ever seen in a god fight before. Even when Dragon 1 used his dragon race weapon, the Blood Dragon Rulers, which was 7 true gods combined into one mode, it was not as scary as this beam of light in the shadow. The light shadow gave Han Sen the feeling of a god spirit that could destroy the world. It had an incredible power that was terrifying. Even with Han Sen's power and willpower, it made him feel very small. Many years have passed, yet you still only use this trick. Sky Palace leader looked at the light shadow with disdain. A finger moved. A light spell was cast. It latched onto the giant palm from the shadow. Roar! The light shadow touched the light spell. The palm went back. It made a silent roar as if something was electrified. It was not over yet. The light spell stuck to the light shadow's palm. The light grew brighter. It suppressed the light shadow and pillar of light. When the light spell power became stronger, the holy power suppressed the beam of light and light shadow. It forced them back into the bronze tripod. No matter how that light shadow roared, he still could not stop it. Very powerful sky spell, and very power sky leader. Han Sen could not help but compliment him. Sky Palace's original gene-killing spell was something Han Sen had seen before. How Sky Palace leader used it surprised him. Of course, the main part of it was the fact that Sky Palace leader was too strong. The power he commanded was as high as a true god could be. In the next second, the light spell landed on the tripod. No matter how much power ancient sacrifice god used, it was like the bronze tripod had been suppressed by a mountain. He could not release any power. As the light spell grew stronger, the bronze tripod became more suppressed. Ancient sacrifice god seemed incapable of moving the bronze tripod. His arms were starting to bend. Roar! Ancient sacrifice god madly roared, but he could not stop the tripod from failing. In the end, the bronze tripod fell out of his hands and flew into space. Zhang Xiandao waved his sleeves and put the bronze tripod in them. He coldly said, "Sacrifice god bronze can lend me this for 1,000 years as interest." Ancient sacrifice god was furious. His bronze body shone brightly, making him seem like a glowing sky giant. He ripped through space toward Zhang Xiandao. Zhang Xiandao waved his sleeves. Ancient sacrifice god's bronze body, which looked like it could support the sky and ground, was hit into space. He fell into a rip in space and disappeared. 1,000 years later, you may come and collect your sacrifice bronze tripod from Sky Palace. After Sky Palace leader said that, he turned around. All the creatures were in immense shock. He is so powerful, Han Sen thought. He had to admit that Sky Palace leader had what it took to be cool. His powers and method were similar to very high leader. Even God complimented him. Very good Sky Zhang Xiandao. The next challenge was boring because of Zhang Xuandao's match. All the creatures were still talking about the fight between Zhang Xiandao and ancient sacrifice god. People thought that if the challenges were not one-chance affairs, Zhang Xuandao's rank could have been higher. He might have even replaced very high leader to become second. More interesting fights occurred over the next few days, but none were as good as Zhang Xuandao's fight. They were nothing worth focusing on. Seeing that there was only one day of challenges left, Han Sen finally used his challenge. His target was going to be Maha God Elephant. 2874 Maha God Elephant. Han Sen hastily appeared on the space battleground. He saw a red, giant elephant also appear across the distance of space between them. That giant elephant was all red. Its body had a burning red flame. If one went to feel it, one would notice that the blaze did not have a temperature. Roar! Maha God Elephant's trunk lifted. The crystal-looking, fiery, crystal stone elephant teeth were also lifted. Han Sen reached out with his hand and had his sky vine radish god lance appear in his arms. In the next second, Han Sen teleported directly before the Maha God Elephant. The sky vine radish god lance was thrust into Maha God Elephant's flesh. The tip of the lance plunged into the elephant's tough skin. As Han Sen pushed it in, he felt the muscles inside the elephant were like beef tendons. They were very tough. The sky vine radish god lance only had its tip pierce into it. It was difficult trying to push it deeper in. That's a very tough body. No wonder it was able to reach the top 20 as a true god Xenogeniac. Han Sen was shocked. Before the elephant's trunk came at him, Han Sen pulled the lance back and leaped away. Maha God Elephant had a massive amount of power. He was able to hit a true god body with a might other true gods would not even attempt to block. Han Sen was only a butterfly, so he did not want to get hit. After the sky vine radish god lance was pulled out, the wounds did not drip with god blood. A sapling was growing, but it did not grow fast. The god elephant's red lights were burning. The wound where the sapling had appeared quickly healed. The saplings were like little tufts of grass weaseling their way through a wall stone. They tried their best to squeeze through the gaps. It was so hard that it was like fighting the sky. They did not get squeezed to death, but it was hard for them to grow. If one hit won't work, then I will have to give it many more. Han Sen's body flashed like a ghost. He kept appearing in front, at its back, and to the left and right of the god elephant. At the same time, the sky vine radish god lance in his hands flashed like thunder. It kept striking the god elephant's flesh. Before the god elephant's elephant trunk got close, Han Sen could easily flash and bolt over to another location. There was infinite power when using the sky vine radish god lance. It left one hole and another hole on the god elephant. Every hole creating saplings growing from the wounds. Even though the god elephant's flesh was extremely sturdy, and it was running under the bounty of the powerful healing fires, its body had many saplings growing all over it like a layer of green hair. But the saplings were having great difficulty growing. They were squeezed by the god elephant's flesh, almost to the point of death. Han Sen thought, any true god Xenogeniac in the top 100 is hard to deal with. If I could become true god, I could use my own power to rip its body to shreds before it healed once. Now, I need the sky vine radish god lance power. Even so, it is still really difficult. His hands did not stop. The lance's green lightning kept striking the god elephant's body. It left many saplings behind in its wake. It looked like he had the advantage, but it was still hard to damage the god elephant. Maha God Elephant's healing power is too effective. It is no wonder it is the Xenogeniac that represents life. Even God personality armaments cannot kill it. It looks like Dollar is in trouble. He could pick anyone, yet he decided to challenge the Maha God Elephant. If he selected a higher rank Xenogeniac, he would have killed it already. The audience was talking. Sky Palace leader was laughing and saying, "It looks like Dollar underestimated Maha God Elephant's defense and healing powers. This is the Xenogeniac with the best life element. Although the God personality armament is a weapon, it is plant-based. Normal creatures might be able to be killed easily by it, but killing the Maha God Elephant with it will not be easy. It is a shame the Maha God Elephant is very grumpy and proud," the woman said with a sigh. "If we could tame it to protect the palace, we could have a true god join our forces. Although that guy is living in ancient god's holy place, it has been living in the sand lake," Sky Palace leader said with a laugh. "No one can do anything there. Even the ancient gods cannot do anything there. Fortunately, its healing power is strong and supremely powerful," the woman said. "It is very clumsy, though. It can easily be tricked by Geno arts. It is good enough to be a guard but not enough to be a warrior. Maybe not. With it here, it will be like a needle in the sea. It would be hard for it to die. It would be very useful for fighting in a Xenogeniac space." Sky Palace leader sighed and said, "But it keeps guarding Sand River. It won't work for anyone." Han Sen realized he had underestimated Maha God Elephant's power. Killing it with the Sky Vine Radish God Lance was not easy. If Han Sen had selected it, he was prepared. He retreated and stopped attacking Maha God Elephant. He is so strong. Even Dollar, who has a god personality armament, cannot do anything. Is he going to give up? I do not think so. Dollar still has that eye skill that judged Sky Armor God. You are right. It looks like we can see the scary judgment power again. Everyone wanted Han Sen to use the Eye of Law. Han Sen had seen that although the Maha God elephant looked very red, in the Eye of the Law, it was white like a sheet of paper. It did not have any level of crime. Using the law eye would not work on it. Maha God elephant saw Han Sen leave, but it was not planning on chasing him. He provoked him by raising its trunk and screaming a lot of taunting noises. Its body was full of green saplings, but it did not care. It was like the saplings did not affect him. Han Sen laughed. You were cocky too soon. Han Sen put the Sky Vine Radish God lance away. His thumb and middle finger on his right hand came together. A gold light was shining in between them. It created a gold coin. Han Sen was holding a coin. He did not move. He watched the number on the coin keep jumping up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As the number on the coins jumped, Han Sen's presence became scarier. It was like he was a bomb brewing and about to explode. Maha God Elephant realized something might have been wrong. It roared and used its 4 legs to run at Han Senator at the same time. Its elephant trunk was like a pillar that opened the sky. It created a scary red light that tried to break Han Senator. Seeing Maha God Elephant in front of him, Han Sen did not dare use his own body to block its attack. Maha God Elephant suddenly bounced the coin away. Bzzzt. The coin created some gold light in space. It hit Maha God Elephant's forehead. It gathered up all the way to 13 times the power. At that point, the coin was like a heavy hammer. It shook the Maha God Elephant, which was running away. Han Sen thought, it is a shame I am just butterfly. If I was true God, that would have been saving money times 13. It would turn his body into dust. Maha God Elephant madly roared. It wanted to run at Han Sen again. It was too slow. It was like it was carrying a mountain. 2875 Final Challenge. A coin was shining on Maha God Elephant's head. It was like Maha God Elephant was being suppressed by an entire mountain. It was not that fast before, but it was even slower now. Even with Han Sen's power magnified to 13, it still wasn't enough to suppress Maha God Elephant. The God Elephant's tusks were still raised. The beast was trying to skewer Han Sr., you still won't concede. Han Sen laughed. He cast a golden light, which landed on the God Elephant. It made the number on the coin on the Maha God Elephant's forehead increase a bit. It went from 13 to 14. The God Elephant's body became heavier. It was harder for it to walk. Let's see how many numbers it can endure. Han Sen moved his finger again. A gold light was fired out. It made Maha God Elephant's forehead increase again. Han Sen clicked his fingers 10 times. The numbers on the coin increased more and more. Maha God Elephant forced itself to run at Han Sen, but it could not take the pressure of the coins. Before it ran in front of Han Sen, it fell down. It fell from space. It fell onto a planet. It was like an asteroid. It blew a big circular hole in the planet. The land was crushed on that planet. A volcanic eruption started everywhere. Fire, light, and dust enveloped the planet. Maha God Elephant was suppressed on the planet. Its limbs tried using strength to fly. When one of its legs was lifted, the other 3 legs were still on the ground. The ground broke. The God Elephant could not stand. It fell on the floor. The God Elephant kept struggling, but the suppressive powers of the coin were too much for it to bear. No matter what it tried, it was unable to get up. The rocks beneath its feet kept cracking. Its body started to sink into the ground. Boom! The planet was blown up by the god elephant. The god elephant fell through and out of the planet, making its body continue falling through space. It was getting further and further from Han Sr. Roar. The god elephant madly roared. It stared at Han Senator. In the end, it had no choice but to concede and leave space. That coin can keep gathering up power, and the power is still there. But this is different from the saving power skill. That is Dollar's true power. He did not need a god personality armament to suppress the true god class Maha God Elephant. What kind of Geno art is that? It was used by Dollar, who is Butterfly, yet the Maha God Elephant was unable to tackle it. Did you see it? Who said Dollar only depended on law powers or the god personality armament? He did not need those two to suppress a true god. Interesting Geno art. That was God's comment. Han Sen's victory did not generate much excitement. After all, people had seen crazier fights before. His fight was not that exciting. It was just a nice display of saving money that incited the curiosity of others. It was the last day of the ranked fights. The rankings were pretty much still. Everyone knew about the top 10. Ancient Sacrifice God dropped out of the top 10 due to Sky Palace leader, but he still had one opportunity for challenge. After the challenge, he ended up back in the top 10. At the top of the list, unmoved, was Golden Growler. Very High Leader was second. Demon Alpha was third. Lu Lai was fourth. The Xenogeniac called Seeking Perfume Beast was fifth. Sky Palace's Zhang Xiandao was sixth. Extreme Kings by Wu Chang was seventh. A Xenogeniac called Empty Dragon King was 8. Ancient Sacrifice God had made a comeback to claim 9th. Underworld Ghost was 10th. Underworld Ghost was quite strange. He was invisible. No one was able to tell what he looked like, and no one knew what Xenogeniac or race he belonged to. The Xenogeniacs that challenged him could never see him. Thus, they were beaten. As for Bai Wuchang from the Extreme King, Han Sen heard from Baoing that he was actually at a level higher than Bai King. He was the generation's scariest elite from the Bai family. The ranked fights were almost done. There could not be any drastic changes. Han Sen was able to calmly wait for the fights to be over before claiming his rewards. Number 25 was able to claim a random True God weapon and get 4 random True God materials. In addition to that, there was a God Spirit stamp. As for what the God Spirit stamp meant or did, Han Sen did not know. What does the God Spirit stamp do? Han Sen asked God. You can use it to enter the Geno Hall's gate, God said. You can enter the Geno Hall safely one time. Can I go to Sky Armor God's Hall? Han Sen asked. Of course, God said with a nod. Aside from Sky Armor God's God Temple, can I go anywhere else? Han Sen asked. Han Sen had Evil Lotus God's son's God personality. If he had the chance, Han Sen wanted to get another God personality armament. No. Each God Spirit stamp only gives you one chance. God laughed. He pointed at Golden Growler, who was number 1, and said, but you can go challenge him. If you beat him and earn the God Spirit seat, you can go anywhere in the Geno Hall. You will not be restricted. He managed to scare off Very High Leader, so why would I even bother trying? Han Sen asked with a lift of his lips. Even if Han Sen could beat him, he did not want to fight Golden Growler. God said it like a joke anyway. So, he did not say anything. Everyone thought the Geno God list fights were over. There should not have been any more changes, but the people still craved for more. After all, ordinary creatures would never see deified elites in this manner again. Even if they came across them in the wild, they would not dare look at them. They would be too scared to do so. During the Geno God list fights, the deified creatures were being killed like dogs. These battles had the kind of excitement ordinary fights never managed to generate. Plus, watching deified elites fight inspired ordinary creatures to grow and better themselves. Just feeling their emotions and the wills of the deified battlers made the lower-level creatures understand something. It is over. I wonder when the next Geno God list fight will start. I hope I can see it every year. Stop dreaming. Deified elites do not have the time to fight every day. We might not even have one every 100 years. There will probably be a gap that is even greater than the Geno being scroll. While everyone was talking, two names suddenly lit up on the Geno God list. There is a challenger. At this time, who are the challengers? Everyone was shocked and happy. They looked at the Geno God list and saw Golden Growler's name light up. Holy **T. Golden Growler is challenging. He is the first. Who is he challenging? Yeah, who is he challenging? Everyone was confused. They kept looking at the list trying to find out who Golden Growler sought to challenge. Dollar. Golden Growler wants to challenge Dollar. Oh my God. What is Golden Growler doing? Why does he want to challenge Dollar now? On Empty Mountain, the green-haired beast almost passed out in anger. He was stomping his feet. Little Mountain Leader. What is Little Mountain Leader doing? Why is he challenging him? If Dollar concedes, that means he just gave out first place. God was also surprised. He looked at Golden Growler and then at Han Senator. He looked confused. Chapter 2876. The scariest hit. Han Sen was also a little shocked. Does little Gold recognize me? How much hatred is in there? Now, he has selected to challenge Dollar at this time. What is the grudge that must exist between Golden Growler and Dollar? Golden Growlers has first place, yet he still wants to challenge Dollar. If Dollar concedes in the match, he can achieve first place, right? Wouldn't an elite have the dignity not to do that? Dollar won't just give up before at least trying to fight. That is hard to tell. Didn't Demon Alpha concede directly to become third place? People were so excited. They were talking ravenously amongst each other. They were shocked that Golden Growler was doing this challenge. Golden Growler appeared on the space battleground. He stood atop a planet. It looked like he was quietly waiting for the fight to begin. People tried to guess and see if Dollar was willing to accept and join the fight or just concede and reach first place. Suddenly, a shadow entered the space battleground. It was Dollar. He has accepted the fight. He really accepted the fight. The challenge time is over. This will be the final fight. Although Dollar is strong and has that God personality armament, I think Golden Growler is stronger. I think so too. After all, Dollar is just butterfly class. Golden Growler easily managed to scare off Very High Leader. Even Very High Leader said no creature in the universe can defeat Golden Growler, and I think he is right. The Thousand Treasury was streaming this. They were saying similar things. Although what happened inside the Geno God list could not be streamed or recorded, ordinary creatures did not understand high-level deifieds. Sometimes they did not understand the fights between deified elites. The Thousand Treasury used words to describe things. There were 2,000 treasury deifieds explaining the fights and history of deified elite battlers. Of course, the Thousand Treasury capitalized on it all by establishing a gambling station. The two speakers would talk about who would win and who would lose. Golden Growler used his first-rank identity to challenge Dollar, a deified explained. That is surprising. Judging from what we have seen, Dollar might stand a lower chance against him. If Golden Growler wins this fight, he will lose his first place. It is hard to predict what the result might look like. Another deified explained things too. He said, Dollar accepted the fight. No matter who wins or who loses, this will be the most exciting match out of all the Geno God list fights. Yes. Let's not talk about their grudges. It is very hard to predict who will end up in first place. If you are interested, you can come put a bet down with the 1,000 Treasuries gambling station. The window for putting down your bets will be closing any second now. So, do not miss this final call, people. With that being said, it all comes down to power. Golden Growler should be able to beat Dollar. With many races of the universe watching, Han Sen landed on Golden Growler's planet. A man and a beast looked at each other on a grass field full of yellow sand. Very exciting, the commentator excitedly said. Two scary deifieds are staring at each other. They are going to launch the scariest attacks ever. Golden Growler is strong, but Dollar is not weak. He is mysterious. His amazing Geno arts and the Geno God armaments he wields are quite shocking. It will be hard to tell which one of them wins. The fight is going to begin. After the commentator's speech, Golden Growler and Han Sen became two invincible elites. They were fighting each other with power. Whenever they moved their hands, it was time to determine the winner. Another commentator tried his hardest to explain the situation. People, please do not think they are only staring at each other. In fact, a silent will fight has begun. If one of their fates has a flaw, they will receive a deadly attack. The two commentators were deified, but they were only primitive. Their talents had been decided only through Geno fluids. Their power was fairly regular. Their main job was to earn money for the 1,000 treasury. Of course, even now, that was their ultimate goal. Golden Growler moved. He is running at Dollar. He is not going quickly, but every step of his had the power to step on stars. They are like the footsteps that not even the sky nor gods can stop. God, it looks like the whole of space is moving with him. How scary is this attack? The commentator was trying to hype it up. With all the creatures hearing the commentator, they could see Golden Growler running at Dollar. They grew nervous. They were not sure what sort of attack Golden Growler was going to unleash. It could be one hit that killed Dollar. Very fast. Even faster. Even faster again. It feels like I can see ripples in space. It is no wonder Golden Growler is an invincible elite that very high leader could not even go against. He gathers up power to the highest level that won't leak. He seems very light. When he strikes, the sky will break, and the ground will crack. Everyone, please be prepared. Do not get shocked by Golden Growler's power later and have it affect your will. Ah! Golden Growler jumped. It seems normal, but the trail of his body is so good that you cannot imagine it. It has blocked every way Dollar can go. Dollar cannot fall back. Of course. Dollar is standing there not moving. With Golden Growler's perfect attack, he cannot retreat. Maybe the space around Dollar is sealed up. He cannot move. Will he be eaten by Golden Growler? We forgot a question. If Dollar is eaten by Golden Growler and will no longer exist, who will obtain first place? Would it still be Golden Growler? The commentator stood up with excitement. The other commentator started screaming, he moved. Dollar finally moved. He has put out his hands. They are so straight yet so crooked. One is up and one is down. It has the most mysterious knowledge of the universe that cannot be imagined. It has reached a level of return to origin. We underestimated Dollar. He is the top class in the universe. This attack is going to be the first. Everyone in the universe felt their eyes open wide. They were seeing the scariest Xenogeneic and the most mysterious Xenogeneic in the Geno God list get together. They were nervous. Every creature was guessing who would win when they met up. So close. So close. The strongest hit. The scariest hit. The commentator was excitedly shouted. His entire body was in an orgasmic mode. Every creature in the universe was excited by his speech. Suddenly, the very excited commentator stopped talking. The two commentators were petrified. It was like they were no longer able to speak. It was not just them. Every being in the universe watching this fight suddenly froze. They saw what happened on the space battleground, and it had made their mouths turn into an zero shape. They saw Golden Growler touch Han Sen's body. His claws went on Dollar's shoulders, but he did not open his mouth to eat Dollar. He used his head to rub Dollar's cheek like a house cat. Dollar was holding Golden Growler. He stroked his head. He looked like he was playing with his own pet. Chapter 2877 Losing or Winning. The universe was dead silent. All of the creatures were watching Dollar stroke Golden Growler's head. They could not believe it was the same Golden Growler who had scared off Very High Leader. Little Mountain. Little Mountain Leader. What is it doing? The green-haired beast's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. After he realized what was going on, he madly stomped his feet and screamed, "How dare he touch Little Mountain Leader's head? I am going to destroy his dirty fingers." The woman nearby had only just realized what was going on. She looked at the green-haired beast seriously and said, "When you brought Little Mountain Leader back, it already had a lower race companion. Was that low race person Dollar?" "No, it was a crystallizer. He was of a different race to this xenogeneic. There is no way it was this guy who could level up so quickly." But, the green-haired beast hesitated. "But what?" the woman asked with a frown. "That crystallizer is now quite famous in the universe," the green-haired beast said. "It was Han Sen, who is in Space Garden now." "Han Sen?" the woman asked with shock. After a deep thought, she said, "It's him." Right now, the universe was all messed up. The two of them were not able to speak anymore. They had not expected things to take such a drastic turn. What is going on? Why does Golden Growler look like Dollar's pet? Dollar. Golden Growler. They must have some sort of connection. I should have thought about that. No way. The Geno God list's number 1 is Dollar's pet. It was not just ordinary creatures feeling this way. Even the old antiques, who had hidden away in the dark, and the higher races all had strange expressions. The woman in Sky Palace was also shocked. Who is this Dollar? Empty Mountain's Golden Growler is treating him like this. The Growlers were always very cruel and cold. They never got close to outsiders. Sky Palace leader thought, Dollar is very special. He has a god personality armament, law power, and a relationship with Golden Growler. I wonder what faction created such a person. In the Extreme King Garden, God watched Han Sen and Golden Growler with great interest. I did not expect you to be this interesting. You have surpassed my expectations. This was certainly not a wasted trip. Golden Growler's claws came off of Han Sen's shoulders. It opened its mouth and spat something into Han Sen's hands. Han Sen picked it up and had a look. It was a crystal body that had been generated by thunder. It looked like countless lightning bolts were broiling around inside it. It was like a mini thunder universe. Is this ancient thunder god's ancient god origin? Han Sen recognized what he had been given. He already had ancient water god's origin. It looked very similar. It was just this new one was a thunder element whereas the other one was water-based. Roar! Little Gold growled at Han. Senator Han Sen and Little Gold had a special connection similar to Little Angel. They were Han Sen's beast souls. Their bodies had been rebuilt to become genuine lifeforms that existed independently. Yet, they still had a connection to Han Sen, who could understand their thoughts. Little Gold had recognized Han Sen because of that connection. Little Gold was saying he wanted to give Hansen the ancient thunder god origin so he could pass it on to Little Silver. He said it would help Little Silver a lot. So, this was not for me, after all. Hansen felt a little touched. He had not expected Golden Growler to remember Little Silver. He reached out his hand and stroked its head. In the eyes of others, this scene had them seeing Golden Growler merrily swinging its tail like a hunting dog having captured prey to give to its master. Oh my God! Dollar can't actually be Golden Growler's master, can he? If things are really like that, then that is too scary. A pet has suppressed the whole universe and claimed the #1 spot on the Geno God list. It really does seem like things are that way. Empty Mountain's green-haired beast was as mad as a lunatic. He kept stomping around. He wanted to kill Dollar and 180 of his generations. You should go now. I will look for you in Empty Mountain. Hansen patted Golden Growler on the head and allowed it to exit the space battleground. In that way, Golden Growler was able to keep first place. Golden Growler shook its head and growled. Hansen knew what he meant. Golden Growler was going to give first place to Senator Hansen was going to reject it, but Golden Growler growled at him and lowered its body. It wanted Hansen to ride him. Dollar! How dare you! The green-haired beast yelled. It was like a volcano eruption. He slapped the floor, making Empty Mountain shake. Every other creature reacted by falling to the ground in fear. Everybody was watching Hansen ride Golden Growler's back. Suddenly, Golden Growler ripped space and exited the Geno God list. What is going on? Why did they leave the space battleground together? Who lost? All of the audience was in shock. They had no idea what was going on. Quick, look at the Geno God list. Dollar is on top. It looks like Dollar won. No. Dollar won. People started talking nonsense. Everybody turned to look at the Geno God list. The Geno God list's top place was now showing Dollar instead of Golden Growler, which had taken Hansen's previous position of number 25. Dollar. He is awesome. He let his pet get first place so he could be given it back. If you have what it takes, you can have a Golden Growler for a pet. I think only Dollar has what it takes to do that. In the universe, there is no other Golden Growler. While everyone was talking, Golden Growler took Hansen out of the Geno God list. They did not teleport back to where they were. They were nearby in space floating next to the Geno God list. Why? Everyone was wondering why Golden Growler and Hansen had not teleported away. Suddenly, Golden Growler roared to the sky. Its body had a golden light that was like a flood. It went into the sky to tear up space. Under Golden Growler's power, space had a crack. An old, godly temple appeared. It was the Geno Hall. What is going on? I do not think the Geno God list fights are over yet. Are they giving out the prizes already? Prize your ass. Did you not see Golden Growler rip space and summon the Geno Hall? They are going to the Geno Hall. Holy sh*t. They are going to the Geno Hall. Can he do that? Ancient Water God failed not too long ago. It gave Dollar first place. It gave up the chance to become a god spirit. The only chance to become a god spirit is to enter the Geno Hall. That is expected. When the Geno Hall descended, the whole universe felt like it went dim. Only the Geno Hall was shining with holy light. It was slowly coming out from space. Chapter 2878 Getting into the Geno Hall. Hansen was on the Geno God list. He understood what Golden Growler meant. Thus, he conceded and gained the Geno God list's first place position. Although he knew Golden Growler wanted him to go to the Geno Hall and become a god spirit, seeing the Geno Hall instantly made him a bit worried. The scene of Ancient Water God attacking the Geno Hall was still fresh in his mind. If Golden Growler failed, he would probably end up suffering a similar fate. Little Mountain Leader. He is going to the Geno Hall alone. The green-haired beast and the woman looked worried. The old mountain leader had never made it back from the Geno Hall. Although Golden Growler's power was stronger than the old mountain leader, they could not measure whether or not Golden Growler would make it back. Little Mountain Leader is rushing things a bit. How can he go to the Geno Hall now? It's that dollar's fault. If Little Mountain Leader did not lose first place because of him, he would not have to go to the Geno Hall. The green-haired beast was furious. He was also very nervous because of his inability to do anything. If things are this way, we have no choice but to wait and hope for Little Mountain Leader's return, the woman said with a sigh. In space, the Geno Hall had already been revealed. The doors that provided access were still closed tight. They did not look like they were going to open. Roar! Golden Growler suddenly roared again. The gold light turned him into a gold, giant beast. It forcefully struck the gate of the Geno Hall. Boom! The doors were being attacked by the gold light and opened a little. It enabled gold light to seep out from inside the hall. The light was warm. It shone with a vibrant halo. Many scary feelings were coming out from the door. It made the many people and creatures of the universe terrified. Creatures with low wills were already on the ground, not daring to look at the Geno Hall's doors. It looks like little gold is stronger than ancient water god. It has just pushed the door open, but Han Sen was riding atop Golden Growler's back. He stared at the door that had opened a little with an expression of worry. Ancient water god had also pushed open the Geno Hall doors, but a scary hand had crushed him. Han Sen was scared of the master of that hand. Golden Growler was carrying Han Senator. He stepped toward the doors of the Geno Hall. The gold light kept spilling and firing into the sky. They kept hitting the doors of the Geno Hall. The more times the gold light hit, the wider the opening of doors of the Geno Hall became. They were opening wider. God light was shining inside. Aside from the God light, one was not able to see anything else. Boom! When Golden Growler went to the Geno Hall's doors, they completely opened. The God light inside shone across the whole universe. It was now daytime in the entire universe. Suddenly, Han Sen looked frozen. He saw a shadow appear behind the open doors. That shadow was burning white. It looked as if it was made of God light. The being's face looked like it belonged to the human, sky, or extreme king race, but the God light was too shiny. All Han Sen was able to see was its silhouette. Based on the shape of the silhouette, it appeared to be a woman. When ancient water god attacked the Geno Hall, he was suppressed by a woman's hand. If the hand belonged to the coming shadow, her hand was one that could kill ancient water god. With that threat on the approach, one could imagine how scary she was. The shadow stood near the open doors. It did not walk out. Although it was just a silhouette with its face obscured, Han Sen felt that the shadow was looking at him and Golden Growler. Golden Growler's eyes looked golden. It stared at the shadow and looked as if it was going to swallow someone. It walked closer to the shadow. Number 1 on the Geno God list, please level up to God's spirit and go to the hall. The light silhouette had a woman's voice. Her tone did not have a single ounce of emotion in it. Han Sen frowned. Before he said anything, Golden Growler quietly growled. He laid down as if he was signaling for Han Sen to disembark. Han Sen got off of Golden Growler's back. He was holding Golden Growler's back while he whispered in its ear, "Are you okay?" Roar! Golden Growler roared. It seemed to try and comfort Han Sen and let him know that things were under control. Han Sen stepped away and watched Golden Growler raise its head. He then went toward the Geno Hall's doors. The light shadow saw Golden Growler come before the door, which prompted her to raise her hands. Golden Growler's eyes looked very mad. It opened its mouth to summon the golden door and placed it across the Geno Hall's doors. No one had seen this before. A door appeared in front of the Geno Hall's doors. This had never happened before. Golden Growler quietly growled. The golden door slightly opened. Shiny gold light came out from within it. The light spilled across the god light coming out from the open Geno Hall doors. Huh? The Geno Hall's door shadows seemed surprised. The raised hand was placed down. She looked at the golden door and suddenly said, "You passed." After that, the light shadow entered the god light and vanished. Roar! Golden Growler looked at Han Sen and roared before walking toward the Geno Hall's doors. Han Sen understood what Golden Growler was saying. It was saying, "I will wait for you there." He watched Golden Growler walk beyond the Geno Hall's doors and slowly disappear with the Geno Hall. It faded from space, leaving Han Sen with mixed emotions. The people in the universe did not know what to think. Golden Growler had entered the Geno Hall in a surprising way, and the person inside the Geno Hall did not do anything. It looked as if the golden door had stopped it. The ancient water god had attempted to fight it, but he was destroyed by a hand. Golden Growler used his golden door like a ticket to enter. The treatment was certainly different. It is easy to go in, but whether or not he comes out is the big question, Sky Palace leader said with a sigh. No matter what happens, entering means he stands a chance, the woman said. That is better than no chance at all. Little mountain leader. You must come back alive. The green-haired beast eyes were floating with light. Han Sen watched the Geno Hall disappear. He turned away and wanted to leave. Suddenly, the Geno God list shone. All the names of the Geno God list were lighting up with a holy god light. At the same time, a video flashed on the Geno God list. It was playing back the best scenes of the top 100 fights inside the space battlegrounds. The first 100 Xenogeneics appeared. The fights of the first 100 warriors were being shown. Han Sen appeared at the end. He was in first place, so the final image displayed him. It was a moment that was going to stand for all eternity. In the next second, the Geno God list released more holy light. It came down to grace Han Sen's body. His body was showered in holy light. Something suddenly fell from the holy light of the Geno God list. It came flying toward Han Sen. Chapter 2879 Sky God Crown. A white, jade crown slowly fell on Han Senator. It landed atop his head. Holy light was spinning from the white jade crown. As the presence came out, it was like a god spirit. A very strange god spirit power came out from the white jade crown. It fell onto Han Sen and turned him into a being who looked like a god spirit. A message came out from the white jade crown. It was in Han Sen's brain. It delivered him many messages. Sky God Crown, destroyed class God personality armament. Regarding how to use Sky God Crown, it also showed up in Han Sen's head. He was instantly able to understand what power the Sky God Crown had. I see. It does not give me the God personality to become a God spirit. It uses Sky God Crown's power to give me the authority of coming in and out of the Geno Hall like a God spirit. Han Sen understood how he was supposed to use the Sky God Crown. He now knew what was going on. After figuring it out, Han Sen felt rather angry because every being in the top 100 had a true God weapon. A God personality armament was just like a true God class weapon. Han Sen didn't feel as if there was much difference between the Sky Vine Radish God Lance and the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze. They were practically the same level. He had earned first place, but he had only earned a God personality armament. Aside from enabling him to enter the Geno Hall, it did nothing. It did not seem particularly useful. While Han Sen was still thinking, the Geno God list started to move. It teleported him back to the Extreme King Garden. Congratulations. I was not expecting you to be number one, God said with a smile. You are being too cheap, Han Sen complained. Why does the number one spot only earn a God personality armament? Second and third earned a God personality armament too, and the first received the same. That is not supposed to be the ultimate prize for number one, right? God looked at him with disdain as he said, you have no idea of the luck you have now. They are destroyed class God personality armaments, just like your Sky Vine Radish God Lance. This God personality armament is destroyed class as well, but it is not the same. Plus, the Sky God Crown grants you passage into the Geno Hall. Do you know how many elites have craved that power across all of time? What is the level of the God personality armaments level? Is the destroyed class stronger than the destroyed class? Han Sen quickly asked. You will know once you enter the Geno Hall, God said with a smile. Your little doggy went there. Are you not going to go take a look? Cough. I am busy. I am not going yet. Han Sen then asked, is it dangerous in the Geno Hall? With my current might, do you think I will end up in danger if I stay there for a while? I do not know. God was being tight-lipped about Han Sen's fear. He ignored him and stopped answering his questions. Han Sen wanted to go to the Geno Hall to take a look, especially since little Gold was in there. He wanted to go. Yet, Han Sen still wanted to wait to become a true god before attempting to enter. If he wasn't, he feared he would just become a burden for little Gold. That would be depressing and possibly make little Gold situation worse. I wonder when Wanna will wake up. Otherwise, if she keeps staying next to me, suppressing my super god spirit body, I cannot use my super god spirit mode for a long time. It stops me from doing what I want. Han Sen looked at Destiny's Tower, which was where Wanna was. She was still fast asleep, but she looked much calmer than usual. Her life force was lively and much better than the last time he saw her. Dollar had been recognized as the top spot on the Geno God list, and Golden Growler had entered the Geno Hall. Plus, Dollar and Golden Growler had a strange encounter. It made the Geno God list fight the topic of many conversations. For a long time, the entire universe talked about them. Dollar and Golden Growler's name became famous across the universe. Many big races tried investigating where Dollar came from, which included Empty Mountain. No progress was made. No one was able to figure out where the elusive Dollar had come from. No one was able to figure out anything more about the strange title of human either. Some old antiques knew about the existence of humans, but Dollar exuded the presence of a xenogeneic. He was different from the blue-blooded humans. They were not of the same race. From what they had seen, the Geno God list did have a human fighter, but he was not like Dollar. That human was Lu Lai, and he was ranked 4th. How do I go to the Buddha without anyone noticing me? Han Sen had been killing xenogeneics in the 9 Defense Palace to earn genes, but there were not many high-level xenogeneics in the palace. Han Sen had to eat butterfly-class xenogeneics to increase his genes, so his level-up progress was slow. He wanted to go to the Buddha to get his knife back. He also wanted to get his revenge on Burning Lamp, who had turned him into an ant and harmed Isha. When he went back to the Buddha, he would use his Han Sen identity. He was going to get proper revenge. With Dollar's name, even if he took the knife back, it would be pointless. Now that he had God next to him, if he was to become Han Sen, he would be exposed. He did not want that to happen. Han Sen kept thinking of a way to solve this, but he came up empty. God seemed fairly ordinary and more like an uncle. He seemed to know a lot of things most of the time, but he also seemed weaker than very high-level gods, such as King Jun. Even so, the pressure Han Sen felt was greater than with King Jun. Han Sen was a bit worried, so he did not dare do too much. While Han Sen was thinking about how to get rid of God, God approached him and said, "I am leaving for a while." Han Sen almost thought it was because he had been able to read his mind, and that was why he said it. "That is a shame," Han Sen replied. "I would like to play more rounds of chess with you." "It is fine," God said with a laugh. "I am going back to do something. I will be back in a few days." "Why are you in so much of a rush? What can be more important than playing chess?" Han Sen feigned surprise. "The Geno Hall has a new member, so I am going to take a look," God casually said. "Are you visiting Golden Growler?" Han Sen's heart sank. He did not think getting watched by God was a good thing. "It is just an average, expected procedure," God said with a laugh. "Since I know you, if he is in any danger, I will make sure to inform you." "Thanks a lot." Although Han Sen said that, he thought there was something wrong. He thought, is he going to convince little Gold to push me to enter the Geno Hall? Chapter 28 80 Ruins that shouldn't exist. After God said he was leaving, he left. Han Sen was a little worried. He thought little Gold might get bullied because of his relationship with God. Han Sen knew there was no point in worrying. He just wanted to quickly level up, become true God, and enter the Geno Hall. He researched ways he might infiltrate the Buddha. He was trying to get the knife back and revenge on Burning Lamp. The knife's power would be a big boon to Han Senator. It was a weapon designed to help weaker beings wins. He thought it might prove useful inside the Geno Hall. From the data Han Sen had collected, the elites who had entered the Geno Hall throughout history all had a true God weapon. Plus, from Han Sen's experience battling God spirits, true God class power did affect the God spirits. Any power below true God class did not do any damage to the gods. They were almost entirely useless. That was why Han Sen wanted to become true God class first. It would enable him to enter the Geno Hall. One of the sheep heads on the 4-sheep cube leads to where horizontal evil was suppressed. One of them goes to God's farm, and another leads to a place where many scary xenogeniacs were gathered. I wonder where the last place goes. If I use the 4-sheep cube to teleport and travel with Han Sen's identity, I do not think even God could find me. After Han Sen thought of that, he decided to do it. In the past, he was a bit scared of where the 4-sheep cube sent him to. With his current level of power, he was no weaker than a true God class. Plus, he had space teleportation, so he did not have to worry too much. Han Sen had not wanted to use space teleportation before because he was afraid God had a way to track his space teleportation. For Sheep Cube's teleportation, however, was almost untraceable. Han Sen knew the way it teleported him was different from any other kind of teleportation power. It was difficult to break. Han Sen only needed the 4-sheep cube teleportation power to slip away. Afterward, he would be able to get rid of his xenogeniac mode and look like Han Sen again. No one was going to think he was dollar. Then, he would use space teleportation to go wherever he wanted. Han Sen went to the 9 Defense Palace and selected a room that had no xenogeniac in it. After he pressed the restrictions, he used his Dongxian aura to hide all of the spinning universal cogwheels. He then took out his 4-sheep cube and activated the final sheep head. The black and white goldfish spun fast. They brought Han Sen into the 4-sheep cube. When he crawled outside of the 4-sheep cube again, he was no longer in his xenogeniac mode. He looked like Han Sen again. Han Sen was very alert. He looked around, but he did not see any scary xenogeniacs. All he saw was a void in space. Not far from it, he saw a palace that was bigger than a star. That palace was like a big black beast lurking in space. It was made of metal and looked horrendously cold. The palace also looked like it was in disarray. Much of it had crumbled. It looked a little old. It was like a junkyard for machines. Han Sen did not sense any creatures nearby, so he flew toward the palace. He wanted to see what sort of place it was. Even if he used galaxy teleportation, he needed to know in which direction to head. Right now, he had no idea where in the universe he was. Han Sen quickly approached the metal palace. When he had a closer look at it, the place looked broken. Many giant cracks webbed around the metal construct. It was like the claws of some giant beast had ripped it. Luckily, the door of the metal palace was complete. Han Sen saw 2 words written there, Metal Temple. Temple. Does that mean this place is somewhere inside the Geno Hall? Han Sen was shocked. He had not expected it to be a temple. Han Sen thought, no way. This is the universe. It is different from the space where Sky Vine Radish Temple was. Perhaps I have thought too much. Perhaps this metal temple is not that kind of temple. He used the Dongxian aura to scan the metal temple. If this place was that sort of temple, there was sure to be a god spirit on the inside. Han Sen felt instantly relieved. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the temple. He did not find any life forces there or see signs of any creature that resembled a god spirit. That is what I am talking about. It cannot be that kind of temple. Han Sen pushed the door and walked into the metal temple. There was a lot of broken metal inside. The palace was bigger than a planet. He was not able to see a complete portion of the building. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle had taken place there to render a palace into that kind of state. Han Sen kept flying and examining the place. Since the temple was so damaged, it was hard to tell what many of the things once were. The shape of the building was also very weird. It was different from the other kind of buildings Han Sen had seen. Suddenly, Han Sen saw something. It made his expression change. In the fallen metal ruins, Han Sen saw a partially visible god altar. The altar looked similar to the ones he had seen in the Sky Vine Radish Temple. It was the altar that was able to revive Sky Vine Radish. Han Sen waved his hands and moved all of the metal scraps away. The altar was now easier to see. It was the same as what Han Sen had seen inside Sky Vine Radish Temple. No matter the texture, the symbols, or stylings, it was the same. Is this place really a temple? How could a temple look so destroyed? Plus, it is in the universe. I thought the temples were only inside the Geno Hall. Han Sen had a puzzled expression. He moved the stuff around in hopes of finding some useful leads. Han Sen quickly noticed that the altar was not complete. Some sort of power had broken it. What is going on here? A temple was destroyed. Who had the power to bring a temple into the universe and then destroy it? While Han Sen pondered this, he sensed some movement from afar. Han Sen's heart jumped. He put away his presents and hid behind a broken metal wall. Not long later, Han Sen sensed a creature approaching the metal temple. It was standing at the door where it said, Metal Temple. The creature was staring at those 2 words. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to watch. He discovered that it was a man with a lot of white hair, but he was very strange. Although he had white hair, he did not look old. He was a middle-aged man with a fair aura about him. The man stared at the metal temple for a while. He sighed said. It has been many years. I, Tai-E, am finally back. Chapter 2881 Fixing the Altar. Han Sen thought, Tai-E? Is that the white-haired Tai-E Bauer met, or is it the Tai-E from the scroll? Is it the one that killed a god? Tai-E turned his head. He walked into the metal temple and headed for the metal altar. Tai-E was looking at the altar as he coldly said, Since you are here, why bother hiding? Han Sen was shocked. He did not expect to be discovered so soon. Suddenly, someone flashed. He saw another shadow appear next to the altar. King Jun. When Han Sen saw the person's shape, he was given a fright. He did not expect to see Sky God King Jun there. Is this metal temple King Jun's temple? No way. King Jun is a fire element god spirit. He does not really associate himself with metal. Plus, the altar is broken. I do not think anything good happened to the god spirit that once resided here. Han Sen was thinking about many things. Tai Yi, I never thought you would make it back alive, King Jun coldly said. Tai Yi looked at King Jun and replied, I do not care if I live or if I die, but you? You care for your life so much, yet you risk entry into the universe. Are you not afraid of being able to return to your own temple? King Jun looked at him with disdain and asked, Do you think you are still in the sacred era? The people in the universe are lucky to keep themselves alive. Why would they come and seek trouble from me? At this time, no matter how bad things become, there are still God sadnesses, right? Tai Yi asked with a laugh. King Jun's expression was cold. He grunted. Tai Yi, Nine-Night God was murdered inside a temple, and that thing was stolen. Was it you? I was just taking back what belonged to me, Tai Yi icily replied. Did you not know that thing was so important to me? King Jun angrily asked. I know it is. Tai Yi nodded. Why would you take it if you knew? King Jun harshly asked. Tai Yi calmly looked at King Jun said, It does not matter to me if it is important to you. Fine. 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 Tai Yi, are you really going to make yourself my enemy? It looked as if King Jun's face was turning green. He was so angry that he laughed. When you become Sky God King Jun, you and I will not be friends. There will be no favors owed between us, so there will be no breaking up. Tai Yi looked like he did not care. Fine. 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 If you ever find yourself in trouble, I will sit back and watch. King Jun was furious. He waved his sleeves and left. He instantly disappeared. Tai Yi remained in front of the altar, but he did not speak. After a while, he said, It must be uncomfortable hiding there. You should come on out. Han Sen thought there must have been another creature about. He looked around, but no one else appeared. I am talking about you. Who are you looking for? Tai Yi's expression looked a bit weird. He looked at the wall Han Sen was hiding behind. Han Sen knew Tai Yi must have discovered his location. He coughed and stepped out from the broken wall. He said, I just did not want to disturb you and Sky God King Jun's discussion. I did not mean to eavesdrop. You were here before me, Tai Yi said with a nod. I know you weren't eavesdropping. Han Sen was shocked. He was surprised Tai Yi had discovered him already. The skill to hide his presence did not work. Crystallizer. Tai Yi looked at Han Sen with interest. Yes. Han Sen nodded. After checking him out, Tai Yi said, No. You are not a crystallizer. You are a human. Han Sen was shocked. Even God believed he was a crystallizer, yet Tai Yi believed he was human. Something had to be going on. What do you mean? Han Sen asked with a frown. Led Tai Yi laughed. I did not expect humans to come crawling out of the sanctuary after my brief nap. It seems that it was worth the sacred leader's effort way back then. What do humans have to do with sacred leader? Han Sen was stunned. He remembered humans were a part of the crystallizer, but he did not think they had a connection to sacred leader. If they were related, crystallizers would have taken over sacred leader's shelters. Tai Yi knew about the sanctuaries, so he knew humans came from the sanctuaries. It also did not seem as if he was lying. Tai Yi laughed but did not answer. He turned around and looked at the broken altar. Can you help me? I am so weak. I cannot help you. Tai Yi looked weird. Han Sen did not want to make promises, but he wanted to learn secrets about the humans from Tai. He did not really want to refuse outright. It is nothing too difficult, Tai said. I want to fix this altar. The materials needed are here already, but we need some pure water to fix it. Can you use a water geno art? I can use a water geno art or two, but why are you fixing the altar? Han Sen was confused. He did not understand Tai. Hearing him talk with King Jun, Tai did not seem to be on good terms with Sky God King Jun, but he also knew about Sacred Leader and the sanctuaries. Now, he wanted to fix the altar. Han Sen could not tell which side he might ultimately be serving. King Jun had said he entered a temple and killed a god spirit. Han Sen was pretty convinced that Tai was the godslayer Tai from the scroll. Tai did not answer Han Senator. He removed many materials from the broken altar. He flicked his fingers. A white fire descended onto the altar. The white fire burned the entire altar. Flames enveloped the altar. Han Sen stood next to the altar, but he could not feel the fire's heat. The altar's materials turned into juice, which filled up the cracks inside the altar. The altar was burning like hot, red steel. It was half transparent. The melted juice flowed into the altar. The cracks inside the altar filled up and slowly vanished. Not long after, it looked like a perfect altar but was crystallized. It was like a crystal. Help me out with the water, Tai coldly said. Han Sen's heart jumped. He followed Tai's instructions and used a water geno art. He generated a lot of water to spray the altar. The water was poured on the altar. Before it touched the altar, the water was vaporized. We need more to cool the whole altar down, Tai said. Han Sen increased his power. He got more water to hit the altar. Han Sen tried his hardest, but the water was unable to douse the altar. Despite being like the tide, the water was vaporized in the air. Very powerful Tai. Now, Han Sen had a better understanding of how scary Tai's fire power was. Since Han Sen had already committed, he was not going to give up. He clutched his ancient water god origin and simulated ancient water god's presence. He then fired water at the altar. Chi! The water hit the altar. White smoke rose from the altar. The burning, crystal-looking altar was stone again. Chapter 2882. Meeting a person again. The altar was broken, but it no longer had any cracks. It had recovered and looked like new. There was still no godlight or god spirit spawning on the altar. Thank you so much, little brother. This is your reward. I trust we will meet again. Tai threw something to Han Sen as he walked to the altar. Han Sen watched the altar shine with a bright light. The light was spreading everywhere. Wherever the godlight touched, the broken metal buildings appeared to rewind. All the broken pieces rose up and flew backward. The palace was repairing itself. Suddenly, the entire temple had a bunch of metal pieces flying everywhere. All of the buildings, statues, and tools were recovering as if they were rewinding. Due to the power of the altar, the entire temple started to tear space. It was heading into space. Han Sen did not dare follow the temple into space. He exited the temple and watched it recover from outside. When the temple was 70% to 80% recovered, Han Sen was able to see that the structure of the temple was in the image of a large, metal bird. The big metal bird coldly looked across the universe. It gave people the feeling it would shake its wings and fly for 9 nights. The metal giant bird kind of looked like the sun gold bird Han Sen had killed before, but it was a little bit different. The temple was becoming more and more complete, and it was going into space. It suddenly disappeared. Han Sen realized that he had not asked Tai any of the questions he wanted to ask. He lowered his head and looked into his hands. The thing Tai had thrown him was like an egg. It was the size of an egg too. It looked rather heavy and had a metallic sheen to it. What the hell? He gave me an egg. Am I supposed to cook it? Han Sen felt depressed. He did not know the egg's purpose. Han Sen used the Dongxian aura to look. He did not see a life force in the egg. It looked like a small art piece that was built from metal. I have no idea what the hell Tai Yi is up to. He is so mysterious. He can open the temple, so there is a 90% chance he is the god spirit of this temple. After looking at his face, he did not seem to look like a god spirit. This is so weird. Han Sen did not understand, so he stopped trying to think about it. He put the metal egg away, looked around. He still did not understand which direction to head, so he randomly used galaxy teleportation. He hoped he would be lucky enough to find a place with people in it. At least, they might be able to confirm his location. Because he was unable to locate his position, galaxy teleportation was dangerous. If Han Sen randomly teleported into a place, he might end up in the giant mouth of some random beast. He might have even ended up inside a hot pot. The worst thing would have been him teleporting into a knife, which would stick in him and cause injuries. Fortunately, Han Sen's body was strong. Although it would likely not hurt him, Han Sen was still going to be careful. After teleporting, Han Sen realized that his body was in water. The water was very clean but also very shallow. He saw some jade stairs. He was able to tell that he was in a spring or swimming pool. Han Sen stood up. His chest was above the water. He looked around. He was in a big fountain in the center of a plaza. Han Sen was standing in the fountain. A group of boys and girls looked at him with shock. He looked very strange. Feather. Han Sen noticed the wings on the backs of the boys and girls. It was a clear indicator that they belonged to the feather. After Kong Fei made the feather a lower race, Han Sen cared little for their existence. He had not expected galaxy teleportation to take him to a territory that belonged to the feather. This place cannot be holy heaven, can it? Han Sen looked around. He noticed he was not in a xenogeneic space. He was just on a normal planet. Because Han Sen did not care, he did not even know if holy heaven belonged to the feather. After all, they had become a lower race. If the feather wanted to keep holy heaven, which was a large xenogeneic space, it would be difficult. Han Sen emerged from the fountain and smiled at a young feather woman. Excuse me. What is this place? This is Song Feather Planet, the feather girl replied with shock. Who are you? Why are you in the fountain? Han Sen had never heard of Song Feather Planet before, but there was evidence of advanced technology there. Han Sen got out his phone and connected to the internet. He quickly located his position. He learned that he was on a small planet that was not too far from the Big Barren Systems. Han Sen was in the Big Barren Systems. The last sheep head of the 4-sheep cube was pointing at the Big Barren Systems. Han Sen felt weird. It seemed to be a different Big Barren system. It should have been further. I thought it was someone so brave daring to enter my Song Feather Planet. Han Sen suddenly heard someone laughing from far away. He looked in that direction and was instantly happy. He said, "Brother Fei." The man smiled evilly. He approached Han Senator. It was Kong Fei, who Han Sen had not seen for a very long time. He did not expect to see him on the border of a planet. Time is weird, Kong Fei said with a sigh. When I first met you, you were so weak that you could not even talk. I was afraid I could kill you so easily. Now, you are a deified elite. Brother Fei, why are you here? Han Sen was very curious. Kong Fei had the biggest grudge with the feather. Everyone knew that. Yet, this place had many feathers, and Kong Fei was still living there. That was surprising. Come. We do not have xenogeneics in the universe, but we have drinks. Kong Fei did not answer. He led the way forward. Many feathers greeted and smiled at him. They always referred to him as Brother Fei. Han Sen quickly noticed the feather they were all young, and many of them weren't pure feathers. There were many tall trees. There were houses nestled atop the trees. Kong Fei lived inside one such treehouse. He casually sat on the wooden floor and tossed Han Sen a drink. He held the bottle and had a swig. The feather became a lower race, and they could not keep holy heaven. These are the orphans I collected after the battle. Han Sen did not know how to answer him. Kong Fei fought for the rights of himself and his family. He had only managed to knock the feather down from their perch as one of the higher races. He did not kill them all. That was very kind of him. Yet, he still hadn't been able to avoid innocent lives being taken. It was hard to say who was in the wrong or right. He could only say that in that big era one could not control fate. It was all in the era's waves. Chapter 2883 The Decision to Light a Lantern. I am finally back. Home is good. Han Sen returned home. He took a deep breath and accepted the heartwarming fragrance of home. Dad. Upon seeing Han Sen, Linger ran over to him in search of a hug. Linger. Good Linger. Let Dad kiss you. Han Sen picked up Linger and kissed her on the head. He rubbed her face and commented on how spongy her cheeks felt. You remembered to come back. If you were not yet back, Linger was going to forget what you looked like. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes at Han. Senator Han Sen picked up Linger. He used his nose to rub hers as he said, Linger would not forget Dad. Isn't that right? Linger's eyes were wide open as she replied, Linger would never forget Dad, and Dad would never forget Linger. Right? Han Sen held Linger and said, of course not. Linger is Daddy's baby. Daddy can forget everyone except for Linger. Linger was holding Han Sen's neck. With a squeaky voice, she asked, Linger and Daddy will be together forever, right? Of course. Han Sen nodded. Kindergarten is on a break. Mother said Linger can go play. Linger blinked and asked, can you take me to the big universe to play? What? Han Sen was surprised. It was now revealed that she was being so nice solely for the reason of Han Sen taking her out. Han Sen sighed. If this was before, he would have hesitated and outright refused to take Linger to the big universe. It was too dangerous. Now, Han Sen had the power to protect himself, so he had the option to consider it. If there is no danger, you should take her, said Ji Yanran, who was nearby. The teacher gave her a lot of homework that requires the assistance of a parent. You never spend time with her. Take this as a trip to finish the homework. Why not? Out there, I have a place to stay. Bower and Little Red Bird are there. I bet they miss Linger a lot. Han Sen nodded. He looked at Ji Yanran and asked, are you coming with us? I am not going, Ji Yanran said. Recently, I have been researching Xianmen skills. I have discovered something interesting. I want to achieve something with the Xianmen skills first, then I will take Linger to the universe. I will be living there from now on. Han Sen was surprised. Xianmen skills were a bit complicated and more than a bit boring. It was difficult for ordinary people to learn, and the results were never obvious. It was a skill that took a long time to learn. He was surprised to hear that Ji Yanran was interested in learning a Xianmen skill. The next morning, Han Sen took Linger with him on his teleportation back to the universe. He said goodbye to Kong Fei and used galaxy teleportation to return to Space Garden. Linger was very good at adjusting. The universe's powerful pressure did not affect her. She was able to adjust to its environment pretty quickly. It was surprising. How powerful is Linger's body? When I just leveled up and came here, it took me a while to adjust to the pressure of this universe. Han Sen looked at Linger with a strange expression. She was merrily jumping around. Her two pigtails were swinging. Han Sen was feeling cocky and said, I cannot blame her. After all, her daddy is the one and only Han Sr. The holy baby was released by Han Sen again. With a look of depression, he waddled over to sit next to him. There were not many changes in Space Garden, but there were many changes in the people there. Bauer, Little Red Bird, Little Angel, Zero, Huang Fujing, Qin Xian, Tang Zhenliu, and Wang Yuhang were all there. Most importantly, many people had already used the resources of Space Garden to become deified class. Aside from the few that showed up on the Geno God list, Moment Queen and Little Star Star were deified too. This is all because of Little Red Bird, Wang Yuhang excitedly said. If it was not for him, we would not be able to start hunting plant xenogeneics so fast. We would not have as much geno fluid to use. By the way, this is such a great place. Deified xenogeneic plants are all over the place. Bauer pulled Linger away to play elsewhere. Little Red Bird shook its butt and followed from behind. After following them for a bit, it went back. It flapped its wings and flew around Han Senator. It circled him a few times. It kept looking at him. It seemed as if he was searching for something. Are you looking for this? Han Sen's heart jumped. He brought out the metal egg that Tai Yi had given to him. Little Red Bird was excited and screamed. It flew over to Han Sen and opened its mouth, obviously wanting to eat the metal egg. I cannot give this to you yet. Han Sen smiled and put the egg back. Little Red Bird was disappointed. He was not going to allow Little Red Bird to gobble it up before he figured out what the little metal egg did. Space Garden was not very big, right? They were mostly human creatures and spirits there. Their powers were not bad. Han Sen thought, it looks like we can bring more interesting guys here. Space Garden has so many resources now. I can bring a few hundred more people and we'll still be fine. The next place Han Sen planned on going to was the realm of the Buddha. He was still hesitant about choosing whether or not to challenge the Buddha and knock them down from being one of the higher races or just going to their lands and stealing the knife back. Taking down the Buddha was the best choice, but Han Sen did not want to do it as a human. If he used his crystallizer's name, he did not know if humans would benefit from the act. Ordinarily, after a race's lantern was lit, the creatures of the same race would receive a buff via the lantern. The genes in their bodies increased. Han Sen and the others were not pure crystallizers. If he used the name of the crystallizers to light up a lantern, he did not know what the outcome might be. So far, the name of the crystallizers to light up the lantern might yield better results, Wang Yuhang said. Things about humans should not be too obvious. Plus, the ranking of the Buddha is low. It is not worth risking humans to take. Everyone thought using the name of the crystallizers to fight the Buddha was better. After seeing the Geno God list, they knew their powers were much weaker than others in the universe. It was not enough for them to keep a grip on their throne. All right. Han Sen nodded. He planned on using Dollar's identity for humans to light up a lantern. To do that, he was not going to select a low-tier race to target. He was going to make sure that when the humans were ready to make themselves known to the universe, they would immediately get into the top 5. Shi Qin King, Qin Xian, and Han Sen were talking about the details. They confirmed that they would take down the Buddha as crystallizers and replace the lantern. Bauer, you take good care of Linger. Dad has some things to do. Han Sen gave Linger to Bauer. He used galaxy teleportation to go where the Buddha were. Upon seeing Han Sen leave, Holy Baby looked very happy and had a murderous expression. He walked over to Bauer and Linger, who were playing together. Chapter 2884 Knife descends on the Buddha Kingdom. In the Buddha Kingdom, Burning Lamp seemed to be in a fairly fine mood. Previously, He was just larva class. With his age and energy, he was not able to level up more. No one knew that through the process of making the knife blank, he had a few surprises. When the knife was forged, he felt the power of the knife. It let him level up to butterfly class. Afterward, things got even better. The Geno God list randomly opened. He was able to rely on that knife and reach the top 100. He ended up in the 80th position. He received a true God weapon and the material of a true God. After all that happened, he felt incredibly lucky. Burning Lamp himself found it difficult to believe. My luck is not bad. I got a random true God weapon like this. With this God doll, that means the Buddha have another true God elite. When the oil of my lamp runs dry, I will not have to worry too much about leaving the Buddha without anyone to continue the legacy. Burning Lamp was looking at a black doll, which was as tall as him. He looked excited. The black doll had many weird and mysterious markings. It was just standing there. It gave people the feeling that it possessed powerful magic. That God doll was the true God weapon Burning Lamp had received. He just needed to activate the God doll for it to follow his commands in combat. The power of it was like the power of a true God elite. But Burning Lamp was only butterfly class. He did not have enough power, so he could not keep using the God doll to fight. The power of a true God, even if it was used for only a short amount of time, was still able to deal damage that could not be imagined. That satisfied Burning Lamp. As long as there was a deified around, they could make use of the God doll. The duration it could be used for was all based on how much power could be put in. Although the time limit was short, even if Burning Lamp died, someone in the Buddha could still make use of the God doll. The Buddha could still maintain their power. With this God doll and the cause Karma knife, unless a top-class elite wants to fight the Buddha, we'll be fine. We still have the backing of the Extreme King. There won't be many changes. If we successfully refine this material, Burning Lamp was looking at a 3-foot-long red bone. He looked excited. That bone was the true God material he had earned. The bone was called the Break Soul Bone. It was the arm bone of a true God xenogenic called Break Soul Beast. Burning Lamp thought, it is a shame to refine the causal karma knife. The Buddha have used almost all the savings of this generation. We will not be able to afford another true God weapon. We will have to put his bone into the Buddha light pool. If we let it get rinsed by the Buddha light, it will become pure in around 1,000 to 10,000 years. Perhaps then the Buddha might become very famous, and we might have the resources to create another true God weapon. He was going to put the Break Soul Bone into the Buddha light pool, but his expression suddenly changed. The Buddha's light pool was shaking. It was not just the Buddha's light pool, but the whole Buddha kingdom was shaking. It was like an earthquake was happening. Everyone in the Buddha kingdom felt the earthquake. The sky and ground suddenly changed color. The Buddha light that covered the Buddha kingdom was like a candle in the wind. What is going on? Everyone in the Buddha kingdom looked to the sky in confusion. They shockingly realized that a man was floating above Buddha kingdom. That man was just standing in space. One of his hands was touching the Buddha light that protected the Buddha kingdom. For centuries, the Buddha light had not been moved. Now, the man was touching it and swinging it. It was like a bubble that popped. Many Buddha elites flew into space and madly shouted at the man. How dare you? How dare you destroy the Buddha kingdom's Buddha light? Do you have any idea where you are? They knew that the man was powerful and a deified elite. He was not someone they could fight. They did not dare to fight him, but they were not going to cower and act weak. They were not going to be scared because their opponent was deified. They even looked proud. The Buddha kingdom's elites were doing this because Burning Lamp was 80 on the Geno God list. Their alpha was an elite in the Geno God list, which gave them confidence. Their confidence and pride had been greatly increased. Han Sen thought it was funny. If they were saying this was Buddha Kingdom and asking him if he knew where he was, the Buddha King was very interesting. Oh, I really didn't know where I was. Where is this place? Please educate me. Han Sen looked like he was smiling at the Buddha King, but he wasn't smiling. Humph. This is the Buddha Kingdom. It is where the Geno God lists elite Burning Lamp Alpha rules. The Buddha elite lifted his eyebrows. That means I have come to the right place, Han Sen coldly said. The Buddha King wished to say something, but the other Buddha Kings had just arrived. When he saw Han Sen, Pure Sea King was shocked. He screamed and shouted, Han Sen. He is Han Senator, he is God's daddy Han Sen. The other Buddha Kings were in shock. Han Sen had not joined the Geno God list fight this time, but his reputation was no weaker than those that did. It was perhaps even greater. Space Garden had many deified elites join. Although they did not get good results, many deifieds thought it was Han Sen who had created them. Thus, Han Sen's reputation was even brighter. Pure Sea King, you still remember me, Han Sen coldly said. What are you doing with the Buddha? Pure Sea King forced a smile. Back when Burning Lamp stole Han Sen's knife blank and turned him into an ant, Pure Sea King had been nearby. He knew Han Sen really hated the Buddha, so he knew this was not a polite visit. Yet, Pure Sea King was not scared. Han Sen was famous, but his power was not that great. Burning Lamp Alpha had just been number 80 on the Geno God list, and he had beaten Pluto Peacock, which was true God class. That made Pure Sea King very proud. Plus, the Buddha belonged to the Extreme King. If Han Sen wanted trouble from the Buddha, he had to worry about the Extreme King. I am here to make you pay, Han Sen said. We Buddha do not owe anything to anyone, Pure Sea King said with a dim look. Han Sen coldly laughed. Ha! Ha! You don't owe anything. If you say that, then I will say something else. I do not want you to owe me anything. By that I mean I will make your race extinct. How dare you? Is the Buddha a place where you can talk like a crazy man? Many Buddha elites were so angry and started shouting. Han Sen menacingly laughed. His fingers had strength. The protecting Buddha light, which had protected the Buddha kingdom for 1,000 years, broke like a bubble in his hands. The entire Buddha kingdom was left exposed in space. All the Buddha looked shocked. They fell back. Without the Buddha's light for protection, their security was reduced by 50%. They would not dare fight Han Senior, Amitabha. The Buddha's catchphrase was up. Burning Lamp was wearing Buddha clothing. He was on his way, and he was quick to arrive before Han Sen did anything else. Chapter 2885 Crystallizers light up a lantern, Mr. Alpha. As they watched Burning Lamp Alpha descend, all the Buddhas felt considerably safer. Burning Lamp waved his hand, signaling for them to no longer talk. He looked at Han Sen and coldly said, Mr. Han has come to the Buddha kingdom and broke our protective Buddha light. Why? To make your race extinct, Han Sen coldly said. Burning Lamp's expression changed. He seemed to restrain his simmering anger as he frowned and asked, Mr. Han, are you here because of what happened? We Buddha can be reasonable. After that, Burning Lamp laid out some items. Among the items was a teeth knife. The beast from which the teeth came was unknown. He said, I know you are angry about what happened, but the knife blank was destroyed while refining it. This knife is a tiger teeth knife. It came from a deified xenogeniac from the west called Space Tiger. Its teeth were used to make the knife. It is not a bad deified weapon. It matches with the teeth knife you use. This is a gift from the Buddha to you. I hope this can let bygones be bygones. Burning Lamp, the causal karma knife you use comes from my knife blank. Han Sen looked like he was smiling at Burning Lamp, but he was not smiling. Burning Lamp's face did not change. He coldly said, "You think too much. Mr. Han, it was just a knife blank. How else could we make a true God weapon? That was a holy item the Buddha spent a lot of effort making. It is our race weapon." "Burning Lamp, do not say I haven't given you a chance," Han Sen said. "In addition to the true God material, give me the causal karma knife and true God weapon you received from the Geno God list. Only then can we let bygones be bygones. Do not be ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Very High Leader or Golden Growler? Mr. Alpha, there is no need to talk to a prick like this, who does not know his place. He destroyed our protective Buddha light. We should kill him." All the Buddha Kingdom's kings were incredibly mad. They thought Han Sen's demands were too much. Burning Lamp's expression turned cold. He looked at Han Sen and said, "In respect to Knife Queen and Sky Palace, if you go now, I will pretend you were never here. If you are really going to be this ridiculous, then do not take it out on us for being cruel." Han Sen knew this was going to happen, so he icily said, "Burning Lamp, I have just given you and the Buddha a chance, but you are too greedy and have not cherished it." Burning Lamp wished to say something, but he suddenly saw Han Sen wielding light. It was like a volcano erupting into the sky. It was quickly dyeing the whole of space a weird color. All the stars went dark. By the name of Han Sen, who is a crystallizer, am going to light up the race lantern." Han Sen's voice boomed across the universe. It was like the whole universe was sending his voice out to echo across the dark corners of the cosmos. Amid the echoing, the Geno Hall slowly appeared. Holy *T. The Geno Hall has appeared again. What is going on? It used to be once every century. Now, it has happened a few times. What is going on in the world? Han Sen is lighting up a lantern for the crystallizers, but every lantern in the Geno Hall has been lit up. Which race is he going to challenge? Interesting. The crystallizers failed to light up a lantern and were almost entirely wiped out. Now, Han Sen that might offer them a chance of lighting up a lantern. Which race is he going to challenge? Is it still going to be like what the crystallizers originally did? Is he going to challenge one of the bigger races? Godfather Han is lighting up a lantern. This is interesting. With Space Garden's power, taking down a low-rank high race should not be difficult. In Sky Palace, Isha was playing chess with Sky Palace leader. They suddenly heard the echo. They were both shocked. "This kid is coming out to stir up issues again," Sky Palace leader said with a smile. "Which race is he going to challenge?" Isha looked worried. "It does not matter which race. The problem is that the Very High have been looking for him. If he shows himself now, the Very High might find him. I am afraid that with his anger, he will probably challenge the Buddha. You know what Burning Lamp is like now." "That kid is not dumb," Sky Palace leader said with a laugh. "If he dared to show up, he must have a plan. There is no need to worry." Inside a building on the other side of Sky Palace, Yun Sui's pretty eyes looked strange. Han Sen is lighting up a lantern for the crystallizers. Which race is he going to challenge? In the Extreme King, Queen Bai Wei saw Han Sen in space. She looked conflicted. In an abyss, the leader looked at Han Sen in space and said, "Crystallizers. They are making a comeback." Lighting a lantern for the crystallizers, Blood Legion leader said with a smile. Han Sen is interesting. Across the universe, many creatures were tuning in to watch the fight. At the same time, in the Very High, Exquisite looked worried and said, "When did he come out? He is also showing himself in public and wants to light up a lantern. He is just asking for my people to catch him. Do not worry, big sister. He must have a plan if he is going to do this." Li Kier tried to offer her comfort. Exquisite practiced very high sense, but she could not help but worry. I am not worried about whether or not he can light up the lantern. Even if he does, with the involvement of our people, he won't succeed. He really shouldn't have shown himself now. Every race looked into the sky. They saw Han Sen standing in front of the Geno Hall. They were curious to learn which race he was going to challenge. The faces of Burning Lamp and the Buddha turned pale. They knew which race Han Sen was going to challenge, but they did not dare believe it. No matter how famous Han Sen was, this was just because of his blessing skill. With his real power, he was nothing compared to Burning Lamp, who was ranked 80th on the Geno God list. It was hard to believe Han Sen would dare challenge the Buddha. The Geno Hall was completely visible. Han Sen pointed his finger. His finger had a drop of blood on it. The blood was going to the Geno Hall's gate. When the blood got close to the Geno Hall's gate, the gate doors opened up. The doors were wide open. All the lanterns of all the races were shining in the Geno Hall. They shone across the whole universe like it was daytime. Everyone in the universe stared at Han Sen and the open Geno Hall doors. The lanterns were shining inside. This proved the Geno Hall had approved Han Sen's challenge. Now, it all depended on which race he sought to challenge. Han Sen looked at all the lanterns, which were burning brightly. They were like beasts staring at him with hungry eyes. Han Sen's face did not change. He moved his lips and said one word, Buddha. When Han Sen spoke that sole word, the other lanterns seemed to dim. Only one lantern blazed fiercely, and its light became brighter. It flew out of the hall with a murderous aura. Chapter 2886 Fighting the Buddha alone. The starlight was shining. The symbols on the foreheads of all the Buddha in the universe started to shine. Even in the faraway reaches of the universe, the stamp could be used to pull themselves to the Geno Hall to protect their lantern. Angry roaring sounds echoed across the universe as infinite numbers of Buddha traveled through space. Even the most casual Buddha, who didn't have the power to fly, was able to use their race's stamp to fight. Countless Buddha gathered before the lantern. Their bodies burned with Buddha light. Everyone was giving their power to the lantern, which made the Buddha lantern's flame blaze even brighter. It was like a northern light shining across every creature in the universe. It released an unimaginably scary power. Han Sen. Are you really going to fight the Buddha to your death? Burning Lamp looked calm, but his eyes could not hide his seething desire for murder. I am only destroying the Buddha, Han Sen coldly said. It can't be that difficult. After hearing Han Sen say that, everyone in the universe had a strange expression. Buddha power was not great in terms of a higher race, but Burning Lamp, the Buddha Alpha, was an exception. He had surprisingly reached butterfly class. During the Geno God list fights, he had managed to beat a Pluto peacock. He destroyed a powerful true god Xenogeneic to achieve the 80th rank. Even people from higher races or ranks would have thought twice about challenging the Buddha. Plus, the Buddha had the support of the Extreme King. The Extreme King would not sit idly by and watch the Buddha get attacked. If they did, no one would place their trust and faith in the Extreme King anymore. Godfather Han is too arrogant. Although there are many deifieds in Space Garden, they are all just primitive. How can he compare to Burning Lamp, who was in the top 100 on the Geno God list? Godfather Han is challenging the Buddha alone. Everyone was talking. Isha looked weird and said, of course, he challenged the Buddha and did it alone. Sky Palace leader laughed and said, I see Han Sen's level is not too low. He might succeed, but what? Isha asked. The crystallizers failed their challenge back then. It was because an outsider joined the race fight. The high race that appeared back then might show up once more to stop the crystallizers again. Even if they do not show up, the very high might not be willing to let Han Sen go. This will still be very difficult. Sky Palace leader shook his head. Back then, who interfered and prevented the crystallizers from becoming a higher race? Isha asked with a frown. It is hard to say. It has been a long time. Whatever creatures witnessed that fight are most likely all dead. Even the old antiques that are still alive won't talk about it anymore. Sky Palace leader laughed and said, regardless, the people that stopped the crystallizers have already become historical cosmic dust. They might not appear again. What Han Sen needs to do now is deal with Burning Lamp and the Very High. While they were talking, the Buddha were furious after hearing what Han Sen said. Mr. Alpha, this guy should be killed. We have to rip him apart and have him atone for his crimes. Mr. Alpha, please give us the order. I swear I am going to kill this man. Burning Lamp continued to look calm, but the murderous fires in his eyes became wilder. He coldly said the Buddha's catchphrase, Amitabha. If you really are going to do this, then you cannot blame the Buddha for being mean to Sky Palace. That sentence was obviously not meant for Han Senator, he was saying it to Sky Palace leader and Isha. After saying that, Burning Lamp's Buddha blazed with Buddha light. He waved his hand and cast a weird Buddha light. It was a transformation skill that turned Han Sen into an ant. Now, Burning Lamp was butterfly class. He was stronger than he was before. This transformation light, as a result, was stronger than before. Under his palms, it was like he could claim the whole of space. The Buddha saw Han Sen had no reaction. When he was hit by the shape-shifting Buddha light, he looked happy. When the shape-shifting Buddha light struck Han Sen, it was like a breeze across his face. It did not change the shape of Han Sen's jeans. It was not even able to ruffle his hair. Han Sen remained coldly standing in space. Not even his sleeves had moved. Along with Burning Lamp, the expressions of many Buddha elites changed. When Burning Lamp began the Geno God List fight, he used this shape-shifting Buddha light to turn a primitive deified into a toad. Han Sen just stood there. He did not do anything against the shape-shifting Buddha light, yet he was unaffected. His body was incredibly resilient. He was more than a primitive deified. Han Sen's jade skin skills had already become butterfly. It was hard to imagine how much stronger his body had become. It was not easy to change his appearance and genes. It wasn't just Burning Lamp's shape-shifting skills that would not work. Even if Very High Leader came, using a skill to change the sky and ground would not move Han Sen's gene base. That is a very powerful non-leaking body, Sky Palace Leader complimentarily said. It looks like this kid has become butterfly class. Isha's eyes were closed. She was glad Han Sen had become butterfly so fast, but the way forward was now more dangerous. Being a butterfly may not have been enough for him to deal with the can of worms he had opened. Han Sen stood in space, coldly looking at Burning Lamp. He said, "You should just give me the causal karma knife and true God weapon. Using your dirty little tricks will only make people laugh." The Buddha students were livid, but they were not as cocky as they were earlier. Han Sen took Burning Lamp's hit and did not get hurt, which worried them. Amitabha. Burning Lamp spoke the Buddha catchphrase but said nothing else. He brought out the causal karma knife. The knife was in his hands. Burning Lamp's entire body seemed to change. It was as if some god spirit had slipped into his skin to operate his bones. The Buddha light was incredibly bright. A scary power came toward Han Senator. It was like a scary wave. No matter how Burning Lamp's power increased, Han Sen saw it as nothing. He only saw Burning Lamp's hands with the causal karma knife. It just made him laugh. Burning Lamp. Burning Lamp. You are all right as a person. You did this really well. You turned my knife blank into a splendid weapon. In fact, I should thank you. Burning Lamp shouted, "This knife is my race weapon. Don't you talk crap. He was not going to allow Han Sen to speak. He slashed toward Han Senator. The Buddha light on the knife arrived in front of Han Senator. Han Sen did not flash or dodge. He turned his hands into a knife and used teeth knife for an eye-to-eye fight. The purple knife light came out of his hands. It went across Burning Lamp's Buddha shadow knife light. The Buddha light looked strong, but Han Sen was able to crack it with just one slash. The purple knife light was powerful. It appeared in front of Burning Lamp. He was shocked by this, so he tried to dodge it. He was too late. His Buddha clothing was cut a little. The universe was shocked. Burning Lamp was in the top 100 of the Geno God list. His power was not great, but he was still a butterfly. He also had a true God weapon, yet he could still not defeat Han Sen. Chapter 2887 Pressuring Burning Lamp, Holy *T. When did Han Sen become this strong? Godfather Han is exploding. He has suppressed Burning Lamp in a single strike. What has this guy been up to all this time? How could he level up so fast? It is a shame Han Sen did not join the Geno God list fights. If he had taken part, they would have been even more exhilarating. It is no wonder why he has chosen to challenge the Buddha. He really is quite strong. I know who Han Sen is. He is God's daddy. How could he do something that he was not confident with? Every Buddha looked nervous and strange. In the past, no one would have believed that Han Sen could suppress Burning Lamp, who was in the top 100 of the Geno God list. The Buddha had a lot of faith in Burning Lamp, but Han Sen's knife had suddenly lobbed their pride and confidence into the abyss. Han Sen's face did not move. He used his hand like a knife. He used all of the skills from teeth knife. The knife air soared through the sky like fangs of a generation beast. It was like it could crush everything. This had been hyped as a showcase for Burning Lamp's might. It turned out that Burning Lamp was going to get massacred. He was at a total disadvantage. Burning Lamp could not repel Han Sen's knife air. He kept dodging. When he could no longer do so, he used his causal karma knife to block Han Sen's knife air. The knife air hit the causal karma knife. Burning Lamp and his knife flew away like an asteroid through space. His face turned white. His organs had been rattled quite a bit. They are both butterfly class, but Han Sen's power far exceeds that of Burning Lamp. How did that guy do this? Extreme King's fourth uncle complimented him. Second uncle Bai Bai laughed and said, Han Sen should not celebrate too soon. He is strong, but he is not stronger than the Pluto Peacock. Burning Lamp used the knife to defeat Pluto Peacock. It will be hard for Han Sen to win. He needs to deal with that knife. Han Sen said that knife was the knife blank Burning Lamp stole from him. Meng Lai asked with curiosity, is that true? Who knows? The Buddha loved to take the powers of others for their own use. All the Geno arts the Buddha have mostly stemmed from other races. In fact, something like the return of origin. Ha! It is hard to tell. Bai Bai laughed and stopped talking. Now, it depends on whether or not Han Sen can break the knife's causal power. If he cannot break it, then it does not matter how he tries to suppress Burning Lamp. If that knife power is triggered, Burning Lamp can make a massive comeback from his situation of losing. Meng Lai looked at Han Sen, whose eyes were on fire. Han Sen's knife hit the sky. The teeth air from the teeth knife was strong. It suppressed Burning Lamp and made him suffocate. It made it harder for him to block Han Sen's attack. Chi! Burning Lamp's chest was delivered a knife-borne lesion wherever the knife air went past. Blood came squirting out of it. Catcha! In the next moment, Han Sen's knife pierced Burning Lamp's left rib bones. It seemed to break his bones. Han Sen was like a scary demon. He kept slashing on Burning Lamp, whose body had more and more wounds. Those wounds burned with purple fire. They kept tearing Burning Lamp's wounds and made them hurt more and more. Before this, no one would have thought that Han Sen would take advantage this much while Burning Lamp was forced to lose so terribly. Burning Lamp could not fight back at all. The Buddha were all gnashing their teeth. Their hearts grew more nervous. A Buddha king shouted, "Mr. Alpha still has the causal karma knife. Han Sen cannot beat Mr. Alpha. As soon as the causal karma knife kicks in, Han Sen will lose." Another Buddha king joined in. Not bad. Even Pluto Peacock could not block the causal karma knife. Han Sen won't be able to do anything. Sky Palace leader heard what the Buddha were saying and shook his head. The Buddha are putting all their hopes and dreams on one little treasure. Even if they manage to get rid of Han Sen, it is unlikely they can remain a higher race for much longer. Burning Lamp is old. Isha looked at Han Sen and did not speak. Han Sen's teeth knife was not much weaker than hers, but his was a pure teeth knife. It was not like Isha's teeth knife, which had combined with something. It just had a ripping element. Even Isha was not sure if she could just use teeth knife in a battle with Han Sr. "Time goes by fast," Isha said with a sigh. Without even noticing it, he has grown up so much. Back then, I never thought he would become deified. Sky Palace leader laughed and said, "It is not just you." Back then, Kong Fei gave him a deified feather. Many elites of the races did not spare him a second look. No one wanted to recruit him or thought he could become deified. Fortunately, you were smart. You recruited him, and you raised him. Now, Han Sen has achieved so much. I am afraid all the others are regretting it now. A wry smile appeared on Isha's face. She did not accept Han Sen because of his power. It was because she was making a bet with an old fortune teller. She felt ashamed to receive such compliments from Sky Palace leader. Isha was still very happy that Han Sen had achieved the lot he had. She had provided him a lot, so it was good to see that it had not been in vain. He had exceeded her wildest expectations. How far can he go? Isha wanted to know what Han Sen's limit was. She was excited to see. Buddha blood fell. The knife air was like flames. With Han Sen's teeth knife, Burning Lamp was heavily injured. Yet he still looked at his nemesis with eyes on fire. He was not afraid and did not panic. Burning Lamp knew he had plenty of trump cards. He still had a chance of winning. Catcha! Han Sen slashed Burning Lamp's legs. He almost cut his legs off. Burning Lamp endured the pain. His eyes became brighter. Come on. Hit me more. Make me hurt more. Every injury I sustain will be a poison reverted to you. Burning Lamp was bleeding, but his faith in victory remained. If this keeps going, Han Sen is not going to win, Li Kier, who was in the very high, said. Exquisite looked worried. The causal karma knife can absorb power and use it. Unless Han Sen can kill Burning Lamp with one hit, when he slashes on Burning Lamp next, Burning Lamp will have the strongest weapon to fight back with. When all that reserved power is unleashed, there is no way Han Sen can block it. At this time, Burning Lamp felt his body reach its max. He could not endure any more knife wounds. He suddenly roared like a male lion waking up. Buddha light exploded. The causal karma knife's Buddha light exploded. Scary power was unleashed from the knife. In the next second, Burning Lamp's wounds turned into water. It all came out to feed the causal karma knife. It merged with the knife. Burning Lamp's body was weird as it returned to normal. He no longer had any wounds. Chapter 2888 Under the Sky. Burning Lamp suddenly reverted to having a full, clean bill of health. It was like the fight hadn't even taken place. It was like he had not been hurt. In his hands, the causal karma knife was shining brightly. Although the knife's power made people feel chilled, it was not cold. When feeling the power in that knife, even a deified elite would have felt a chill. You insulted my Buddha. You will die. Burning Lamp's body carried the presence of the causal karma knife. It was oscillating at an extreme level. He was like an ancient god claiming the sky with a god sound that was like a judgment sound. The causal karma knife was coming down. The power was strong. It could split the universe and space in half. The scariest thing was that the knife light from the knife had the ripping qualities of a teeth knife. This slash was stronger than any attack wielded by Han Senator. It was unknown how many times stronger it was. All the Buddha were happy. This knife shocked them, but the shock also made them feel awesome and happy. Die. You dared to challenge my Buddha. You insulted my Alpha. You should be ripped apart. Many of the Buddha had lots of hatred in their hearts. They wanted to see Han Sen get torn apart in a single strike. Seeing knife lights come like the end of the world, Han Sen complimented it. Like turning expectations on their head, that is a very powerful causal karma knife. This knife made him feel as if he could not dodge it. It was so powerful that he was afraid not even a true god Xenogeniac would be able to run. It is merely a shame that your opponent was me. Han Sen's eyes froze. The power in his body changed. He used one arm like a knife and slashed toward the incoming knife light. Is he directly fighting him? Meng Lai looked surprised. Anyone was able to tell that Burning Lamp's knife had generated the strength of Han Sen's relentless attacks earlier for his own use. One knife was able to kill a true god. Han Sen used one hit to go against countless of his own strikes. It was not wise. Bai Bai shook his head. It is not like he does not want to dodge. He cannot dodge. Although the causal karma knife did not have Demon Alpha's sky demon power, it carries the same causal power. The causal karma knife has absorbed all the damage dealt to Burning Lamp by Han Sen earlier, but the attack must land on Han Senator even if Han Sen used space teleportation to somewhere a few systems away. The karma is something he has to accept. But a hit like that? How can Han Sen go against it? Meng Lai had a wry smile. Just as Meng Lai believed, Exquisite, Li Qier, Han Yen, Yun Sui, Tang Zhenliu, and anyone else that had a connection to Han Sen were all worried about him. Han Sen slashed, but his arm did not unleash knife air. It was like he was slashing in space. He had no power. Everyone was shocked, wondering what was up with Han Senator. Such a powerful knife had not unleashed knife air. Have you given up? All the Buddha looked happy. Seeing Burning Lamp's scary knife light about to reach him, Han Sen did not have the time to combat it. In the next second, everyone froze. The scary knife light stopped in front of Han Senator. It was like it had stopped in space. The scary knife light was shaking as if it was afraid. Boom! While everyone was shocked, the scary knife light shattered before Han Senator. It became purple knife silk. It was like a purple flood that returned to Burning Lamp. Yun Sui was so surprised that she screamed, "Under the sky knife skill. How was he able to break the causal power knife like that?" Yun Susheng was shocked. With Under the Sky, everything is a chess piece. Han Sen has mastered Under the Sky. Sky Palace leader was impressed. Burning Lamp's expression immediately changed. The faces of the Buddha were gray like ash. The knife they had placed all their hopes and dreams on had suddenly been reversed. Its power was now Han Sen's power. No one could believe that. Impossible. The causal power cannot be controlled. That is impossible. Burning Lamp's state of unbelief was magnified 1,000 times. At the end of the day, he had no choice but to believe it. Seeing that scary knife stream come, Burning Lamp realized he was unable to block it. He gnashed his teeth and released the god doll. The god doll suddenly grew bigger. It turned into a black wood god doll. Mysterious flower symbols flashed across it. It was punching at the scary knife stream. Boom! A mysterious black punch was striking the purple knife stream. The knife stream was broken. The power of the god doll was shaken away. Sky Palace leader looked at the god doll in shock as he said, "Huh, a true god-class xenogeniac." "No, that is not a xenogeniac. It seems like a treasure." Han Sen knew it wasn't a xenogeniac as well. It was a treasure. He looked at the god doll and laughed. "Is that the true god reward you received from the god fights? It is an interesting true god weapon since it can fight on its own. It can also explode with true god power. It is much better than your master. Buddha brothers, listen. Activate the race lantern and kill this thief." Burning Lamp roared and controlled the god doll. He commanded it to kill Han's senator. All the Buddha heeded Burning Lamp's order. They ceased all hesitation and exploded the power inside their bodies. No matter how strong or weak they were, they infused their power with the race lantern. The race lantern was shining brightly. It was like a volcano erupting. In space, the gold lantern's flame had become a giant and gold old Buddha. His eyes flashed with a god light. It was like a spotlight aiming down at Han's senator. The gold flames generated incredible power through suppression. It was the Buddha generating their entire race's power to form a race spirit. Its power was no worse than a deified elite. It attacked Han Sen with the god doll and Burning Lamp Alpha. Being surrounded by three scary creatures, Han Sen did not move. His body was like a shadow. His hand turned into a knife and slashed casually. With Han Sen slashing, the broken knife stream appeared again. A sky full of knife light turned into a flood that fought three separate enemies. It was not losing. The god's doll was affected the most. It kept breaking the knife stream, but the knife stream kept respawning. As time went by, the knife stream grew bigger. The universe's creatures were shocked by what was on display. Han Sen was fighting a god doll, Burning Lamp, and the race spirit all alone. It looked like they had the advantage, but it was Burning Lamp and the others that were actually being suppressed. Although their powers shocked the sky, they could not break Han Sen's streams of knife lights. Under the sky, everyone is a chess piece. Han Sen stood in space. He sounded like a god. His arm was like a knife slashing. Instantly, 10,000 knife lights went toward his arm. It became a sky god knife. Under that knife, the whole of space was covered with knife lights. There was nowhere to dodge. The god doll was being slashed. It flew back a few dozen miles. The knife lights were still coming down. They could not be blocked. They were slashing toward the shocked Burning Lamp and Buddha race spirit. Chapter 2889 Every god helps the Buddha. The scary knife light was going to hit Burning Lamp, who had a look of fear on his face. Suddenly, a blurry light was in front of Burning Lamp. The knife light hit the blurry light. It was like it had got mixed up with it. They both disappeared. Within that blurriness, a creature with 3 heads and 6 arms started to appear. As he revealed himself, he looked like a demon god. The 3-headed creature's 6 eyes coldly stared at Han's senator. They were like stares from the darkest abyss. Destroyed leader. Han Sen recognized him and frowned. Destroyed leader was a true god-class elite. His power was very great. He was number 13 on the Geno God list. Han Sen knew the Very High might send someone to trouble him, but he thought it would be someone from the Very High. Instead, it was Destroyed Leader who had been sent. Destroyed Leader slowly walked forward. His blurry light was brighter and brighter. The Destroyed Leader had 3 heads. One represented light, and one represented darkness. The other one represented the soul. The three powers combined into one called Big Destroyed God Light. Destroyed Leader's Big Destroyed God Light had already reached the max level. It had become Big Destroyed Blurry God Light. It was one of the Geno arts that made the most destructive powers. It was almost indestructible. Destroyed Leader's head that represented light looked kindly as he said, Han-sen, the Buddha should not be destroyed yet. You should go back while you still can. If you do not leave now, you will die. The eyes of the head that represented darkness looked murderous. They wanted blood. It is time to leave now, the head that represented the soul said. The three heads spoke in a different tone of voice. Destroyed Leader's blurry God light expanded. It was headed for Han's senator. If Han-sen did not leave, he would probably be attacked. All the Buddha were happy. They had not expected things to take such a wild turn. The Buddha did not have a good relationship with the destroyed, yet they were actually helping them. Today, I am going to erase the Buddha from the list of higher races. It does not matter who gets in my way. Han-sen was in space. Countless streams of knives spun and surrounded him. It was like the galaxy was protecting his body. He stared at Destroyed Leader. He did not look as if he was going to retreat. Then, go and die. Destroyed Leader's three heads used a different tone of voice to say the same thing. The big destroyed blurry God light was shooting toward Han's senator. It was too fast. There was no time to dodge. Pang! The blurry God light hit Han-sen's evil-looking, purple metal shield. The eyes of the evil-looking pretty lady engraving on the shield started to open. The blurry God light was frozen by her vision. It was like a great galaxy had frozen in space. Today, the crystallizers must become a higher race. No one can stop me. Han-sen raised his shield and walked toward the Buddha's race lantern. Big Destroyed Leader's big destroyed blurry God light was strong, but it could not shatter the shield of the Medusa's gaze. All of the big destroyed blurry God lights froze in space. They did not deal any damage to Han's senator burning lamp, and the Buddha were falling back. They were close to the race lantern, but they looked terrified. Destroyed Leader, who achieved 13th place on the Geno God list, was already there, but he was unable to stop Han-sen's advance. They could not believe it. Seeing Han-sen almost come before the Buddha's race lantern, a scarier presence ripped space and appeared. It was powerful. The Geno God lists number 17, Kill Ghost. Geno God lists number 21, a true god from the tribulation race. The Geno God lists number 39, Northern Light Alpha. Many scary existences went into space. They all arrived within a single second. A dozen scary elites had come. Some of them were on the God list whereas others were not on it. Regardless, the powers each of them had already reached true God class. Burning Lamp was as much shocked as he was happy. He bowed before the elites and said, Amitabha. You are all here to help the Buddha survive this. The entire race of the Buddha appreciates this. We will never forget your kindness. The Buddha are friendly to us, so it is only right that we help, Northern Light Alpha coldly said. The other scary elites did not say anything. They all just stared at Han. Senator Burning Lamp was shocked. He did not remember the Buddha being on good terms with Northern Light Alpha, but he did not care about that now. He spoke the Buddha catchphrase and said, Amitabha. Please help me kill this thief. I did not expect the Buddha had that many strong ties. During this crisis, many elites are coming to help. Don't you guys think it is a bit weird? So many elites are showing up to help the Buddha, but not the Extreme King. Now that you mention it, it is pretty weird. The Buddha have always seemed to rely on the Extreme King, so there should be no reason for the Extreme King to just sit back and watch. There are so many elites helping out the Buddha, but none are Extreme King. No matter what the case may be, Han Sen has no chance of defeating the Buddha and lighting up the crystallizer's lantern with the aid of those scary elites. What a shame. Han Sen is so powerful. He could have brought the crystallizers up to crack the top 10. It would not have been difficult. Unfortunately, he picked the Buddha, who are not a high rank, and caused so much trouble. Everyone was talking about the situation. Northern Light Alpha looked at Han Sen and said, Han Sen, do the Northern Lights a favor and back off now. What if I don't back off? Han Sen coldly looked at all the true God elites. He remembered them all. If you don't back off, you will die. Kill Ghost looked like a shadow. He used an extremely sharp voice to shriek his sentence. Many elites surrounded him. Many scary presences were in space. It seemed Han Sen was surrounded by a lot of beasts. He was in danger. Everyone sensed that the scary elites wished to kill Han Senator. If Han Sen took one more step forward, he would likely be killed. Against a dozen true God-class scary existences, Han Sen only had his shield of the Medusa's gaze. No matter how strong it was, it could not fend off a dozen true God elites attacking him together. Why is this happening? Exquisite was shocked. The very high had yet to reach there, but many elites were already troubling Han. Senator Li Kier had an odd expression as she said, "This seems so weird. Let's not talk about other races, but the tribulations themselves are known to have a grudge against the Buddha. They were supposedly enemies. Why have they gone there to help the Buddha?" Sky Palace leader was confused too, but he quickly realized why. He slightly contorted his face and said, "It looks like these scary people do not want the crystallizers to become a higher race. Otherwise, with the energy of the Buddha, why would so many true gods help out?" Isha did not say a word. Her eyes were filled with worry. Now, it was not about Han Sen being able to defeat the Buddha. She did not know if he could even retreat. Chapter 2890. Who will prevent me from lighting up a lantern for the crystallizers? Who is behind all of these guys? Who does not want the crystallizers to become a higher race and has invested so much in ensuring that is not to be? It looks like it was not just an accident that caused the ancient crystallizers to fail so long ago. Han Sen's vision was like a tapestry of flickering stars. The entire universe had many races in it. Only the higher races had deified elites. Even if some from the lower races had a deified elite, they were just exceptions. They were not common. There were only 10,000 higher races. Only 20 out of those higher races could have true god elites. Now, many higher race true gods were appearing. Whoever was behind this must have been a very scary foe. One thing Han Sen was happy about was the fact he hadn't seen any from the top 3 higher races. If the person behind all this could control the 3 higher races, it would be pretty scary. Han Sen, are you going to turn back now? Destroyed Leader's 3 heads scolded Han Sen at the same time. The big destroyed blurry god light became stronger. It shocked the whole galaxy. All of the Buddha were excited. Pure Sea King shouted, "Please help our people and kill this thief. This person is so rude to everyone. We should kill him. Yes, we should kill him." The true gods were telling Han Sen to go back. The sky looked like it was filled with demon gods that were surrounding Han Senator. They did not want to let him leave. Obviously, they would not let him leave with ease. They scolded Han Sen to try and get him to give up fighting the Buddha. "Today, I, Han Sen, am lighting up a lantern for the crystallizers. Whoever gets in my way will die." Han Sen raised his eyebrows. He did not care about all the true god elites showing up, or their scary force of suppression. The knife light outside his body was spinning. It was like a galaxy going toward the race lantern. All the races in the universe were shocked. They did not expect Han Sen would still want to destroy the Buddha's race lantern in the presence of all those true gods. On a planet that belonged to the Thousand Treasury, Stay Up Late's eyes were bright. He clenched his fists so tight that his nails dug into his flesh. The blood dribbled out of his fists. It did not seem as if he could feel anything. Can the crystallizers really become a higher race? Stay Up Late had been in the universe for a long time. He knew a lot about the universe. He knew how hard Han Sen's upcoming fight was going to be. He still hoped it was possible for him to succeed. When the crystallizers lost, a small number of people retreated into the sanctuaries. No one thought they would return to the universe. They did not even think about being a higher race again. The crystallizers were now just one step away from being a higher race, but this next step seemed mammoth in size. The true gods were everywhere like mountains one could not cross. Why? Why us? Why must the crystallizers endure so much to become a higher race? Why do all these true gods want to make it so difficult for us? In the universe, all the leftover crystallizer children wept. Their eyes were red like Stay Up Late's. They were so angry that they roared. A dozen true god elite bodies wielded a godlight. Destroyed Leader, who blocked Han Sen, was exploding a big destroyed blurry godlight ahead. The light was going toward Han Senator. It seemed like it was breaking the sky. Han Sen did not want to retreat. The shield in his hands unleashed a weird light. Medusa's eyes were slightly open. The weird light froze the big destroyed blurry god light in the air. At the same time, Han Sen cast a god light. This god light was not the knife light Han Sen had been using. This was an amazing light. The moment the light landed on Destroyed Leader, his body exploded with blurry god light. He was going to fight against that god light. The god light was not affected by the blurry god light. After it landed on Destroyed Leader, he underwent magnificent changes. The changes made Destroyed Leader's face change. The true god elites surrounding Han Sen were shocked. They all stopped trying to kill and looked like they were in shock. They fell back uncontrollably. God light had shone down on Destroyed Leader, who was true god class. His body devolved quickly. Instead of true god, he turned into a butterfly class. The flood of knife lights suddenly traveled by and ravaged Destroyed Leader's body. Destroyed Leader was now butterfly class. He could not hope to block an attack by Han Sen now that he was at the same level as him. His body was ripped apart. He was reduced to dust. Northern Light Alpha and the others were all shocked. They were terrified, so they all fell back. Destroyed Leader was powerful, but Han Sen had reduced him from true god to butterfly class right before annihilating him. Destroyed Leader did not even have a chance to fall back. If Han Sen had not just killed Destroyed Leader in front of them, they would not have believed it. But they had watched Destroyed Leader go from true god to butterfly class by Han Senator. That scariness was more shocking than Han Sen killing Destroyed Leader. What was that? Destroyed Leader was deified. He was true god class, but he became butterfly class because of Han Sr. What was that power? He turned a true god into a butterfly. God's daddy really is God's daddy. He can let you level up, and he can let you level down. This is so King sick. That is way too much power. Who can fight against such power? Even a true god elite was downgraded. If Han Sen joined the Geno God list fight, he would have likely ended up in first place. It wouldn't be Golden Growler giving his position to Dollar. Your daddy is still your daddy. God's daddy really is God's daddy. So what if you are a true god? Ha! Ha! You are still a son. Han Sen killed Destroyed Leader. He coldly looked at Northern Alpha and the other true gods. It made them feel a chill and want to fall back. They had all seen what had happened. They were scary elites who had been through a lot. Even if they met an enemy that was much stronger than them, they would not have felt this way. But Destroyed Leader had been turned into a butterfly class fighter. That was too shocking. This was beyond what they knew how to deal with. That was why they felt so scared. It was extremely difficult to become true God. They understood how difficult it was. They had suddenly discovered that Han Sen could destroy all of that progress in a few seconds. How could they still remain calm? Han Sen proudly stood in space. He stared out at the universe and coldly asked, "Who is going to stop me from lighting up a lantern for the crystallizers?" Northern Light Alpha and the others did not say a word. No one dared block Han Sen now. While Han Sen was walking toward the Buddha, the true gods in front of him slowly moved away in retreat. The whole universe was quiet. No one dared to answer. The expressions on the faces of Burning Lamp and the Buddha looked terrible. They could not believe that even with the aid of so many true god elites, Han Sen was not stopped from destroying the Buddha's lantern. Seeing Han Sen coming forward with a galaxy-looking stream of knives, he looked like a god. Every Buddha looked hopeless, gray, and devastated. They did not look so cocky and murderous now like when the true gods were trying to help them earlier. Burning Lamp's face looked pale. He was holding the causal karma knife and god doll while he said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Han, it was my mistake. It was me being greedy. This knife was indeed created by your knife blank. I will return it to you now. As for this god doll, this is the gift from the Geno God list fights. It was a true god treasure reward. I am giving it to you. These gifts are our way of saying sorry. Please let the Buddha live. The Buddha's ranking is not worthy of the identity of your race. I gave you and the Buddha a chance, but now it is too late." Han Sen waved his hand. Tens of thousands of knives descended on the Buddha's race spirit. Chapter 2891 Crystallizer High Race Boom. The race spirit was shattered. The flame on the race lantern was extinguished too. The faces of the Buddha looked pale. The marks on their foreheads disappeared. It made their bodies violently shake like they had been hurt. Their bodies were in pain as they shook. Their life forces decreased. Blurg. Burning Lamp Alpha spat out some blood. He went from butterfly to larva class. All of the Buddha's levels were decreased by one as well. The boons provided to them by the buffs that came from being one of the higher races were gone. The race lantern, which had no light, was flying into the drop Han Sen's drop of blood. The blood went into the lantern. It turned into a fire that relit the race lantern. The fire grew brighter. The lantern was crystal clear like icy jade. People were unable to feel the heat from it. It actually made them feel cold. When the race lantern lit up again, the lantern shone brightly. The Buddha sign on the lantern disintegrated into dust. The race lantern was in front of Han. Senator Han Sen moved his finger. He used the blood to write "crystallizer" on the lantern and said, "The crystallizers are now a high race. From now on, no matter your association with the crystallizer bloodline, pure or not, and no matter how much blood you carry, you are a crystallizer. You are a part of us, and you will be protected." When Han Sen's voice boomed, the race lantern's words were shining like a sun. It shone on the entire universe. In that light that shone so bright, Stay Up Late and the other crystallizers had a race mark appear on their foreheads. The shape was like the letters that composed crystallizer, which was the word Han Sen had just written. Boom! Stay Up Late had already reached king class. He was at the max level. When the crystallizer mark formed, his body quickly changed. He was suddenly made into a deified. In every corner of the universe, the leftover crystallizer bloodline that had been exiled were all changing. They all leveled up once. By being one of the high races now, their talents also increased. Their genes were modified by a weird power. They were all enhanced. In Space Garden, Tang Zhenliu, Wang Yuheng, Huang Fujing, and the other humans had a mark appear on their foreheads. Even the foreheads of Bauer, Linger, and Hang Menger had the mark appear. Catcha! Huang Fujing's body changed. She became a transmutation class. Other people ended up the same way. All of them started to evolve thanks to the race mark. Only Xie Qin King, Moment Queen, Little Silver, Little Star, Xenogeneics, and Spirits did not get the crystallizer race marks. Clearly, their bloodline did not have a connection to the genes of the crystallizers. In a hidden space in a red dwarf, God's Retribution and the other Blood Legion members' foreheads had a mark appear. Clearly, their blood had a crystallizer gene. There wasn't much, but it was there. Whichever creature in the whole universe had genes of the crystallizers in them, no matter how pure or not, or how much or little they had, as long they had some, they would have the buff that was now applied to the crystallizer race. One shameful thing about it, though, was that the Buddha rank was quite far behind. The effects of their buff were nothing exceptional. Their genes did not improve by much or very fast. If they were able to get to the top 10, the gene modification level would be increased. It would make the talent of the whole race increase by a lot. Han Sen's lantern was different from Kong Fei's because Kong Fei was a feather and had been abandoned by the feather. He was exacting revenge on the feather, so he chose to be a separate race. He refused the lantern's power that would provide him a buff. Han Sen chose to buff his entire bloodline. No matter how much crystallizer blood one had, even if it was only just a little, one could get the crystallizer bloodline's buff. Even if that person had another high race's blood, as long as the body had some crystallizer genes, they could get the crystallizer bloodline's buff. They could also have the buff that applied to another bloodline. That was what most high races did. Han Sen chose this because the blood of humans was not pure. If he only selected a pure blood buff, he did not think there would be many humans that could enjoy the crystallizer race lantern's buffs. The crystallizer race lantern was shining brightly. The Geno Hall's lantern was bright. It was like celebrating the birth of a high race. It looked like it was fighting to be the brightest. It shone across the whole universe. After the crystallizer lantern flew into the Geno Hall, the gates of the Geno Hall closed. The universe returned to normal. The new marking on the many crystallizer creatures started to fade. It was not blatantly visible anymore. The buffs that modified their bodies remained. Us, crystallizers. We finally become a high race, stay up late, who was always quiet, roared to the sky. He looked as if he was going to unleash all the sadness and anger he used to have. Crystallizers. We are a high race, many of the crystallizers were shaking. They looked at their bodies. They could not believe that this was true. All the races in the universe looked at Han Sen, who was in space, with a conflicted feeling. Han Sen went over to look at Burning Lamp and the rest of the Buddha. They felt Han Sen's vision. Burning Lamp was shaking. He looked terrible. He thought having the causal karma knife would make it the ideal time for the Buddha to shine, but this was how things had ended up. This really is because of karma. If I had not stolen this knife blank, the Buddha would not have ended up like this. Burning Lamp felt lifeless. He put the causal karma knife, God doll, and break soul bone in front of Han's senator. He bowed and said, "This was all my fault. It is not the fault of the Buddha at large. The Buddha are not worthy of these items. I can give them to you, and you can also take my life. But please try and be nice for God. Let the Buddha live. Even if I go to hell, I would be grateful." Han Sen waved his hand. He placed the causal karma knife, God doll, and break soul bone in his hands. He looked at Burning Lamp and said, "I will not kill you, nor will I destroy the Buddha. You stole my knife blank and turned me into an ant. I am here giving you what you deserve." After that, Han Sen waved his hands. The weird god light on Burning Lamp flickered. Burning Lamp's body devolved. He suddenly went from deified class to king class. From king class, he was reduced to a duke. Suddenly, the Geno God list elite became an average creature of the universe that was not even a baron. Burning Lamp, who once looked so powerful in the god fights, now looked like a completely old man. He looked like dried wood. No more power was emitted from his body. His life force was almost gone. It allowed many of the elites to feel a chill, especially Northern Light Alpha and the others who were watching the fight at a close distance. Their heads felt numb. They did not push their luck. They didn't dare stay, so they swiftly abandoned the area. Seeing Northern Light Alpha and the other true gods depart, Han Sen squinted his eyes. He immediately turned around and left. Burning Lamp, with a very weak life force, spoke the Buddha catchphrase. Amitabha. Thank you for not destroying the whole of the Buddha. Han Sen ignored Burning Lamp. He turned around and planned to leave. Burning Lamp's life was running out of oil. Even if Han Sen did not kill him, he was not going to live much longer. Han Sen was merely too lazy to take his life. Regarding killing off an entire race, Han Sen could not do that. In fact, he was just like Kong Fei. He did not want to kill people. Kong Fei hated the feather a lot, but he did not want to destroy every feather in existence. He had even taken in many feather orphans. Han Sen could not do what Kong Fei did. He would not take care of the Buddha, but he did not want to slay them all. The fight to light up a lantern was over, but what Han Sen had stirred up wasn't. This fight had a major effect that influenced the entire shape of the universe. Chapter 2892 Time goes the Buddha had become a low race. Burning Lamp was now a commoner. The Buddha were no longer able to achieve much. They did not even know if they could maintain their hold onto the Buddha kingdom. After that lantern fight, the Buddha weren't the only race harmed. The Destroyed had suffered a grievous loss. Destroyed leader had been killed during another race's fight. They were not even connected to those events, but they were heavily damaged. The Destroyed were the fifth high race. There were many true gods in the Destroyed, but Destroyed leader was the leader of them all. He still had the highest power and was the most revered. To the three high races, the death of a true god did not greatly affect their power. The Destroyed were different. The loss of a true god meant they were half dead. Some factions that wanted to attack the Destroyed were now on the move. It made the Destroyed's race descend into chaos. Godfather Han Sen's name was like a sun in the sky of the universe. Previously, Godfather Han's name was a little bit playful. Now, whenever a creature mentioned Godfather Han, it was less of a joke and more of a name of terror. Making a true god a butterfly class and turning a deified Burning Lamp into an ordinary creature was wild. Other creatures were always scared of deified elites, but they were like kids in front of Han's senator. The power he wielded was enough to scare the entire universe. Godfather Han became a new term in the universe. What kind of power was that? A very high elder frowned in thought. He was given the task of capturing Han Sen and returning him to the very high. Because of Destroyed leader's involvement, he did not go and take action. He waited until Han Sen turned Destroyed leader into butterfly class and Burning Lamp into a commoner. Even the very high elder was shocked. He did not dare approach Han's senator. In fact, it was not only the very high feeling that way. Many elites were shocked by Han Sen's Xian Yellow Sutra. No one dared to do anything. Plus, they were not sure that Han Sen was butterfly class because the Xian Yellow Sutra was not enough to turn a true god into a commoner. He could make them drop a level for a temporary amount of time. If Northern Light Alpha and the others had attacked Han Sen together, there was nothing Han Sen could not. They would have had to retreat far away. They were shocked by what Han Sen could do already. Han Sen turning Burning Lamp into a commoner was too scary. They did not understand how powerful Han Sen was. No one dared to come and stop Han Sen from lighting up the crystallizer's lantern. Han Sen would have liked to get rid of Northern Light Alpha and the others, but he was not powerful enough to do that yet. It was already difficult for him to light up the race lantern. Who did the crystallizers offend before? Why would any elite want to try and stop the crystallizers from ascending their status? Han Sen did not understand. Back in the sanctuaries, Han Sen noticed the humans of the sanctuaries were not affected by the crystallizer's race lantern. He felt a bit relieved. Han Sen understood that the sanctuaries and the universe had different rules. The two places were not connected, but he was still worried. He brought a human elite to the universe, and the human immediately generated an armament. He was made a baron, and the crystallizer's race mark appeared on his forehead. After becoming a baron, the race mark started to fade. Of course, after entering the big universe, you will be affected by the Geno Hall's rules, Han Sen thought. With Space Garden as a base, Han Sen's power in the universe was already quite good. Han Sen did not need to worry about too much anymore. He brought as many xenogeneics, creatures, and humans to Space Garden as he could. They all used Space Garden's resources to quickly develop. Making a race powerful was not something that could be done solely by one person. If he wanted humans to be powerful in the universe, he needed everyone to become stronger. It was just Space Garden though. No matter how many resources there were, they could not become a top-high race through them alone. Han Sen needed 100 or 1,000 xenogeneic spaces that were similar to Space Garden to compete to make humans and the others that supported Han Sen able to attack the high race. Han Sen was taking his first step forward, but it was the hardest step. After that, Han Sen no longer remained in Space Garden. Although it had many resources, they were just primitive xenogeneic plants. It was not enough to support the growth of butterfly elites, such as Han Senator. It was not just Han Senator, even Huang Fujing, who was larva class, needed to find more resources to keep leveling up. Han Sen was hesitant, but he decided to use Holy Baby's identity to return to the Extreme King. He needed to be there so he could become a true god faster. The real Holy Baby was stuck in Space Garden. Holy Baby was being very honest. He spent some time with the six-ear macaque. He had been following Bauer a lot. He kept calling Bauer Sister Bauer to make her feel good. Han Sen did not know what went on while he was away, but he knew Holy Baby was suppressed by Bauer. Han Linger's forehead had the crystallizer mark on it, but she was the same as Bauer. She had not leveled up. Han Sen, who lit up the lantern, was very much the same. He had not leveled up either. He only received a few benefits via his genes. Han Sen again used the 4-sheep cube as a springboard. He successfully used the Holy Baby's identity to infiltrate Nine Defense Palace. He was planning to go and see Time Ghost at Palace number 0002. Time Ghost was a deified class xenogeneic. If he was able to kill it, it would help fill up Han Sen's deified genes. It would make it easier for him to become true god. Han Sen was thinking about how to become true god. He used the Sky God crown to look inside the Geno Hall and see if there was any difference. He went to the palace that held Time Ghost inside, who was still sitting. It was retrained by the traps, but it did not look as if it wanted to move or even look at Han Senator. Han Sen knew the xenogeneics there had their spirits removed. Although their spirits could be reborn, they were trapped there for a long time. Their new spirits seemed to be weak. Their intelligence was very low. Han Sen drew his Sky Vine Radish God Lance and thrust it at Time Ghost. Time Ghost seemed to feel the power inside the Sky Vine Radish God Lance, so it opened its eyes and looked at the lance heading straight for him. A power was emerging from Time Ghost. One could not even see how it spread. The tip of the Sky Vine Radish God Lance was going to pierce Time Ghost's chest, but that small distance suddenly seemed enormous. Han Sen was striking for a long time, but the tip had yet to reach Time Ghost's chest. Time power. Han Sen was shocked. In the binding of the restraints, Time Ghost was still able to make use of powerful time powers. It was no wonder it was considered a top-class time element's energenic. Chapter 2893 Getting a deified beast soul again. Han Sen thrust forward a few times. He cycled through a few different Geno arts. No matter which one he used, it felt as if there was no end. Reaching Time Ghost seemed impossible. He couldn't touch him. God laughed as he approached Han Sr., unless you are able to break through that time limit, no matter which Geno art you use, you will be unable to do anything to it. Its absolute time Geno art can make time have no end. Some actions that only take a second to be performed can be delayed indefinitely. Han Sen knew what was wrong with it. He wanted to break Time Ghost's absolute time. To do that, he had to break the time power area or unleash a speed that could blister through the delaying of time. After all, Time Ghost's absolute time did not stop time. Time still went by, but it was at a much slower pace. If the speed was faster than the delay, Han Sen could hurt it. Han Sen's speed was not at that level yet. He could try it once he reached True God class. For now, he had to find another way to break through the absolute time. How is Golden Growler in the Geno Hall? Han Sen directly asked. Since God already knew about the connection between him and Golden Growler, there was no need to hide things. If God wanted to deal with little Gold, Han Sen was prepared for it. Not bad, God coldly said. After all, he has the blood of the Growlers in him. Destroyed class spirits are unable to harm it, but it is hard to tell if it has a higher level God spirit. Let's see what it can do. This answer surprised Han Senator. He thought God would use little Gold to lure him to the Geno Hall, but it seemed as if that wasn't the case. After pausing, God smiled at Han Sen and said, "Did you watch the fight involving the crystallizers lighting their lantern?" "Yeah," Han Sen replied. "What's the problem?" Han Sen's fitness level is not as good as yours, but his Geno arts are very weird, God said. It can reverse the bloodline of something. It can force creatures into devolving. That power is different from something like time and space. If it had an element tied to it, it would be a life element. Are you interested in him? Han Sen asked. I am quite interested, God honestly admitted. You should go look for him, Han Sen said with a laugh. God shrugged his shoulders and asked, Did I not tell you God's spirits can only travel with the body of a creature in the universe? Besides, a universe's God body restricts God's spirit power. That is why I am using this body to travel around the universe despite the danger. I cannot go anywhere. Plus, a place like Space Garden. Without the Master's approval, not even I can go in. After pausing, God said, Plus, I have no time. Can't gods live forever? Han Sen asked with shock. God has a duty. We gods have work. God laughed. He looked at Han Sen and said, This time, I came back to tell you that something has happened. I will not be coming back to the universe. After 6 months, I will give you honor back. Of course, that is unless you want to go to the Geno Hall sooner. Before becoming True God class, I will not go to the Geno Hall, Han Sen said. There is nothing absolute in this world. If you miss me, perhaps you will enter the Geno Hall sooner. You will not just die immediately. God waved his hands and stepped away. The sky suddenly presented a set of stone stairs. After God stepped on them, he quickly disappeared with the stone stairs. After God left, Han Sen felt relieved. He was worried God might notice Han Sen and Dollar were the same person, but he believed God hadn't noticed anything. That was expected. The ordinary Han Sen and Han Sen in xenogenic mode were two completely different species. Unless the person knew there was a connection between the two, they would have to inspect their genes to come to a conclusion. Otherwise, there was no way to tell it was the same creature. What happened in the Geno Hall that made God return? Han Sen wanted to use Sky God Crown to enter the Geno Hall and have a peep, but he resisted. He held back his curiosity. If Little Gold was not yet in danger, Han Sen planned to become true god before going to see Little Gold. Han Sen looked at Time Ghost. Normally, he could not kill Time Ghost. Now, Time Ghost was locked down there. There was likely a way. Han Sen opened his Dongxian Sutra. He used one hand to go to the Time Ghost. Just like before, when Han Sen's hand was about to touch the Time Ghost, it felt like his hand was slowed. It felt like he would never be able to touch Time Ghost. Han Sen's eyes flashed. His hand started to swirl. Since time was going to stop, Han Sen ripped a crack in it. Boom! Super spank. Han Sen's hand broke the absolute time area's substance chains. It broke layers in the absolute time. Even though it was being restrained, the power of the Time Ghost was still extremely strong. Super Spank was only able to break a few layers of the absolute time. He could not break it entirely. If it did not work this time, let's give it another go. Han Sen put his hand forward and made a move. It made the area have some swirls. Han Sen attacked and attacked. He broke the absolute time. His power proceeded to punch the Time Ghost. It made the Time Ghost's body shake. It was unable to break its armor. True God Xenogeneics really are something else. Han Sen was holding the Sky Vine Radish God Lance. The moment he ripped absolute time, he waved his lance at the Time Ghost. If Time Ghost had not already been trapped, its spirit hadn't been taken, and the newborn spirit was not yet grown, Han Sen did not think he could deal with it. But Han Sen put in a lot of effort. In the end, he was able to kill the Time Ghost. Xenogeneic deified hunted. Time Ghost, deified xenogeneic gene found. Obtained Time Ghost deified beast soul. Han Sen was happy. There was a time when he did not get deified beast souls, but the Time Ghost power was special. Perhaps the beast soul contained its special time element. Han Sen could not wait to check it out in his sea of soul. He saw the Time Ghost beast soul in front of him. Deified beast soul Time Ghost, area type, perfect. Han Sen was excited. A beast area soul was very rare, but Han Sen was also glad to see the perfect status. It was the same as the cold light sword. It meant the Time Ghost beast soul was very strong. It could be used to battle a true god deified opponent. Chapter 2894 Starter King's Land. Han Sen remained in Nine Defense Palace. He did not leave. Consuming Time Ghost took a lot longer than it did for a butterfly xenogeneic. True god class xenogeneics gave Han Sen many rewards. After consuming Time Ghost, Han Sen gained 14 deified genes. If he were to consume butterfly xenogeneics, he would only gain 2 or 3 at the very most. It was a shame Han Sen did not find any other true god xenogeneics inside Nine Defense Palace. He could not do this again. After exiting Nine Defense Palace, Han Sen noticed Bao Ying had been waiting for him outside the place. "Why are you here?" Han Sen asked while looking at Bao Ying. "The king wants to see you on your way out," Bao Ying said. "Bai King wants to see me. Is he going to reveal things to me?" Han Sen tried guessing the reason. He followed Bao Ying to the top floor of the Extreme King Tower where Bai King was. Extreme King Tower was a practice room for all the Extreme King's kings to use. Aside from the king, no one could make use of it. Not even their closest allies, wives, or children were permitted access. Yet, Bai King had been willing to meet him in that place. If that was true, something was definitely going to happen. Han Sen knew that it was unlikely for him to be capable of defeating Bai King as he was, but he was confident that he had the chops to escape. He carefully entered the Extreme King Tower. Baoing did not follow because she did not have permission to set foot inside Extreme King Tower. Extreme King Tower's furnishings were fairly simple. The inner area was made of stone. It looked like yellow jade. It gave people a warm and relaxed feeling. It was a totally different architectural style to the rest of the Extreme King's places. There were no exotic xenogenics around. Nor were there any powerful treasures lying about. One could not even see xenogenic materials there. The furnishing were all very simple. Han Sen walked to the Extreme King Tower's top floor, but he did not see anything special along the way. Holy baby is here. Come in. Bai King's voice boomed from the top floor. The closed stone gate opened. Han Sen saw Bai King sitting upon a yellow jade stone. He was wearing casual clothing. If his presence hadn't been so special, would not have been able to tell that the person before them was the leader of the Extreme King. Sit down. Bai King pointed at the stone chair next to him. Han Sen did not mind this, so he sat down as he asked, "My king, why have you asked to see me?" Bai King smiled at Han Sr. "Today, I have come looking for you because there is something I need your help with." "I am very weak, so how can I help?" Han Sen asked. "You should know that I have many sons and daughters. Although they are not all talented, they are not bad. So, there is something that has really annoyed me about this. If you were me, which son or daughter would you give the throne to?" Bai King seemed to be very troubled. He was holding his jaw. Han Sen was shocked. This is a big matter that concerns the whole of the Extreme King. I am just an outsider. I should be holding my tongue. Han Sen did not expect Bai King to ask him about that. "You are my only student, so you are not an outsider," Bai King casually said. "There is no need to worry. Just tell me how you feel." After thinking for a moment, Han Sen said, "I do not really know much about your sons and daughters, but I have heard the most talented one is by Wu Chang, whereas the smartest one is by Wuxia." When Han Sen said that, an evil thought crossed his mind. They were two biological brothers that had the same mother and same father. If Bai King was really going to choose one of them, there was every chance they would end up fighting for the throne. Bai King seemed to see through what Han Sen was thinking. He squinted his eyes, looked at Han Sen, and said, "I am not allowing you to decide, so you can ask me a harder question. You just need to tell me who you would choose if you had to pick." "If it was me, I would select Bai Wuxia." Han Sen knew being evil and manipulative with Bai King would not work. So, he just answered him straight. "Why?" Bai King looked at Han Sen with interest. "Bai Wuxia is already a crown prince," Han Sen said. "If you select another crown prince, there is bound to be trouble. Plus, Bai Wuxia is very successful already." "I thought you said Bai Wu Chang is more talented," Bai King said. "Why not pick him? It does not matter how talented someone is as a fighter. He might be strong, but that does not mean he can manage an entire nation. Compared to Bai Wuxia, I would say Bai Wuxia is a better manager." In fact, that was how Han Sen really felt. He was not a qualified manager either, so his own affairs were messy. Fortunately, Zero, Little Angel, Huang Fujing, Qin Xian, and the others were helping him. Without their help, it would be hard for him to maintain order whether he was in Planet Eclipse or Space Garden. A lot of problems would easily arise without them. Bai King nodded and stopped talking about it. He paused and said, "Right now, Wuxia and Wu Chang and a few other sons and daughters are deified. I am planning to open the Starter King's land for them to practice inside, but Starter King's land is very dangerous. Even by leveling up to deified, venturing there does not mean they are guaranteed to return. So, I need people to protect them. When their lives are threatened, you must ensure they live. There are countless Extreme King elites. Aren't there many true God elites too? Just send any. Han Sen knew Bai King wanted him to babysit them, but he did not want to go babysitting. I can find a way to protect them, but that would ensure they depend on their bodyguards, Bai King said with a laugh. It will hamper their practice, so it must be you. I definitely cannot do this. With the little power I have, I can barely protect myself. How am I supposed to protect them? Han Sen shook his head. In the time he had, he would prefer to kill a few more xenogeneics to fill up his deified gene tally. You can, and that is because you are dollar, Bai King said with a smile. With a wry smile, Han Sen thought, you were able to tell I was dollar. He did not admit it, but he did not deny it. Why are you giving such an important task to an outsider like me? He asked. Aren't you worried about me protecting them but failing in some capacity? Then all your sons and daughters would end up dead. That won't happen, Bai King said with certainty. I know you wouldn't do something like that. Han Sen did not know what to say. He did not know why Bai King was this confident and being so nice. Bai King paused, smiled, and said, even if they all end up dead, I can make a few more babies. I am not that old yet. Han Sen was speechless. He could not refuse this task, so he accepted it. After all, he had taken so many goodies from Bai King, so it was hard to refuse the offer. Aside from protecting the sons and daughters, Bai King told Han Sen that he could also practice in Starter King's land. This would help Han Sen level up. Han Sen was confused about that, so he just nodded. Chapter 2895 Familiar Machine. Han Sen received the list of people who were bound for Starter King's land. He found Bai Wei's name on the list. Han Sen looked at the list. Aside from Bai Wei, there were a few princes and princesses he knew about. They included Bai Wanjie, Bai Wuchang, Bai Lingshang, Bai Qingxia, Bai Konglang, and Bai Jianqing. There were around 20 princes and princesses on the list. Han Sen thought, there are so many princes and princesses that are deified now. How many resources has this cost them? Have the resources of the Extreme King all been depleted now? After reading it all, he made a mental record of all the princes and princesses he would be accompanying. Bai King made it sound like it was supposed to be a casual affair. If the princes and princesses ended up dead, there was no doubt Bai King would be very angry. It was not likely that Han Sen's time in the Extreme King would be as joyful as it had been. Han Sen did not want to leave the Extreme King just yet, so he planned on finishing this task. Plus, he was a bit interested in learning more about the Starter King's land. Bai King had only told him where the place was, but he never said what sort of place it was. He had not described what it looked like. When Han Sen returned to the garden, Bao Ying was waiting for him. Han Sen told her he was going to the Starter King's land. That way, she would not have to go to the garden again. Hearing that Han Sen was going to the Starter King's land, Bao Ying appeared to be in a state of disbelief. Is there a problem with going to Starter King's land? Han Sen wondered. He looked at Bao Ying. Bao Ying shook her head. The king must really love you a lot. In the past, only princes and princesses could enter Starter King's land. I would never have expected the king to give you permission. Do you know what kind of place Starter King's land is? Han Sen wanted to find out more about Starter King's land. Bao Ying shook her head. Only princes and princesses can enter. Whatever happens in Starter King's land is never spoken upon when they return. I do not know much. I only know that Starter King's land is a secret place left by the Alpha King. That place was for testing the mettle of the princes and princesses. It was for choosing the one who would rightfully ascend the throne. Normally, the better they performed in Starter King's land, the higher the chance they could get the throne. But you are not of the king's bloodline. I suppose, no matter how well you perform, you won't get anything out of it. Bao Ying seemed to be trying to remind Han Sen not to offend the princes and princesses. This will be interesting. Han Sen stroked his jaw and thought, why would Bai King let me go to a place like this? Is there some conspiracy at play? Is something going on behind the scenes? No matter what the case might have been, Han Sen still had to go there. He was definitely more curious about Starter King's land. The Extreme King's Alpha King was Sacred Leader's servant. What he left behind might have been something truly special. It was time for the rendezvous. When Han Sen was at the entrance of the Starter King's land, the princes and princesses were already gathered. They saw Han Sen arrive. When they did, they looked confused. Good. Everybody is here, Bai Bai said. The Starter King's land is about to open. You guys must remember that Starter King's land is very dangerous. Every time a group ventures in, princes and princesses tend to die. Starter King's land only opens once in a while and with a very short window. It will close very soon. You will have to wait a month before you can access it again. In that time, not even a true god elite can enter. So, you guys must be very careful and help each other. If you do not cooperate, it is unlikely anyone else can save you. Prince Swordstar coldly looked at Han Sen and said, Second uncle, Holy Baby is not from father's bloodline. Why is he allowed permission to enter Starter King's land? Every prince and princess turned to look at Han Senator. They were like Prince Swordstar. They thought letting an outsider xenogenic student into Starter King's land was a ludicrous prospect. This is a decree by the king, Bai Bai coldly said. If you have any questions, you can go and take them up with the king. Upon hearing what was said, Prince Swordstar did not speak again. He just angrily stared at Han Senator. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything. He was only in charge of keeping the sons and daughters alive. Han Sen would not care if they got injured. If they were stupid enough to fight him, he did not mind that either. As long as he battered them around and did not kill them, all would be fine. Of course, Han Sen was still in charge of recording their performance in Starter King's land. Although he did not plan on doing anything on the record, if they were really going to be mean, he did not mind describing how dumb and pathetic they were. It could heavily affect Bai King's ultimate decision. Most princes and princesses were similar to Prince Swordstar, but they were even eviler. They did not show their distaste for Han Sen's company like Prince Swordstar did though. Your time is up. Please, everyone. Please go to the Starter King's land now, Bai Bai said. He walked in front of the palace and opened the palace's door. The princes and princesses looked inside the palace. They had only heard about Starter King's land before, but they had never entered it. They were curious. Inside the palace, Han Sen many familiar pieces of equipment. They cannot be crystallizer machinery. Han Sen was shocked. He stared into the palace and saw countless machines built from crystal. They were all shining and strangely glistening. It looked like the crystallizer control room Han Sen once visited. Bai Bai brought the group of prince and princesses into the palace. He pointed at a glass container that looked like a machine and said, "You guys stand in there." A bunch of prince and princesses walked into the crystal container. That crystal container was 60 feet long, so 20 prince and princesses were able to stand inside without feeling too cramped. Han Sen had been looking at the machines that looked like crystallizer machinery. He thought, are these crystallizer items the Extreme King Alpha used to have? Did these machines belong to Sacred? While Han Sen was thinking, Bai Bai stood before a crystal wall that looked like a control room. His finger moved quickly across the crystal wall. Each time he touched the crystal well, there was a flash on it. As Bai Bai pointed at it, Han Sen noticed the crystal container was starting to spin. The bottom was spinning in a different direction to the crystal ball. This kind of program made Han Sen think about the teleportation machines featured in the Alliance. The Alliance's teleportation machines were not pure crystallizer tech. There were a lot of restrictions, and they certainly couldn't teleport that many people at once. What is this thing? Han Sen was very curious. He wanted to know what the place called Starter King's Land was. Boom! Han Sen felt a surge of magic go through his eyes. It was the same feeling he had when using the teleporters in the Alliance. When his vision stopped spinning, he noticed he was not inside the crystal container anymore. Chapter 2896 Red Temple. When they entered, what princes and princesses saw surprised them. They were in a giant xenogeniac's mouth. After it was confirmed, they discovered it was the mouth of a dead xenogeniac skeleton. They were inside the skull's mouth. The giant xenogeniac skeleton looked like the bones of dinosaurs. There were wings on its back, but only the bones of its former appearance remained. On the ground below the xenogeniac's bones, everything appeared petrified. The surface was very rough. There were many carvings on the bones. There were symbols and lines. There were weird crystals on the symbols and lines. This is the true space demon dragon, Bai Konglang said while staring at the bones. This must be the skeleton of a true god-class true space demon dragon, Bai Wanjia said. The legends say the true space demon dragon had teleportation powers. Mr. Alpha used the true space demon dragon's bones to complete a space teleporter. It was very expensive. All the princes and princesses complimented the Extreme King Alpha's method, but Han Sen did not think that place had been made by the Extreme King Alpha. As they walked out of the true space demon dragon skeleton, they saw an island. There was a blue sea around it, but the seawater was extremely dark. It was like ink. There were no waves. On the left side of the sea, Han Sen saw a wooden bridge. The wooden bridge was straight. It was a path to get across the sea. Although the sea had many clouds around, they could still see the other end of the wooden bridge. It was another island. Because the sea's clouds were so thick, the light gray mist severely hampered their vision. They could only see a blurry shadow lurking on the island. Most of the prince and princesses tried to use Geno arts to look at the island. They immediately discovered that no matter if they used their vision or senses, they both became greatly worse in the gray mist. If they tried any further, the entire effectiveness would be gone. Prince Swordstar said, "It looks like the island is our destination. Let's go to the island first." He instantly started flying toward the island. He had flown about 6 to 9 feet when a sudden scream sounded. Prince Swordstar was sucked down to the ground. It was like a magnet had claimed him. Because he wasn't prepared, Prince Swordstar did not react. He fell to the ground and felt a lot of pain. It seemed as if he had fallen poorly. "Air restricted area," Bai Wanjia said with a frown. Just that height was enough to make Prince Swordstar fall like that, meaning it was obvious that it was an air-restricted area. "It is no wonder why there is a wooden bridge," Bai Lingshang said, looking at the wooden bridge. Seeing what happened to Prince Swordstar, no one dared to recklessly do anything else. They watched for a while and decided that the bridge was the only way to proceed. The prince and princesses stepped across the bridge and walked to the island ahead of them. "What is this sea? The water is dark like ink. I cannot see what lurks beneath the waves. There is no wind. There aren't any waves either. There is not a single movement." Prince Swordstar kept watching the sea as he walked. He seemed to be annoyed. This annoying feeling stemmed from nervousness. When Han Sen looked at the Black Sea, he felt the same way. He could not blame Prince Swordstar for feeling the way he did. The other prince and princesses felt the same way as well. They just did not behave like Prince Swordstar did and show it on their sleeves. The Extreme King would not actually put their princes and princesses in danger, right? Han Sen looked at all the prestigious princes and princesses, but his gaze lingered on Bai Wei. Bai Wei looked more mature than she did before. She appeared beautiful and young, but the atmosphere around her did not go well with her age. It looks like Bai Wei has grown up a lot. Han Sen sighed. He looked away to prevent staring at her too much. Otherwise, she might have noticed something. The bridge was 30 to 40 miles long. The entire journey made them nervous, but nothing eventful or dangerous transpired. From far away, they could see the island looked like a volcanic island. It was very low around the very high center. It looked like a volcano. There was a red, metallic palace on top of the volcano. Han Sen looked at the palace. The title of the palace was written in the generic written language of the universe, Red Temple. It was just those two words. Han Sen looked at the palace. He was shocked. The word temple was not very common in the universe. The temples Han Sen knew about were the ones occupied by god spirits. This metal palace was named Red Temple. Han Sen thought it was quite strange. This should not be the god temple with the god spirit inside. Otherwise, there would not be the word temple. Han Sen thought about it, which made him more curious. He wondered what might be inside the Red Temple. Seeing all of the princes and princesses leaving the wooden bridge, Bai Wanjie suddenly stopped everybody. Wait a second. Everyone turned to look at Bai Wanjie. They did not know what he meant. What has the crown prince learned? Prince Qingxia asked. Bai Wanjie pointed at the wooden bridge. He pointed at a wooden said. It said, thousands of armies on the wooden bridge. Red Temple only keeps the undead. Earlier, everyone was lured in by the Red Temple by its peak. They had not observed the bridge. Now, Bai Wanjie pulled their attention to the sign. Bai Lingshang did not understand what it meant, so he looked at Bai Wanjie and asked, Crown Prince, do you know what it means? Bai Wanjie shook his head. I do not know. Prince Qingxia said, thousands of armies crossing the bridge is not difficult to understand. It means out of many, many people that cross, only one goes through. This has a similar meaning to the 1,000 dry bones that are now famous. If it says only one of us can go across this bridge, it makes little sense. It also says that the Red Temple is home to the undead. That cannot be understood. The undead means us or the people in the Red Temple. Nobody knows. Since we are already here, there is no point in turning back, Bai Conlang said. Let's go to the Red Temple first. He walked forward and stepped off the bridge. Seeing Bai Conlang be so brave, Han Sen smiled. He could guess what Bai Conlang meant. Thousands of armies crossing the bridge one at a time likely meant something. Perhaps the first that crossed would be the recipient of something good, which is why Bai Conlang said that. It was not that he was born brave. Plus, the more he walked, the more careful he was. The princes and princesses saw Bai Conlang exit the bridge without danger. They quickly decided to follow. Seeing all the prince and princesses safely arrive, Bai Conlang looked a bit disappointed. They walked up the Red Temple's stone stairs. They noted how the entire structure of the temple was built from metal. From afar, it looked like a bead of fire. Pang! Everyone was checking out the Red Temple when they heard a loud noise. The Red Temple's door opened by itself. 2897 Undead. The princess and princesses instantly retreated. They all gathered up their powers. No one dared to play with their lives. Han Sen gathered up power too. He looked toward the Red Temple, which was opening, but he did not see a temple. That made Han Sen feel relieved. Han Sen saw a metal box that looked rather like a coffin. It was just there, silently inside the Red Temple. The box looked like it had been made of red metal. One side was a little big, whereas the other side was a little small. It was 3 feet tall and 6 feet long. It looked like an extra-large coffin. Aside from that, the Red Temple was empty. There was nothing else to be found. Before going there, no one told the prince and princesses what was inside the Starter King's land. They were very confused. No one dared make a daft move. Catcha! The red temple made a crunching sound. The metal coffin box moved a bit. It was like it had some kind of switch inside a cog gear. The metal box's lid opened up. It was like a lift opening from both sides. Before Han Sen and the princes and princesses could see what was inside the metal box, a shadow came out of the metal box. Han Sen saw that the thing coming out of the metal box was actually a person, but the body was not composed of flesh. It was a semi-transparent, soft crystal that formed the shape. The crystal itself had no color. There were countless red blood vessels and organs inside the crystal. They were glowing with red light, which made the entire body glow red. "What is this thing?" Bai Lingsheng asked with a frown. Before the princes and princesses answered, the weird creature opened its eyes. It jumped out from the metal box. Its fist had red light like a laser, and it was headed for Bai Conlang, who was up front. Bai Conlang coldly grunted. He pulled out a knife and slashed towards the incoming creature. His knife was like the waves in the sea. In a short period of time, it was unknown how many times he unleashed his strikes. All of the slashing powers combined to make a 1/ power reach transmutation class. Pang! The knife lights hit the red light. The red light broke. Bai Conlang was shocked. His body was following the tide. It was very dangerous, yet he managed to evade the punch. The prince and princesses stopped to combine their powers. Bai Lingsheng cast a cold light. He wanted to freeze that creature, but the red light was on his body spinning. It made Bai Lingsheng's cold light melt. It did not affect anything else. The prince and princesses each had different moves. To fight the creature, everyone had to fight it together. Despite their combined efforts, the beast was not dying. Its body flashed with a red light. It looked as if it might be able to destroy all sorts of power. One punch restricted many of the princes and princesses. Not even Bai Wanjie was able to deflect it well. Why is the punching skill it uses so similar to the Extreme King's shocking sky punch? Bai Wei asked. Everyone was able to tell that the creature's punching skill was reminiscent of their Extreme King's shocking sky punch. When it was used by their foe, it was strange. It was different from how overbearing the Extreme King's shocking sky punch was. It looked significantly more evil. It looks like this is the test Mr. Alpha gave us. The place is so small. It won't open up. Let's back up now. Bai Wanjie spoke and quickly departed the palace. Everyone else left the palace too. The weird creature chased them outside. Its body looked like that of an average Extreme King. It was similar to a human, but its body was made of crystal. The creature was also bald. It looked like a bald, crystal statue. Han Sen had yet to unleash a strike. He had been watching them. This creature's power was just primitive, albeit at the top level. Bai Wanjie and the others should have been able to deal with it. "Brother and sisters, please fall back," Prince Qingxia said. "Allow me to challenge this monster." He was punching toward the monster. Prince Qingxia had the title of the most pretty prince. He had battled Han Sen before using his hatred times 10. But back then, Prince Qingxia's hatred times 10 had yet to be finalized. Now that he was a primitive deified, he frequently practiced that overbearing Geno art as much as possible. Of course, when Prince Qingxia's head had green substance chains coming out of it, he carried an overbearing air toward the creature with a red light. That was hatred times 10. Pang! With that hit, green and red lights collided. One was not able to see which one won. They both broke. Prince Qingxia shouted and came forward. He fought the monster. He used his incredible, unbearable hatred times 10 to heartily fight the creature. Hatred times 10 is so overbearing, said Bai Wanjie, who was watching. I bet that creature is only the top level of a primitive deified. Brother Qing Xia has only just become primitive, but he can already fight the creature at odds. That is so rare. Brother Qian Xia had a soft body, but he learned such an overbearing Geno art, Bai Lingshang said. It is so rare. In the beginning, they were shocked by the monster. The hall was so small that it made them panic. Seeing that the creature was just a primitive at a top level, and it seemed to only use the Geno art that was similar to Extreme King's shocking sky punch, they stopped panicking and started admiring. Han Sen was nearby checking the creature out. The creature gave Han Sen a weird feeling. It did not look like a xenogeniac. In fact, it looked quite familiar. Han Sen knew for sure he had never seen a creature like this before. Weird. Where is this familiar feeling coming from? Han Sen touched his jaw. He was checking the weird creature out. He looked left and right. He could not think of why it looked so familiar. Pang! Although the creature was strong, it looked remarkably dumb. It could only cast the Geno art Extreme King's shocking sky punch. Prince Qing Xia, meanwhile, kept changing his deployed Geno arts. He hit the foe with hatred times 10. The overbearing substance chains ripped the transparent body of the creature apart. That broken body suddenly shattered and fizzled away. It was vaporized like water, suddenly becoming clean. Hang on. That feeling. Is that? Han Sen oddly looked at the disappeared creature. His head felt as if it had been struck by lightning. His heart jumped. Han Sen ran to the doors of the Red Temple. He wanted to take a look beyond the door to confirm his guess. Before he could reach the door, a voice boomed from within the Red Temple. There was no emotion. It sounded like electricity. Killed beginner undead. After hearing the voice, Han Sen sensed a strong vibration. A bridge arose from the sea behind the Red Temple. It was headed into the horizon. Chapter 2898 Yellow Temple by Wanjie and the others were not surprised. They would have felt far more uncomfortable if their trek through the Starter King's land was one devoid of any true metal testing trials. So this was not entirely unexpected. If we have made it through the first stage, let's go to the second stage. Bai Wanjie raised his feet and walked toward the bridge that had arisen from the sea. All the princes and princesses followed, but Han Sen did not. He walked into the Red Temple and went into the building via the doors. Catcha! The closed metal box opened again. Quickly, Han Sen saw a transparent monster manifest from out of the box. This is it. This creature looks like a spirit, but it is not quite the same. Han Sen looked at the transparent monster and had many thoughts. When the creature appeared, it threw a punch at Han. Senator Han Sen looked at it with a complicated expression. He did not want to fight back. He wanted to accept its punch and feel its power. With Han Sen's power, even if he were to be the recipient of a no-holds-barred punch, he would not be hurt. He might as well have been tickled. The undead fist and red light did not land on Han. Senator another hand, which was like crystal and jade, punched toward the incoming fist. It punched the red light and struck the creature. It made the creature fall backward. Han Sen turned around. He saw it was Bai Wei who was stumbling back after claiming the hit, which was initially primed to strike Han Sr. It is dangerous here, Bai Wei said. You should fall back. She waved her fists. Without waiting around, she was madly going for the creature again. She was eager for a good fight. It was an Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch versus an Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch. Bai Wei and the creature were having a hard fight. Bai Wei's Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch was very big and powerful, and the creature was very weird and sneaky. It was hard to determine who would win. Bai Wei's Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch kept changing throughout the fight. She slowly started to cast it like the creature's own use of Extreme King's shocking sky punch. Han Sen could tell Bai Wei was using the undead to practice the Extreme King's shocking sky punch. She had learned the undead's Extreme King's shocking sky punch movement. Her talent was very good. Not long later, she was already very good with the undead's Extreme King's shocking sky punch. The way she used it was just like the undead. Pang! The undead was punched. It broke apart and vanished like water. Killed beginner undead. The red temple played that same electric voice again. The metal box immediately closed. Bai Lingsheng smiled and walked forward. He looked at Bai Wei as he said, "Bai Wei, your punching skills have vastly improved." "Thanks, Sister Ten." "It was just a basic thing of the Extreme King," Bai Wei coldly answered. While they were talking, the metal box opened again. The exact same undead came out of it. Pang! The undead had only just emerged when Bai Lingsheng waved her hand. An ice light froze the undead's body and made it become some icy dust. After becoming familiar with the pattern of attack of this undead and its movements, the prince and princesses, who had king bodies, could eliminate the foe with ease. Bai Lingsheng said, "Let's leave the Red Temple. Otherwise, the undead here will keep on coming." She immediately departed the Red Temple. Han Sen and Bai Wei left the Red Temple too. After leaving the Red Temple, Han Sen went back to have a look at it. The metal box was shut. Nothing jumped out again. That undead really does look like a spirit. The resemblance is truly uncanny. That is especially true of the aura it carries. Very strange. Very strange, indeed. Han Sen frowned and thought, the xenogeniacs inside the Nine Defense Palace lost their spirits. Is it related to the undead over here? Han Sen felt as if he had discovered something, but it was still quite messy. The thoughts he was having about it all weren't exactly in focus yet. He knew he would have to put his mind to it a little harder. Figuring out the exact connection between these factoids was quite the head-scratcher. After all, answers were never handed over to him on a silver platter. "Mr. Holy Baby, is there a reason Father sent you here?" Bai Lingsheng walked in front of Han Senator. She lowered her body and smiled at Han Sr. "What am I supposed to do for him?" Han Sen asked. "Perhaps recording the performances of the prince and princesses." Bai Lingsheng put her lips next to Han Sen and spoke quietly so only they would hear it. After that, Bai Lingsheng stood up and smiled. "Let's go. They are already on the other island. If we delay any longer, we might miss out on the good stuff." After that, Bai Lingsheng walked to the bridge behind the Red Temple. Han Sen thought, these princes and princesses. None of them are lanterns that have saved oil. Bai Lingsheng guessed some of it right, but she will never think that aside from watching them, I need to keep them safe. I have to say, Bai King is very thoughtful. If he allowed a different elite to come, the princes and princesses would be more suspicious. He walked with Bai Wei to the bridge. Most of the princes had already started crossing the bridge. Only a few prince and princesses stayed to watch Bai Wei fight the undead, so they were a bit slow. Han Sen, Bai Lingsheng, and Bai Wei were the last ones to go. Once they got closer to the second island, they noticed the island was very similar to the first one. There was a metal temple on its peak, but this time the metal temple was yellow. It looked like it was made from gold. The sign atop the door simply said, "Yellow Temple." The door of the yellow temple opened. From far away, they saw a transparent undead with blood vessels that looked like gold fighting Bai Konglang. That undead's power was stronger than the last. The foe still made use of Extreme King's shocking sky punch, but it was suppressing Bai Konglang. Bai Konglang was in trouble. Han Sen arrived on the island and watched the fight just as the others did. He noticed the yellow undead was different from the red undead. The yellow undead seemed stronger than the red undead, but not by much. The body of the yellow undead was a bit different. It had long hair, and the body was not so transparent. One was able to see its gold blood vessels but not the organs. It looked more alive, unlike the red undead that looked like a machine. This yellow undead was more agile than the red one. Its intelligence in the fight was greater too. Bai Konglang was already using his king body, but he was still being suppressed. He could not claim an advantage, so he was getting beat. It seemed likely he would soon lose. This familiar feeling is stronger. Han Sen looked at the yellow undead and frowned. He did not know if it was just a placebo, but he felt like the undead had a connection to spirits. Catcha! Bai Konglang's knife was broken by the undead. He looked frazzled as he stumbled in retreat. Let me fight it. Bai Wanjie's eyes looked bright. He stepped forward and ran toward the yellow undead. Chapter 2899 New Guessing Crown Prince Bai Wanjie always kept a low profile. He was not like his brother, Bai Wuchang, who was so talented, but he had a very good base. He knew all sorts of Geno arts and could use them really well. When Bai Wanjie moved, all of those Geno arts that looked very common were suddenly made to compose an advantage. His method of Geno art usage was common, so it did not look special. It looked like the other princes and princesses could use them too. When Bai Wanjie used them, all the Geno arts combined like a glove. He was able to block the undead's attacks and start to establish a much-needed advantage. Han Sen thought, Bai Wanjie's talent is not as great as Bai Wuchang's, but his mind and his skills are better than. So many Geno art combinations are being executed perfectly. You would have to practice a lot to get to this level. After fighting for an hour, Bai Wanjie was finally able to slay the yellow undead. It was different from the red undead. The yellow undead melted and disappeared. Suddenly, there was an electric voice that came from the yellow temple. Without emotion, it said, "Killed medium-class undead." Boom! A bridge appeared from the sea. It was leading to a third island. This time, the prince and princesses did not quickly head across it. Many princes and princesses remained where they were. They each wanted to enter the temple and battle the yellow undead for themselves to test their own mettle. On the last island, they had all the confidence needed to beat the red undead. It was not a foe they found too formidable, so they were happy enough to proceed and head to the next island. They did not feel as confident when they came to the yellow undead. It was not something they could easily defeat, if at all. It was natural for them to assume they would only encounter harder trials and stronger undead enemies the further they went. If they could not beat the current task, it would only put them in harsher danger by going forward. They could have chosen to proceed, but they preferred to stay and practice with the yellow undead. When they were able to beat the yellow undead, they would keep on going. After all, Starter King's land was a place for training. They weren't rats in the maze searching for an exit. There was no rush, so a bit of practice was in order. Many of the princes and princesses thought that way. They entered the yellow temple. More yellow undead appeared from the metal box. They fought the yellow undead to increase their battle power. Only Bai Wanjie, Bai Wuchang, Bai Qingxian, Bai Lingshang, and Bai Wei went ahead on the next bridge. They merrily went along to the next island. Han Sen followed. There were so many prince and princesses there, so they should have been safe. Bai Wanjie and the others might encounter danger, so Han Sen was keen to see what the next undead looked like. Upon seeing him, Prince Qingxian said, "Holy baby, you should stay here. If you are in danger, no one here can protect you. I can protect myself." Han Sen laughed. Prince Qingxian said nothing further. Bai Wanjie, who was up ahead, had almost reached the third island. Bai Lingshang and Bai Wuchang followed with haste. Of course, Han Sen noticed the island had a temple of its own, as expected. This time, however, the temple was blue. When everyone went before the blue temple, the door opened on its own. It revealed the interior, which had a blue metal box inside it. Bai Wanjie and the others swapped stares with one another. In the end, Bai Wuchang stepped into the blue temple first. Catcha! The blue metal box opened up. An undead came out from it. This undead looked like an extreme king or human. Its body was not as transparent. It looked like it had been built from porcelain. Although there was a layer of crystal, one could not see the structure inside the body. Plus, its body had some color, including black hair and black pupils. It looked very alive. It looked like a living thing. Although it was still primitive class, the moment the undead lashed out, everyone felt that it was different from the other two undead. The last two undead were strong, but they were just strong. There was something about this undead that could not be described with words. If the two undead were robots, this undead was a living thing. It still used the Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch, but its Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch was not just strong. It had a special level. Bai Wuchang used knife skills to fight the undead. He blocked 3 punches, but he was quickly suppressed. His ghost body was able to avoid all the attacks, but the undead's Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch crushed space and broke it. Bai Wuchang could not walk between the real world and the underworld. Wuchang, let me help you. Bai Wanjie could see Bai Wuchang getting beat. He shouted and joined the fight. Allow me to chip in too. Bai Lingshan's body looked like ice. She was like an ice goddess as she joined the fight. How could you leave me behind? Prince Qingxia cast hatred times 10 and joined the fight. Bai Wei did not say anything. She cast her own Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch to join the fight. The undead was getting attacked by 5 princes and princesses. Although they were all primitive class, it was still able to repel the 5 and not be beaten. It was difficult to tell who the victor would end up being. Han Sen watched from the sidelines. He thought the undead looked just like a spirit. If Starter King's land is something the Extreme King Alpha brought from Sacred, these undead should be Sacred Leader's research subjects. Fox Queen used to say Sacred Leader, in the sanctuaries, researched immortal spirits. The holy spirits should be these spirits now. Are these undead the spirits Sacred Leader tried to make? If so, how did he create them? After thinking about that, Han Sen's expression changed. Hang on, Extreme King took out the spirit, but the spirits themselves are the immortal beings. Does this mean the undead are made from the spirits of the Xenogeniacs? Although this was just Han Sen guessing, he thought it was possible. If that is the theory, that means the spirits are a spirit body. God spirits are one such form. Wait a minute. Spirits and God spirits survive in familiar ways. They are immortal. They can be reborn. Han Sen's thought was chilling. There was something in the middle that could not be explained. Spirits were only exclusive to the sanctuaries. They did not need the body of another creature, yet they could still fight. God required another creature's body to fight in the universe. This was like the undead spirits, but the undead were not as perfect as a spirit. It seemed as if there were many flaws. Han Sen's heart jumped. He thought of something else that was possible. I have heard Fox Queen say Sacred Leader researched immortal holy spirits in the sanctuaries. I thought the spirits existed in the sanctuaries before Sacred Leader, so he went there to research them. What if it was all the other way around? Chapter 2900 Accidentally Seeing, if the truth was the other way around, Sacred Leader came first. The spirits came after. If that is the truth, it would also be easier to understand. Han Sen was happy. It was like he had found light in the darkness. If spirits were invented by Sacred Leader, it would be easier to sort out this theory. Sacred Leader wanted to kill God, but he found out God was a spirit body. He was immortal and could reborn, which meant there was no real way to kill them. Sacred Leader researched this a lot and found a way to take a spirit out of a xenogenic. He then used the spirits to make creatures that were similar to God spirits. They were the spirits. As for these undead, I wonder if they were failures of Sacred Leader's research. Perhaps they are the products Extreme King tried to copy. Han Sen thought this was possible. Han Sen thought there was too much that could not be explained. If the spirits were composed of the God spirits Sacred Leader tried to replicate, why did the spirits have a true body that could not be exterminated? There were some other muddy details that Han Sen couldn't quite fit into the jigsaw puzzle. Now, Han Sen was having a hard time trying to think. It is a shame Extreme King Alpha is dead. If he wasn't, I could grab him and ask him about the undead. Perhaps only then I would learn the truth, Han Sen sighed. Han Sen looked at the fighters battling the undead with a conflicted expression. Although Bai Wei was not particularly outstanding, every hit she made was beneficial. Han Sen could tell Bai Wei was keeping her power in check too. She wasn't showing all she had yet. It looks like going to the very high to become a silkworm aided Bai Wei a great deal. I am afraid with all these royals, Bai Wuchang could not even beat Bai Wei. Han Sen sighed. He thought since the very high were so strong, it had not taken much time for Bai Wei to grow so much. If this kept going, Bai Wei could certainly become a true god. It was a shame that Extreme King would not give whoever became a silkworm the throne. If that was not true, the Extreme King might have ended up with their first queen. The undead was powerful. Bai Wanjia and the others fought it alone, but they were unable to defeat it. Now, with the 5 of them fighting it together, they were able to slay the undead. Killed high-level undead. The electric voice boomed through the temple. After killing their enemy this time, no bridge arose from the sea. Have we made it through Starter King's land? Han Sen looked out across the misty sea. He did not see any other islands around. Bai Wanjia and the 5 people fighting the undead stayed inside the Blue Temple. They were practicing their Geno arts and combat skills. In the beginning, it took 3 people to defeat 1 undead. As time went by, they learned more about the undead and improved themselves. After 2 days, Bai Wuchang could defeat the undead alone. Boom! 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 Another bridge appeared across the sea. Han Sen quickly understood what it meant. It looks like an undead must be defeated solo to trigger the bridge that leads to another island. Bai Wuchang did not hesitate. He walked across the bridge. Bai Lingshang and Bai Wanjia looked at each other and followed. Bai Wei was going to step on the bridge when Prince Qingxia suddenly said, "My power is not enough to solo the Blue Temple's undead. I am not going to keep going. You guys should be careful." "Thank you, brother." Bai Wei bowed and walked across the bridge. Han Sen followed her across the bridge. Bai Wei turned around. She looked at Han Sen and said, "The next temple must be very dangerous. I suggest you do not proceed. Don't you worry. I can protect myself." Han Sen laughed. Bai Wei wished to say something, but Bai Wanjia, who was in front of her, said, "Sister, you do not need to stop him. If he does not come with us, he will probably be unable to report to father." Bai Wei was surprised. She understood something but did not say anything. She kept going. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. He continued to follow them. Bai Wanjia knew that Bai King had sent him there. Otherwise, he would have just been an outsider xenogenic student. There was no other way to explain why he was allowed to go to the Starter King's land. The few of them kept going forward. It was not long before they reached an island. This one was surprising. The island did not possess a temple. It only had an empty volcano. Weird. Why is there no temple? Does the practice in Starter King's land only cover high-level enemies? Bai Wuchang frowned. If things were like that, there is no way so many princes and princesses would have died through the years, Bai Wanjie said as he began ascending the stairs. Everyone followed him. They walked toward the peak. They discovered it was a circular mountain that looked like a volcano. The peak was a giant, cylindrical hole. What is this? Bai Wuchang stood at the edge of the mountain. He looked down with surprise. Han Sen and the others looked down too. Inside the big hole were all sorts of crystal tools. It made the hole inside of the mountain look like a giant laboratory. There was an entrance in the center of the mountain. An egg-shaped crystal was dangling by it. It looked like some giant creature egg. It was at least 3 feet wide. There was a girl curled up inside the crystal egg. Wanner, when Han Sen saw the girl inside the crystal egg, his face changed. The girl had blonde hair and was wearing white pajamas. She looked like she was sleeping. She looked like a blonde Wanner. Han Sen's heart waved like a mad sea. His thoughts were a mess. He did not understand what was going on. Why did Wanner reside in the Extreme King Starter King's land? What is going on here? Han Sen subconsciously looked at Wanner inside Destiny's Tower. He then glanced at the lady inside the crystal. They were the same. There was nothing that was not the same. They looked like a copy and paste entity. What is inside this black egg that is below? Bai Wuchang asked as he stared at the crystal egg. It cannot be another high-level undead. When Han Sen heard him, he was shocked. He looked at Bai Wuchang and thought, is this guy colorblind? There's no way he is that blind and cannot tell the difference between black and white. I don't know, Bai Lingshang said. Maybe we can try to break this big black egg to see if there is an undead inside. Han Sen was shocked and thought, what is going on? Do they all see a big, black egg and not a giant crystal? 2901 egg in the mountain by Wanjie and the others were guessing what was inside the big egg, which confused Han Senator. He kept looking. That giant egg was transparent. The blonde girl was fast asleep inside it. He rubbed his eyes to take another look. He knew he was not seeing things. The giant egg was really transparent. Why is this happening? Does it have to do with a part of my bloodline belonging to the crystallizers? Is it because of Wanner inside my Destiny's Tower enabling me to see the lady in the egg? Han Sen could not think of a reason, but he knew for sure that Starter King's land was not built by the Extreme King Alpha. He bet there was a 90% chance it had something to do with Sacred Leader. After Sacred was destroyed, it somehow fell into the Extreme King Alpha's lap. He went ahead and turned it into Starter King's land. Han Sen wanted to get the blonde girl out of the big egg to see what was going on, but he did not rush the process. The Extreme King had the big egg for a long time, and it was still fine. It had not been destroyed. Therefore, he believed it could not be so simple. Bai Wanjie and the others were worried. They did not enter the mountain. They merely peered into it from the outside. I have a question that I don't understand, Bai Wei said. Bai Wei, you can ask whatever you want if you do not understand something, Bai Lingshang said with a smile. Let's all discuss it together. Perhaps we can solve the problem you have. Bai Wei thought for a moment and said, everyone must have heard about whenever Starter King's land began. Princes and princesses were dying in Starter King's land, right? That is correct. Although the death rate in Starter King's land is low, the weird thing is that 1 or 2 prince or princesses died every time. Bai Lingshang nodded. That is weird, Bai Wei said. Starter King's land only opens once in a while, and you cannot exit when the way back is closed. The teleporter is active once a month. Even then, you can only exit and not enter. If so, who carried the bodies of dead prince or princesses back? Of course, it had to be the prince or princesses that went there, Bai Lingshang said. She quickly thought something was wrong. She frowned and receded into thought. If the danger was able to kill princes and princesses, and every time it opened it could kill princes and princesses, the danger was there. If the danger was there, how could the prince and princesses bring back the dead bodies while there was danger? Did the princes and princesses take family that seriously? Would they risk their lives so much as to bring back dead bodies? It is a shame we do not know the prince or princesses that died. I have never thought about their bodies being brought back or not before. Bai Lingshang frowned. Bai Wanjie looked at the mountain. He glanced at the tool and big egg and said, there are only two possibilities. One is that the danger comes and goes. It only happens if we do something. So, they are able to bring the bodies of the dead prince and princesses back. Or maybe, Bai Wanjie stopped talking. Everyone knew what he meant. Bai Wuchang said, or they did not have any dead bodies to bring back. Perhaps they were consumed by something, and that is why there were no dead bodies. Everyone looked at the big egg. If the second possibility was true, it would be too dangerous for them to venture inside the mountain. Han Sen was thinking that there should have been a protector like him in the past. Perhaps it was the protector's duty to bring the bodies of the prince and princesses back. Han Sen did not think that was correct. If there was a protector, why did many princes and princesses die in the first place? That means there are only two possibilities. The first being that there was no protector at all. The second is that there were protectors, but they were unable to protect. After Han Sen thought of this, he suddenly felt the need to be a whole lot more cautious. The few of them looked at the big egg in the mountain with complicated expressions. No one dared to go in. We cannot keep staying here, Bai Wanjie said. Let me see if I can find a way to try it. Brother, try any way you can, Bai Lingshang and Bai Wuchang said at the same time. Bai Wanjie nodded. He pulled something out that was the size of a fist. It looked as if it had been made of vines. It looked like a ball. When they looked closer, it was not a ball. It was like a birdcage. A green parrot was inside that small, ball-shaped birdcage. It had 4 legs, and its face looked like a tiger. Inside this thing is the primitive class xenogeneic tiger god eagle. Bai Lingshang knew where that weird bird was from. Bai Wanjie nodded. This treasure is called trapped animal cage. It can trap birds and such. The longer it is in there, the more they will listen to you. Their wildness will eventually be tamed. I have only had this tiger god eagle trapped inside here for half a year. It is not tamed yet, but we can use it to explore what is down there. After that, Bai Wanjie threw the trapped animal cage with the tiger god eagle into the mountain. The trapped animal cage landed on the big egg. People thought it was going to slide away. This trapped animal cage was like a magnet. It stuck to the big egg. It was no longer sliding down. Bai Wanjie's body flashed. He saw the cage was becoming bigger. It turned into a vine cage that was 30 feet tall. The tiger god eagle looked how it was before, but it was now like a big, prehistoric beast. The giant egg now looked small. It looked like an egg that the tiger god eagle itself had pushed out. The tiger god eagle grabbed it in its talons. The trapped animal cage turned into a vine. It came out like a snake. It went back into Bai Wanjie's hands and turned into a little vine ball. Han Sen and the others looked at the tiger god eagle, which was free. Its claws grabbed the big egg and made a strange sound. It flapped its wings and generated a green typhoon. It looked like it was going to fly. No matter how much its wings flapped, it could not fly. Its claws were dug into the egg, and it could not release them. The tiger god eagle kept screaming. It had a green light. The substance chains became stronger. It carried wind power to help its power go up. The effort was useless. No matter how much it tried, it could not get out. The scary thing was that Han Sen and the others saw the tiger god eagle's body grow old. It was like someone's life had been fast-forwarded in a video within the space of an hour. Not long later, the tiger god eagle lacked the power to struggle. Its old body fell, but it still stuck to the big egg hanging in the air. It was like a dead chicken that had been cooked. Everyone looked shocked. The tiger god eagle was not a very good primitive xenogeniac, but it wasn't weak for a primitive either. It had been unable to escape, and its life force was gone. Pata. When the tiger god eagle body's life force was totally destroyed, its body detached from the big egg. It fell like a boulder. It fell into the bottom of the mountain and the crystal will inside. 2902 Scary Mountain Tiger God Eagle's body landed atop the crystal wheel. Everyone saw that the crystal wheel down below was like a grinding disc. When the grinding disc spun, a crystal light landed on the corpse of the tiger god eagle. It was like the flesh and feathers had a layer of crystal porcelain. In the crystal porcelain, the tiger god eagle's dead body slowly deformed into a transparent liquid. It followed the crystal wheel and started to sink. A moment later, the big tiger god eagle had decomposed into nothing. Not a single feather remained. Once the crystal wheel stopped spinning, the mountain was still and quiet. The lights switched off. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Bai Wanjie and the others all felt a little numb. Now, they understood why the bodies of the princes and princesses were never seen again. This must have been why. Han Sen looked at the crystal wheel down below. His brain had many thoughts flashing through it. Weird. Let's not say that traps might reside inside this mountain, but this place is very dangerous. All those kings of the extreme kings sent so many princes and princesses down, and they are not even warned of the dangers they might face. They just tell them to come here and practice. It makes no sense. Han Sen was thinking that it was all very strange. What kind of old man would not worry about the well-being of their children? No matter how much a father wanted their children to practice, they should never subject them to such cruel fates. Unless the extreme kings know full well that sacrifices are expected, so they are sent here. Han Sen looked at Bai Wanjie and the others. They looked fairly glum, but it was hard to tell what thoughts were running in their minds. Han Sen did not think they were thinking of things the way he was. It was not like Han Sen was smarter. It was just that they were the ones fully involved in this ordeal. They had no idea. They were stuck in the middle of it. They thought this trial was the key that could make them a successor. They thought it was only expected to face such dangers. Otherwise, there was no way they could tell which one of them was smarter, stronger, or worthier of becoming the next king. Other thoughts were not entertained. Bai Wanjie looked at the crystal wheel and giant egg and said, "Right now, we do not know if the final test requires us to break the big egg or if there is actually something else to do." "I don't think we should break the egg," Bai Wuchang said. "The princes and princesses that came before us would have most likely tried. By the looks of it, they failed." "Maybe not," Bai Lingshang said. "Like the undead before here, perhaps this big egg has the power to recompose itself. Perhaps no matter how many times it is broken, it can be recovered." Bai Wei nodded and said, "From what we have seen now, the final test has something to do with this egg." Bai Wanjie was silent a moment before saying, "Sister Wei, you have been practicing with the very high for a long time. You must know more than us. Can you see what is inside this big egg?" Bai Wei shook her head. "Outer Sky has many xenogeniacs, and I have seen many xenogeniac eggs. This is the first of its kind I have ever seen." Bai Wuchang thought for a moment and said, "In the past, the princes and princesses were able to finish their task. There must be a way to do this. We have just yet to uncover what it entails." "Sister Lingshang was correct," Bai Wanjie said. "Earlier, I threw the trapped animal cage and the tiger god eagle down. The trapped animal cage hit the egg and did not get stuck. However, the tiger god eagle did get stuck. It looks like the egg will only magnetize things that are actually living. Everyone's eyes seemed to brighten. If the giant egg's power only worked on living things, that meant they could use their treasures to attack the egg. If things are indeed that way, then allow me to try first, Bai Wuchang said. He took out his jade knife, which was half a foot long. It looked like a dagger and was seemingly made out of crystal jade. The blade had a murderous look. Bai Wuchang clutched the jade knife as he stared at the crystal egg. His hands were unleashed, making the jade knife turn into a green light that launched itself at the big egg. Dong! When the jade knife hit the big egg, it made some crunching sounds like it had struck a stone. Many green substance chains were set forth. They hit the crystal wall and shattered. The big egg had been hit really hard. It was like a light bulb that had been turned on, forcing it to release some light. The big egg glowed with light. The crystal tools in the mountain started to run. It was like a signal tower. All the halos lit up, making the whole mountain shine. Seeing that his attack failed, Bai Wuchang took his jade knife back. The jade knife did not adhere to his command. It landed on the crystal wheel. When the wheel started to spin, the primitive treasure was reduced to nothing, just like the corpse of the tiger god eagle. It became a liquid that spilled into the slits and slots around. Bai Wuchang and the others were frozen. They felt a big chill. The crystal wheel was able to decompose flesh and treasures. Han Sen was not surprised. It was because the primary material of any treasure was a xenogeneic gene. The tiger god eagle's body was the xenogeneic gene itself. There was no difference between them, so it was natural for it to be decomposed. What Han Sen felt was strange was that when the small jade knife hit the egg, the woman in the big egg reacted. It was like someone had disturbed her slumber. She frowned, but her eyes did not quite open. After a while, the crystal tools of the mountain stopped spinning. The lights of the egg began to dim. Bai Wuchang was looking at Bai Wuchang as he asked, "Wuchang, what is going on?" With Bai Wuchang's power, controlling a xenogeneic treasure was not difficult. The small jade knife should not have fallen down. Bai Wuchang was silent a moment before replying, "After hitting the big egg, the connection I had with the knife was strangely gone. I tried my best to bring it back, but it did not work. The power vanished when it fell into the mountain." "This is annoying," Bai Wuchang said. "The creatures will get stuck on the egg and die. If treasures activate the egg, they will be isolated inside. It will be hard to destroy the big egg. If things were that easy, it would not be a challenge left behind by Mr. Alpha," Bai Wuchang said. Suddenly, everyone was staring at the big egg in the mountain. No one had a good idea. Eventually, Bai Wuchang pulled out a bracelet. That necklace had 108 orbs. Each one was the size of a cherry in the color of white jade, which was similar to sheep fat. It looked like stars were spinning inside it. Bai Wuchang unlocked the necklace, took an orb out, and threw it at the egg. They saw an explosion of starlight. The egg exploded. Light appeared everywhere. The crystal equipment had been split. Bai Wuchang kept throwing the orbs at the egg one by one. The big egg kept growing brighter. Previously, they had seen it as a big black egg. When the white light increased in volume, it became transparent. "It looks like there is something inside." The big eggshell started to become transparent. Bai Wuchang was now able to see the blonde lady inside, but he could only see a little. It was not very clear. 2903 blonde-haired lady, this works, Bai Wuchang excitedly said. "Big brother, do it harder. Throw more of the star orbs down and reveal what is inside that giant egg." Bai Wuchang agreed. He kept throwing the star orbs one by one at the big egg. The big egg grew brighter and more transparent. The blonde lady's face on the inside became clearer. Han Sen looked at the big egg with a frown. He could already see everything crystal clear. The blonde lady was going to be woken up. That made Han Sen nervous, perhaps even a bit scared. Why does the extreme king send their princes and princesses here? What are they after? There is no way they had no idea what was inside this. If they knew and still sent people here without saying anything, it is just so weird. While Han Sen was thinking, he suddenly noticed Bai Lingshang. It looks like a blonde lady inside, Bai Lingshang said while looking at the big egg. Bai Wanjie threw 70 of the star orbs, which were making the big egg look crystal-like. One was almost able to see the face of the blonde lady inside, but it was still not completely clear. This is so weird, Bai Wuchang said. There is a creature inside this egg that looks like one of the extreme king, but the race that is not like us. No one here can come from an egg, right? Bai Lingshang rolled her eyes and smiled. Obviously, she was not birthed from the egg. When have you ever seen creatures born with their pajamas on? You're right, Bai Wuchang quietly said. That means someone locked her inside it. Is our mission to rescue her? It is hard to say if we are to rescue or kill her. Perhaps she a higher level undead. Bai Wanjie looked at the big egg while he spoke and continued to lob star orbs at the structure. Everyone stared at the lady. The more star orbs he threw, the clearer the woman's face appeared. She was as pretty as an angel. Now, she was frowning. She did not seem happy. Everyone was staring at her as her eyes suddenly opened. It shocked everyone watching. She was not like an ordinary person who opened their eyes after a night of sleep. Her eyes were totally open and entirely wide. Her gold pupils made it seem like there were no pupils. Although she had opened her eyes, her vision did not appear focused. It looked very weird, and it gave them a chill. Catcha! The giant egg which now looked like a crystal shield, cracked. In the blink of an eye, the whole giant egg looked like broken steel glass. It turned into countless small shards that rained down. The blonde woman inside was completely visible. The blonde-haired woman was floating inside the cave of the mountain. It looked like some wind was coming up from the cave. It made her blonde hair wave. Without the blockage of the giant egg, Han Sen finally felt the presence of the blonde lady. It suddenly made his expression change. The blonde lady's aura was completely different from Wanner's, who was usually very tame. This lady's had a raging mode. It also made people feel sorrowful on her behalf. It made people feel as if she was a weak and injured woman and that no action could reverse the horrible fate she had been subjected to. The blonde lady released a feeling that made Han Sen think of two words. Her presence feels just like those god spirits. Han Sen stared at the golden-haired lady. Han Sen had killed Sky Vine Radish, Sky Armor God, and Lotus Child. This blonde lady before them felt just like they had. Their presence was not very clear. Kings and gods did not exude this feeling. The god spirits that released this feeling were the ones that combined with creatures of the universe. Now, the blonde lady made Han Sen feel a familiar sensation. Is this blonde lady a god spirit combined with a creature of the universe? Han Sen looked at the blonde lady as ideas raced through his head. Bai Wanjie and the others generated their own powers and were ready to fight. It seemed as if they could not feel the scary presence coming from the blonde girl. The blonde lady remained suspended. She rose up from the mountain. Her blonde hair and white pajamas were waving fiercely like the wind was pushing and pulling her. Hurry up and run! Han Sen shouted. Although Han Sen could not tell how strong the blonde lady was, the god spirit presence could not be mistaken. No matter how weak the god spirit was, it could not be blocked by the primitive Bai Wanjie and the others. We are here already. Why do we not give it a go before we run? I am not interested in the throne, but this is such a fun task that I absolutely cannot miss out. Seeing the blonde lady fly away from the mountain's entrance, Bai Wuchang laughed. His body turned into its ghost mode. He looked like a ghost, carrying weird substance chains. They were waving toward the blonde lady. The blonde lady behaved as if she was not awake. She hung above the mountain. Her eyes were unfocused. She was just frozen watching Bai Wuchang come her way. Bai Wuchang's knife light was strong. It carried the power to break a yellow river. The knife light slashed the blonde-haired lady. Her pajamas were cut. Knife lights landed on her white skin, leaving a slight impression on her skin. Suddenly, the knife light melted and vanished. It had not even left a red mark on her. The blonde lady immediately moved her unfocused eyes onto Bai Wuchang. Bai Wuchang roared with the intent to attack again, but everyone felt a bit dizzy. The blonde lady floating above the mountain simply vanished. Han Sen's expression changed. He turned his head. He saw Bai Wuchang, who was in his ghost mode, have power touching him where none should have been able to. The blonde lady was holding his neck and making it float. The blonde lady's eyes did not look focused. She was small, yet she used one hand to lift the very bulky Bai Wuchang. It was like she was lifting a chicken by the throat. Bai Wuchang looked as if he was drowning. He was struggling and unable to do anything about it. His eyes rolled, and his skin started to grow old. After a few short seconds, his hair looked gray. How dare you? Bai Wuxia was furious, but he was also scared. He activated his king body and summoned a hammer that was as big as a bucket. He swung it at the blonde lady. Bai Lingsheng and Bai Wei looked ferocious. One pulled out an icy sword whereas the other used Extreme King's shocking sky punch. One went left while the other went right to attack the blonde lady. They wanted to save Bai Wuchang. Pang! The hammer struck the blonde lady on the back of the head, but that only made the lady's neck move a little. It certainly wasn't going to stop her body. It did not make her stumble an inch. Bai Lingsheng and Bai Wei's power landed on their foe, but their attacks only damaged her pajamas. They did not even leave red marks upon her skin. The blonde lady's other hand rose. She touched the big hammer. It instantly made the deified weapon shatter. It turned to dust and echoes flying in space. Chapter 2904 Fighting the Blonde Lady. Han Sen frowned. He knew that if he did not do it, everyone else there would be killed. Plus, he wanted to know if the blonde lady was in any way related to Wanner. Judging from the power she wielded, it was different from Wanner's power. She did not have the gold power that made the super god spirit body bad. She had a power that could absorb or take a life force. After a short amount of time, Bai Wuchang turned snow white. Now, he looked like the real Bai Wuchang. If this kept on going, in less than 10 seconds, he was going to die. Han Sen did not care if Bai Wuchang was alive or dead, but he wanted to take care of Bai Wei. Considering the deal he made with Bai King, if he wanted to keep living with the Extreme King, he had no choice but to help. The blonde lady blew up Bai Wuxia's deified hammer. Her face suddenly flashed. Another hand was reaching out to Bai Wei, who was the closest. Bai Wei used Extreme King's shocking sky punch, so she had no choice but to get in close with the blonde-haired lady. A scary suction made Bai Wei's body uncontrollably fly toward the blonde-haired lady's hands. Bai Wei did not freak out. Her body flashed with a circular halo that made her body spin. She wanted to use that spinning power to get rid of the blonde-haired lady's suction. She only spun halfway. Before she was able to complete a loop, she was sucked into the blonde-haired lady's hands. The blonde-haired lady grabbed her by the neck. Bai Wei was stronger than Bai Wuchang. The moment her neck was grabbed, she wanted to teleport away. That was God's wonder from the very high. The space teleportation she had flickered. It was like a firework being extinguished by water. She was unable to teleport away. Bai Lingshang and Bai Wanjie were shocked. No one expected the last level of the undead to be this scary. The two of them said nothing. They turned around, wanting to run. They headed for the bridge they had crossed. They no longer cared for Bai Wuchang and Bai Wei. One could not blame them. The blonde-haired lady was too strong. She had a crushing power. If they stayed, they were going to end up the same. Bai Wei knew the situation was dire and felt that she would soon die. It felt like something was coming out from her body and going into the blonde-haired lady's hand. When her body's power began to fade, Bai Wei felt as if she had no strength left to even struggle. She was quivering inside the blonde-haired lady's hand. Am I going to die? I still haven't beaten her yet. A dark shadow flashed through Bai Wei's brain. Although she was about to die, she did not feel fear. She felt disappointed. Suddenly, Bai Wei heard a striking sound close to her ear. It was like the striking of a jade stone. At the same time, the grip on her neck loosened. The blonde-haired lady's hand, which had been on her neck, lost its grip. Before Bai Wei could figure out what was happening, a power was pulling her away. It dragged her away from the blonde-haired lady. Pang! Pang! Bai Wei and Bai Wuchang fell to the ground. They looked up and saw Holy Baby standing between them. He was staring at the blonde-haired lady like a god from the sky. As Bai Wanjie and Bai Lingshang were escaping, they heard loud noises. They turned around and looked back. They saw Holy Baby grabbing Bai Wei and Bai Wuchang and bringing them back. He had managed to save the two of them from the blonde-haired lady. It was unbelievable. They were both frozen and stopped their attempted escape. If Bai Wei and Bai Wuchang were killed, they could have just reported it. Now, Bai Wuchang and Bai Wei were alive. They had just tried running away. That was sure to result in a bad impression. It would likely mean Bai King would be upset with their decision. Although they did not continue fleeing, Bai Wanjie and Bai Lingshang did not go back. They watched from afar. You guys should leave. Han Sen looked at the blonde-haired lady as he spoke, but his words were uttered to Bai Wuchang and Bai Wei. Bai Wei picked up the weak Bai Wuchang. They both looked at him with a conflicted look and retreated. They returned to the bridge. The island now only had Han Sen and the blonde-haired lady on it. The blonde-haired lady coldly looked at Han Senator. Her body turned blurry in space. When it appeared again in front of Han Sen, she was trying to grab him by the neck. Han Sen's hands somehow reached out to strike the blonde-haired lady's hands. Earlier, he had punched the blonde-haired lady. Their powers were quite matched. Neither of them had the upper hand. When they fought this time, Han Sen felt a magnetic power inside the blonde-haired lady's hands. They latched onto his hands. It made Han Sen feel something from his body leave and go into the blonde-haired lady. That thing was not the gene power he practiced or his lifespan. It felt weird. It was unknown what it was. Taking spirit skill. Han Sen realized what it was the woman was trying to take. The woman was not taking his life force away. She was taking away the spirits of creatures. It was no wonder Bai Wuchang still had a young face despite the gray hair. His life force was still the same. The aged thing was just his mental fortitude. After being so tired and exhausted, it made people think he had lost his life force. But that wasn't it. Does that mean the xenogeniacs from the Nine Defense Spirit have their spirits taken away by her? Han Sen's brain flashed through many different ideas, but his hands did not stop. The Dongxian aura had been pushed to the max, but he could not prohibit his spirit from going away. Han Sen quickly discovered that the spirits did not have a place in the cogwheels of the universe. Even if he used the Dongxian aura to stop every cogwheel in the universe from spinning, he could not stop the blonde-haired lady from taking away his spirit. Han Sen used many different powers, but none of them were able to stop the blonde-haired lady from taking away his spirit. Han Sen frowned. It was the first time he had seen such power. He had never encountered an opponent like this before. When his heart jumped, Han Sen cast the story of genes. He used Forever Solid Power, hoping to stop his spirit from leaking. When Forever Solid Power activated, Han Sen felt the blonde-haired lady's suction power vanish. His spirit stopped leaving him. The story of genes really worked. It is no wonder Sacred Leader created it to deal with God spirits. It is useful against spirits. Han Sen was happy. He was just giving it a go, but it actually worked. The blonde-haired lady still grabbed Han Sen, but she could not take the spirit away from him. Her emotionless face looked confused. Her gold eyes were focused on Han Sen. Chapter 2905. Trapped in the mountain. Han Sen flipped his hand. He twisted the blonde lady's arm and made her body turn. He then pressed her into the mountain's walls. Wuxia and the others were shocked. They did not expect something like this to happen. It is no wonder Father took him as a student. He did not show off, gloat, or anything, yet he possesses such power. Wuxia frowned. Lingshang said, "It looks like our guesses were not so accurate. Holy Baby did not just come here to evaluate our performance. Father must have asked him to protect us too." When she said that, she sighed. "If I had known that, I would not have had to do what I did earlier. Who could have guessed Holy Baby would have this sort of power? You cannot blame us for what we did. It is fine if he reports it to Father." Wuxia did not regret his course of action. Bai Wei and Bai Wuchang looked at Han Sen with shock. They could not do anything before the blonde-haired lady, yet he was able to suppress her with one hand. That kind of power was quite shocking to behold. Han Sen pushed the blonde-haired lady against the mountain wall and quietly asked, "What are you?" He wanted to know where the blonde-haired lady came from. She was able to take the spirits of other creatures. In addition to that, she looked just like Warner. She had a god spirit presence too. It was very strange. The blonde-haired lady was emotionless. It was like she did not even hear what Han Sen said. She suddenly turned her body around. She did not care for the fact that her arms were captured. She broke her arms just to turn her body. She looked at Han Sen and used another arm to grab Han Sen's wrist. Boom! All Han Sen saw was golden light. He and the blonde-haired lady went inside the mountain where the crystal machinery was shining. It created many crystal lights. They covered Han Sen and the blonde-haired lady. Han Sen was shocked. He wanted to teleport away from the mountain, but he felt like the space around him was completely sealed. He was unable to teleport. The crystal lights turned into crystals that one could see. When the crystals got bigger, they took on a circular shape. They looked just like the big eggs Han Sen and the others saw earlier. Han Sen punched the blonde-haired lady. In the crystal light, the blonde-haired lady's power had reached a scarier level. Han Sen's punching power looked like a commoner trying to punch a steel board. He was unable to hurt the lady. The crystal shell wrapped the pair up. It was just like when Han Sen saw the crystal egg in the beginning. The blonde-haired lady's broken arm recovered. She held on to Han's senator. A scary power kept invading his body. It was trying to take Han Sen's spirit away. In that forever solidified mode, the blonde-haired lady could not take Han Sen's spirit. Yet, Han Sen could not get free of the blonde-haired lady's grip. They were both stuck in the big egg. Han Sen thought, "Did Bai King treat me so nice to lead me here and have the blonde-haired lady take my spirit?" With that blonde-haired lady's weird power and the help of the crystallizer machines, even true god elites would not have been able to fight her. Bai King had sent him there to protect the prince and princesses. Something had to be amiss. If Bai King was tricking him, he would not know if Han Sen was going to fight the blonde-haired lady. That was not something he could control. Han Sen could have just left. He was curious about the blonde-haired lady's identity, so that was why he was there. Bai King could not have known Han Sen would be interested in the blonde-haired lady, so it did not make any sense. In that crystal egg light's buff, the blonde-haired lady's body suction was stronger. Her entire body was like an octopus holding on to Han. Senator Han Sen used his power to punch her. He felt like her body had been protected by a layer of a crystal shell. He was unable to break it. In the mountain in Starter King's land, Han Sen was grabbed by the blonde-haired lady. The big crystal egg had been filled with crystal. It was like Han Sen and the blonde-haired lady were frozen in ice. He could not move. Han Sen used his sky vine radish god lance, but he was unable to harm the blonde-haired lady. She was steadily becoming stronger. And Han Sen felt as if his body was starting to become loose. He was unable to withstand the suction power of the blonde-haired lady. It looks like I have to use Super God Spirit mode. Han Sen forced himself to make use of Super God Spirit mode. He wanted to use that moment to escape the mountain. When Han Sen used Super God Spirit mode, he activated Wanner, who was still asleep. It made Wanner's body shine with gold. Han Sen thought the results would be the same. He thought Wanner's power would nullify the power of his Super God Spirit mode, thus enabling him to leave the area before that happened. Who would have known that this time, Wanner suddenly opened her eyes to awake from a deep sleep. Bai Wuxia and the others saw the flash of gold light. Han Sen and the blonde lady vanished together. The mountain's crystal light was like a volcanic eruption that blew into the sky. They did not dare get close to the mountain. They waited from afar. After time passed, they still did not see Han Sen come out from the mountain. The volcanic eruption created lingering crystal light. The princes and princesses heard Bai Wuxia tell them what happened. They looked at Bai Wuchang, who had white hair. They were so shocked that they did not proceed to the next island. After a long time, when Starter King's land opened again, Han Sen had yet to appear from the mountain. The princes and princesses returned to the bones of the true space demon dragon and teleported away from Starter King's land. Bai Wuxia, Bai Wei, Bai Lingshang, and Bai Wuchang were called upon by Bai King. They reported what had happened to Holy Baby to Bai King. They did not hide anything. Bai Wuxia and Bai Lingshang felt conflicted about telling him, but Bai King did not look any different when hearing what he was told. He did not say much. He only asked them a few questions about the blonde-haired lady and Han Senator. He then asked them to leave. It was fortunate that Father sent Holy Baby to protect us, Bai Wuxia said. If he hadn't, who knows what would have happened. Father, you were so clever, Bai Lingshang said with a smile. You took Holy Baby as a student and saved Wuchang and Wei. After they left, Bai King frowned as he sat by the table. After a while, he said to himself, he shouldn't have. If he was able to kill Sky Armor God, why was he unable to defeat that tester? Was that tester more powerful than a god spirit? Chapter 29:06 Going to the god area again. Han Sen looked at all that was going on in front of him. It was all a bit beyond his expectations. After Wanner woke up, her gold light continued to expand. It created a strong reaction with the Super God Spirit mode. It forced Han Sen to let her out. Otherwise, both of their bodies would have been ripped apart by that power that went against each other. After Wanner appeared, the crystal light around him stopped. Under her gold light, the big crystal egg was like ice meeting the sun. It melted quickly. It was not just the big crystal egg melting. Even the blonde-haired lady, who looked very similar to Wanner, was melting. Her body, which had once been like a statue, became soft and started to melt. In the end, she melted into a liquid. She went into the bottom of the mountain and the crystal wheel. Strangely, after the blonde-haired lady's body melted, it left behind the shadow of some kind of spirit. Han Sen clearly saw that the shadow possessed Wanner's face. It was like a spirit floating in front of Wanner. It looked a bit stiff. Wanner reached her hand out to try and touch the shadow. The shadow was like a tide, and it went into Wanner's hands. A moment later, it was gone. Wanner absorbed the shadow. Her body seemed to dim. She turned and looked at Han Senator. She called him Big Brother with a weak voice and passed out. Han Sen's super god spirit mode faded. He moved to pick up Wanner. He felt her life force return to how it was in the beginning. She was very weak and messed up. What's going on? Han Sen put Wanner back inside Destiny's tower. He was very confused. From everything Han Sen had seen, he thought Wanner should have been related to Sacred. He did not think Sacred Leader was the big brother Wanner was referring to. If Sacred Leader was her big brother, and Wanner really relied on her big brother, why would Sacred Leader use her for experimentation? Although Han Sen did not know what the blonde-haired lady in the big egg did, one thing he knew for sure was that the blonde-haired lady had Wanner's spirit. Otherwise, Wanner would not have been able to control it. Now, it looks like the people from Sacred took Wanner's spirit to do some testing, which made Wanner become really unstable. What was the purpose of that test? A man-made god spirit. Why use Wanner's spirit? Han Sen kept guessing. He could not think of a result that made sense. Too many things were guesses. All the results he thought of were just suggestions. Catcha. While Han Sen was thinking, he saw the crystal wheel start spinning. He was shocked. He thought the melted gold-haired lady had been revived. Fortunately, what Han Sen was thinking did not happen. When the crystal wheel spun, there was a pool in its center. The pool was half filled with a semi-transparent liquid. When half of the crystal pool was completely revealed, the crystal wheel stopped moving. Found deified xenogeneic gene. Found deified xenogeneic gene. In Han Sen's brain, announcements kept popping up like crazy. The liquid in this pool. It cannot all be xenogeneic genes. Han Sen was frozen, but he was suddenly very happy. He flew toward the pool. Han Sen tried taking some liquid out. He immediately received an announcement for getting a deified xenogeneic gene. Han Sen was so excited that he almost jumped out of his seat. So many deified xenogeneic genes. Is it useful for me? Han Sen was afraid these deified xenogeneic genes were too low of a level and would not help him increase his deified gene tally. Han Sen drank some of the liquid. He quickly realized that his worries were for naught. He drank an entire barrel of liquid. His brain soon had deified gene +1 announcements. I am rich. I am so rich. I can be a true god. Han Sen was so happy that he kept absorbing the transparent liquid in the pool. Han Sen suddenly thought of something. All that is set up here was not exclusively prepared for Wanner, right? Aside from her, not even a true god elite could destroy the blonde-haired lady. Han Sen thought that was right. Hee hee. You cannot use it anyway. Let me use it for now. Plus, you have been living inside me for so long, you should pay rent. Han Sen was going to take all the transparent liquid away. He realized that if the liquid left the crystal pool, they would be corrupted very soon. He could not take it away. He had to stay next to the pool and keep drinking the transparent liquid to refine it. Han Sen refined all the transparent liquid inside the pool. His deified genes reached 94. He only needed a few more to become true god. What a shame. I only need a few more. Han Sen licked his lips and flew out of the mountain. From what he saw, he could not see the princes and princesses again. He counted the time he had been down there and realized it had been an entire month. I don't know if the teleporter at the True Space Demon Dragon can still be used. Han Sen said while flying toward the first island. If I cannot use it, I will have to use the 4-sheep cube to leave. Of course, you cannot use it anymore. Han Sen flew in front of the true space demon Dragon Bones and discovered that the teleporter was no longer available. He could not activate it from the inside. Never mind. Right now, I still don't know if Bai King was trying to trick me. I do not want to go back to the Extreme King yet. I can use this chance to escape the Extreme King. Previously, Han Sen did not want to leave the Extreme King completely due to the resources they provided. Now, he was almost true god, so it did not matter much if he did. That is a shame. I was planning to rescue Blood Kirin from the Extreme King. Now, I can't do it. I will have to think of another way. Han Sen used the 4-sheep cube to leave that Starter King's land. Han Sen used galaxy teleportation to Space Garden. He lived there quietly for a while. He needed 6 more deified genes to become true god. Unfortunately, those 6 deified genes had to come from a butterfly xenogeneic to suit his needs. Space Garden did not have a high-level plant xenogeneic like that, so Han Sen had to figure out another way. I only need 6 more points. Killing 3 butterfly xenogeneics should be enough. Let me go to God area and try my luck. I might be able to encounter them. Han Sen had an idea, so he used the God area door. He used Han Sen's identity to enter the God area. Han Godfather. The moment Han Sen reached the God area, he noticed there a crowd of people assembled. Someone who saw him recognized him. They were so surprised that they screamed. It made everyone turn to look at Han Sen. 2907 Weird Deified Xenogeneic Godfather Han, which was a title he had acquired, was still very famous throughout the universe. He had made the destroyed leader go from a true god to butterfly class and turned the butterfly burning lamp into dust. It was a scene that was way too shocking. The whole universe knew about it. Although Han Sen was only butterfly class now, in the universe, no one treated him like one. Han Sen looked at everyone. He noticed the around 8 people were deified primitives who all hailed from different races. They looked a bit familiar. He had seen them all participate in the Geno God list fights, but their performances were nothing remarkable. It was because of that Han Sen was not able to recall their names. These guys aren't of the same race. What are they doing here together? Han Sen thought. Deified elites frequently cooperated with each other, but that was usually only in groups of 3 or 5 best friends. It was rare to see so many races cooperate at once. The deifieds all recognized Han Sen and greeted him with exuberant passion. A deified elite, who looked like a rat that could stand, shook his head and said, "Godfather Han, it is an honor to see you here. This is my lucky day." While he spoke, his small yet long tail waved. It made people feel annoyed to see it. After pausing, the rat-looking deified elite said, "I would like Godfather Han to bless me." What material does Godfather Han require to bless others? Every creature knew Han Sen did not require any materials to bless others. For him to ask like that was basically asking how much it would cost. Han Sen laughed and said, "Blessing you would be easy. The price is fair and square. For just one true god weapon, I can do it. But I cannot guarantee you will level up." Han Sen set the price very high. No one would give up a true god weapon for a blessing. That was a way for him to reject requests. Han Sen did not want to use Blood Pulse Sutra. All of the deified creatures were disappointed. They were just primitive deifieds, so they did not have a true god weapon to hand out. But they did not dare get emotional. They did not want to incite the ire of Han Sen, who might turn them into dust. They had practiced hard to get to where they were as a deified. A lot of it had even required dumb luck. If they were turned into dust, it would not only be a sadness for their loss of lives. It could have very well spelled doom for their entire race. It was like the Buddha and the destroyed. The Buddha were barely able to maintain control of the Buddha kingdom, and the destroyed were being harassed by ancient enemies. Han Sen looked at them and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" The rat-looking deified creature immediately said, "Earlier, there was a god spirit storm." A deified xenogeniac appeared from the god spirit storm. "We saw it." The deified xenogeniac was weird though. "We are still talking about it." "How weird was it?" Han Sen asked. Everyone was talking at once. They explained that they had encountered a deified xenogeniac. The xenogeniacs in the god area came with the appearance of god spirit storms. All the primitive deifieds were in the same area when they experienced the god spirit storm. They were all deemed food for the assembling deified xenogeniacs. The xenogeniac they saw inside the god spirit storm was different from the usual suspects. That xenogeniac was like a stone tablet that was 30 feet tall. The stone tablet had electricity in it. It was surrounded by a lot of light. Even a blind man could see it from 1,000 miles away. They rushed in front of the stone tablet, but the tablet had no words or symbols. There were no pictures on it either. There were 3 indentations in it. There were 3 slots on the tablet. They were at the top and led down. The first one was like a human handprint, albeit much bigger. The second one looked like a cat paw, but it was much bigger too. The third one was like a cow's footprint. That one, however, was at a normal size. It was a small footprint. The 3 marks on the stone tablet released a bright light. In the god area, all xenogeniacs were weird. One often found stone xenogeniacs too. The primitive deified creatures wanted to destroy the stone tablet to see if they could get a deified xenogeniac gene. When they attacked the stone tablet, they were unable to harm the stone tablet. The light of the stone tablet grew brighter. Ultimately, there was no difference. The power of the stone tablet did not fight back either. How could this happen? Is that stone tablet xenogeniac still around? Some xenogeniacs that fell from the god spirit storm would not disappear when the storm was over, which was why Han Sen asked. It is still around, but the stone tablet is black and no longer shines. If we do not see it shining, no one would think it was a deified xenogeniac. You would just think of it as an ordinary stone block. The rat-like creature paused. With an evil look, he said, "Han Godfather, if you are interested, we can take you there to see it." "Yes, please." Han Sen was worried about not being able to find high-level xenogeniacs. Upon hearing what they said about the stone tablet xenogeniac was weird, there was a chance it was a high-level one. A few deified xenogeniacs led the way. Han Sen followed them. Altogether, they flew for 3,000 miles. Eventually, they saw a stone tablet that was a couple of dozen feet high. The stone tablet was very rough. It was square, and it did not have engravings or markings on it. The stone tablet was full of holes. It was not even. It looked like a normal big stone board. Han Sen turned the stone tablet around. He saw the 3 marks on it. Their shape and appearance were just as they had been described. Aside from the stone tablet, someone was standing before it. It was Bai Wuxiang. He was one of the extreme kings in the god list fights. Han Sen had heard Bai Wuxiang was a higher level than Bai King now. He was a person from the same era as Bao King. He was very powerful in the god list fights. Han Sen had not watched him fight, so he knew little about him. Before the top 100 rank fights, Han Sen had not watched many battles. He had missed out on Bai Wuxiang's fighting performance. In the top 100, no one dared to challenge Bai Wuxiang, and Bai Wuxiang did not challenge anyone. So, Han Sen only knew how strong he was. He did not know exactly how strong he was. The few primitive deifieds who saw Bai Wuxiang bowed before him. They did not dare go slow. Han Sen just stood where he was and did not move. His identity was one that harbored a grudge with the Extreme King. He would not talk with a deified from the Extreme King. Bai Wuxiang ignored the primitive deified creatures. He just stared at the stone tablet. The primitive deifieds were ignored, but they did not show emotion. They just retreated elsewhere. Bai Wuxiang watched for a while. He then raised his fist and punched the stone tablet. He used the Extreme King's shocking sky punch. His punch was performed at a very high level. The punch, which looked very casual, had the power to suppress the sky and the earth. Boom! He punched the stone tablet. The stone tablet's surface caved in with the shape of a fist. The moment Bai Wuxiang brought his fist back, the fist crater shone. It shone with rainbow light. Chapter 2908 Stone Tablet Bird. Amid the light, a rainbow flew out from the fist prince and went toward Bai Wuxiang. Han Sen and the other primitive deifieds looked at the light. The primitive deifieds were especially curious. They had attacked the stone tablet for a long time before and never had such a reaction. When Bai Wuxiang punched, why did the stone tablet seem to fight back? All the primitive deified creatures opened their eyes wider. They wanted to see what kind of power the stone tablet had. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. Han Sen was surprised too. Rainbow light flew out of the punch mark. It turned into a white falcon. It surrounded Bai Wuxiang as it flew. It did not attack Bai Wuxiang. It flapped its wings and landed on Bai Wuxiang's shoulder. It twisted its neck to rub against Bai Wuxiang's hair in a very intimate way. What is going on? Why did the stone tablet have another falcon's energenic inside it? Why is it being so intimate with Bai Wuxiang? All the primitive people were confused. While they were wondering what was happening, Bai Wuxiang flipped his hand. He grabbed the falcon by its neck and placed it out in front of himself. He ripped the falcon in half and threw the pieces on the ground. The white falcon squealed in pain. When it hit the floor, it turned into 2 pieces of stone. It soon turned into dust that flew back to the stone tablet. It covered up the punching marks left behind by Bai Wuxiang. The marks vanished and left no trace behind. Interesting. This stone tablet is a very unique stone xenogenic. Han Sen thought this was interesting. He looked at the stone tablet with interest. After destroying the white falcon, Bai Wuxiang looked at the stone tablet again. The gold flames on his body were like a volcano erupting. He raised a fist. He still used Extreme King's shocking sky punch being used. This time, Bai Wuxiang's Extreme King's shocking sky punch shone like a sun. He unleashed a strong wave of power that was like a thunderous tide. The primitive creatures flew away. The remaining primitive deifieds were blown away a few hundred miles before coming to a stop. They all looked pale and were bleeding from their mouths. They looked injured. That was just from the punch's shockwave unleashed by Bai Wuxiang. If they were the ones to receive that hit, they would have been reduced to ash. Han Sen was sitting nearby. He did not react. His shirt sleeves were waving as if they were held to a harsh wind. Boom! Bai Wuxiang left another punch mark on the stone tablets. This time, the punch marks were much bigger. They were much bigger than the cat paw and even bigger than the cow footprint. It was a little smaller than the handprint on top. The punch was over. Bai Wuxiang pulled his fist back, but he saw his marks were smaller than the handprint and frowned. After pulling his fist back, the punch marks again shone with rainbow light. This time, the rainbow light was many times stronger than the previous rainbow light. Han Sen saw a big, gold bird fly out of the mark. It flapped its wings and flew into the 9 tiers in the sky. It squealed loud enough to tear space. Its body had gold feathers that were blindingly shiny. It was like pure sunshine. Gold-wing big god bird. Han Sen looked at the big gold bird with shock. Seeing its face, he was able to recognize it as the legendary gold-wing big god bird. The power of its body was mighty. It was regarded as a top deified xenogeneic. After taking a closer look, one noticed it was different. Han Sen did not know what the real gold-wing big god bird looked like. This gold-wing big god bird that came out of the punch mark had a stone element. It also had a wave of power very much like Extreme King's shocking sky punch. The gold-wing big god bird landed on by Wuxiang. It placed its head near him and looked as if it wanted to make him happy. Han Sen thought, this stone tablet is very funny. It can take Bai Wuxiang's full power attack. It is a true god xenogeneic for sure, but it cannot attack. It can only live. That is very interesting. A part of the stone tablet body suddenly broke and became a stone element bird xenogeneic. It was given to the enemy in hopes that the enemy would leave. Its way of life was like a gecko. The stone element bird xenogeneic that came out was an independent xenogeneic. The gold-wing big god bird's power was not inferior to a top-class deified xenogeneic. The gold-wing big god bird absorbed by Wuxiang's Extreme King's shocking sky punch power. It was a xenogeneic with 2 elements. With that xenogeneic for a follower, it would help a lot. Upon seeing this, the primitive deified creatures felt remarkably jealous. They did not have enough power to leave the most minor of marks on the stone tablet. Besides a gold-wing big god bird, they were not even able to create a sparrow. Everyone knew that the more wounds the stone tablet incurred, the stronger the stone element xenogeneic bird would be when it appeared. Like the falcon, Bai Wuxiang punched out. It was much weaker than this gold-wing big god bird. Everyone was jealous. Bai Wuxiang's hand came forward and ripped the head of the gold-wing big god bird off. The gold-wing big god bird turned into simple stones, which flew back to the stone tablet. They filled up Bai Wuxiang's punch mark and returned to normal. Han Sen thought, it looks like the 3 marks up there are ones left behind by someone who also took the stone element xenogeneic bird away with them. Everybody looked at Bai Wuxiang. He had ripped the gold-wing big god bird's head off. It looked like he wanted to use an even stronger power to hit the stone tablet. Bai Wuxiang stopped attacking the stone tablet. He looked at Han Sen, who was standing nearby. Han Sen was shocked. Bai Wuxiang's power had been remarkably strong. It was better than any top true god class elite Han Sen had ever seen. With the destructive power he had, he wasn't much weaker than Sky Palace leader or very high leader. Han Sen was also quite strong, but he wasn't certain he could beat Bai Wuxiang. After all, he was not yet true god class. He was still quite different compared to true gods. The Xian Yellow Sutra could go against deifieds of the same level or less and permanently beat others into dust. When used against true gods greater than Han Sen, it would only make them temporarily drop a level. The most important thing was that other people had seen him use the Xian Yellow Sutra while conquering the destroyed leader. They must have been prepared for it. It would not be easy for Han Sen to use the Xian Yellow power to strike again. Han Sen's heart was prepared, but Bai Wuxiang did not look like he wanted to fight. He pointed to the stone tablet and said, "You give it a go." Han Sen looked at Bai Wuxiang and replied, "Are you not going to try again?" Chapter 2909 Slashing Stone, are you not going to use a treasure to try it? Han Sen asked. Bai Wuxiang looked at the top of the stone tablet where the handprint mark was and coldly replied, "No." Han Sen understood and thought, Bai Wuxiang really is so full of pride. Seeing that other people have done this with their hands, he will never settle for using a treasure. His punch mark is not as big as the palm, but it is still impressive. Yet, he does not want the stone element xenogeneic. Han Sen was not as proud as Bai Wuxiang. It did not matter if he could leave the biggest mark on it or not. If there was a chance to nab a xenogeneic, he did not mind giving it a go. Han Sen moved in front of the stone tablet. He generated a slight amount of power in his hands. He used his palm like a knife and slashed the stone tablet. He used his teeth knife Fang skill. The primitive Deophites continued watching from afar. They did not dare get too close to that place. They did not want to get struck by Han Sen's power. Catcha! The purple knife air slashed the stone tablet. It left a mark that was a foot long. The mark was no bigger than the cow footstep, which was the smallest print on the stone. Teeth power did not spread onto the stone tablet. The knife mark was shining with rainbow light. A small bird emerged from it. When Han Sen saw the small bird, he wanted to cry and laugh. It was a little purple sparrow. It could not be compared to Bai Wuxiang's gold-wing big god bird. It was not even as good as the falcon. Han Sen thought, it looks like my absolute power is still quite bad. I cannot really do this like a true god Bai Wuxiang can. The small purple sparrow flew around Han Sen for a while. It landed on his shoulder and rubbed its head against Han Sen's neck. It looked very nice and cute. Although it looked very alive, one was able to tell that this little sparrow was made of stone just by touching it. Even its feathers were made of stone. The primitive Deophites that were far away whispered, Godfather Han's genes are powerful, but he is only butterfly class. Comparing his power to Bai Wuxiang, who is a true god, he is a little bit weaker. Bai Wuxiang looked at the sparrow on top of Han Sen's shoulder, but he did not say anything. Han Sen was not as prideful as Bai Wuxiang, so he did not plan on stopping now. His heart jumped. He summoned a black doll. It was the god doll he had received from Burning Lamp. It was a true god item with true god power. Han Sen only needed to put his power inside it to be able to activate it. He could make it cast a true god power. The god doll accepted the command. Its body was full of power. It made a scary wind sound as it punched toward the stone tablet. The moment the god doll hit the stone tablet, the sparrow on Han Sen's shoulder suddenly flew up. It returned to the initial knife mark Han Sen had left on the stone tablet. It melted into the stone tablet and fixed the knife mark. Han Sen knew that the stone tablet was not just letting its tail go to survive. Each creature was only able to earn one stone bird's energeniac. If people attacked the stone tablet again, the stone bird's energeniac would return to the tablet. Pang! The god doll left its punch mark on the tablet, but it was not very deep. It also wasn't any bigger than the cow's foot. It was just like the knife mark Han Sen had left behind before. Han Sen was shocked. The power of the god doll was true god. Although it was a weaker true god, it was still a true god. It only left behind a knife mark similar to what he had done before. Despite the fact I am not true god, it seems like my body is already like a true god. I just cannot compare with a top-class true god like Bai Wuxiang. Han Sen felt like he had underestimated his fitness. His ordinary self couldn't be compared with a true god. If he entered xenogenic mode, he would be even stronger. Although it was not as good as Bai Wuxiang's ability, it was better than a true god. The fist mark's rainbow light spread. Another sparrow emerged. It was similar in size to the other one Han Sen had created. This time, however, the sparrow was black. Top-class true gods like Bai Wuxiang are too strong. This is a simple comparison. We are both practically true gods, but he is much stronger. Han Sen looked at Bai Wuxiang. He was still just standing and watching. His expression had not changed. Don't you want to use your god-hitting skill to try? Bai Wuxiang suddenly asked. Han Sen had no idea what he was talking about. Han Sen thought about it for 2 seconds. The god-hitting skill Bai Wuxiang was talking about was likely the Xian Yellow Sutra. It was the reverse of Blood Pulse Sutra. To be honest, Han Sen was not sure if the Xian Yellow Sutra would work on this strange god Xenogeniac, since the Xian Yellow Sutra reversed the self-cogwheels of spirits. When he used it, he was able to devolve their self-blood pulse. Han Sen was just butterfly class. The Xian Yellow Sutra's power was barely able to reverse a true god self-cogwheel. The results were also only temporary. For a true god that had a powerful self-cogwheel like Bai Wuxiang, it was very difficult for Xian Yellow Sutra to move and have an effect on. With Bai Wuxiang's power, it was hard to destroy that scary stone tablet. Thus, the stone tablet was likely also a powerful true god. The Xian Yellow Sutra might not have worked on it. Han Sen was having trouble trying to use the Xian Yellow Sutra and make it look powerful. It scared off everyone. Even the 3 higher races did not dare get close to Space Garden. The crystallizers also weren't harassed anymore. If the Xian Yellow Sutra failed to break the stone tablet, his prestige would decrease. Han Sen did not want that to happen. Without a guaranteed hit, Han Sen would not use the Xian Yellow Sutra in public. "It is just a stone tablet," Han Sen said with a smile. "I do not need a god-hitting skill." He thought Bai Wuxiang wanted to see how strong his Xian Yellow Sutra was. He was not going to fulfill his desire. Han Sen went silent and waved his hand. An item appeared in his hand. It was the causal karma knife Han Sen had stolen. The causal karma knife was created from Han Sen's knife blank. If it had been forged by ordinary people, it would not be at such a high level. Burning Lamp was able to make the causal karma knife true god because he used a Buddha power. All their efforts, across the years, had been poured into that one knife blank. That was how they were able to make the causal karma knife a true god weapon. One of the very important materials used was the Buddha's relic. The so-called relic was a race talent of the Buddha. When a Buddha died, the energy inside their bodies gathered up and turned into solid energy. That was the relic. Burning Lamp used countless relics of the Buddha. He then made the causal karma knife. There would never be another causal karma knife because all the Buddha was dead. Thus, there were no longer as many relics as there used to be. Aside from the Buddha's relics, there were other rare materials the Buddha would never get again. The only shameful thing was that the causal karma knife was strong, but its power was very weak. Its material was tough, but it did not have a blade. Chapter 29:10 Cutting open the stone table. Han Sen pulled out the causal karma knife. He had no expectations that using the knife would enable him to win. The stone tablet did not deal damage. Han Sen needed something solid. He held the causal karma knife. Han Sen's body boiled with weird power. He slashed downward, but he was not aiming at the stone tablet. He slashed the air. The knife light gathered in the air. It was like it was frozen. Han Sen's knife light went faster, one light after another. It made the central knife light steadily grow brighter. Everyone knew what he was trying to do. In the fight to light up the lantern, everyone in the universe witnessed his under-the-sky knife skill. They knew that Han Sen only required enough time to generate enough knife lights to cast a powerful, top-class true god power. Bai Wuxiang frowned. He wanted to see Han Sen's hitting god skill. He did not want to waste time watching a trick that required time to perform. A real, top-class true god class would not allow Han Sen this much time to gather up so many knife lights and knife airs. Dealing with the stone tablet, which was a weird Xenogeniac, Han Sen's gathering of power skill was the most useful. Other people had Geno arts that enabled them to build up power too, but they were not long-lasting. They eventually faded away. It was also hard to control 10,000 powers. Han Sen's under-the-sky knife skills left the powers there. They would not fade away, and there were no flaws in the controls. Even with 1 billion knife lights generated, he could control them well. Of course, even if a normal true god could control that many knife lights, they could not cast out that many knife lights without using any power. Han Sen secretly used his Dongxian aura. He forced the energy in the universe to help him with the under-the-sky knife skill, adhering to the rules of the universe. That was how he kept on building up knife lights. In a real deathmatch fight, it was very rare to see a few 1,000 or a few 100,000 knife lights used. Now, Han Sen kept quickly slashing. There were more and more knife lights. They did not plan on stopping. The knife lights were already uncountable. They were like a galaxy spinning in space that created a scary knife stream. The primitive deifieds were shocked as they watched. They fell back a few thousand miles. If there were only 1 or 2 of Han Sen's knife lights, or even 10 to 20, his power would not be as good as Bai Wuxiang's punch. Now, the power was like a river. The power was far scarier than Bai Wuxiang's punch. Bai Wuxiang frowned. There were so many knife lights. Even if he did not have the confidence to control them, it was impressive for Han Sen to be able to control the knife lights however he wanted to. Also, nothing was fading away. That was quite powerful. It was not something achieved through luck. Han Sen kept casting knife lights. Clearly, his control power had not reached the max yet. He had just accomplished something that many top-class true god couldn't do. Only true god elites, such as Sky Palace leader and Very High leader, who knew about such Geno arts, could do it. Han Sen did not know how many knife lights he had summoned. Knife lights were covering the sky and covering the ground. They seemed to be covering everything around. That should be enough. Han Sen felt as if he was almost at the breaking point. If he kept going, he thought he might not be able to control the many knife streams. Han Sen looked at the stone tablet. He did not hesitate. He held the causal karma knife above his head. The sky was full of knife streams. It was like a vortex gathering atop the causal karma knife. The knife lights on the knife were growing stronger. Although the stream of knives was powerful, the stone tablet seemed to have an impressive recovery power. If he continued to attack like he was, he might not be able to destroy it. Han Sen planned to use all the knife lights together and generate an extremely powerful knife light. He wanted to slash and break the stone tablet. Even if he could not destroy the stone tablet, he could slash a big piece of it. Whatever he was to receive would be greater than Bai Wuxiang's stone element bird gold wing big god bird. As the knife lights grew stronger, the primitive deifieds were becoming increasingly frightened. Their foreheads developed a cold sweat. They could not help but retreat even further. Even Bai Wuxiang was a bit impressed by seeing so many knife lights. His full power attacks were inferior to this powerful knife light. Although it is dependent on skill, to be able to use knife lights, Han Sen must have quite a scary power. This son must go. In the future, he could be a big threat to the Extreme King. Bai Wuxiang was even more scared of Han Sen now. From what Bai Wuxiang had seen, the stronger Han Sen was, the more of a threat to the Extreme King he was. It was better to get rid of him sooner rather than later. If he became a true god and challenged the Extreme King, there would be a lot of ruins in his wake. Han Sen was holding the knife and shaking. He had gathered up too many knife lights. He felt as if he could not control it. If it was not for the fact that the causal karma knife could not be destroyed, he was afraid the entire knife would shatter with the weight of so many knife lights atop it. The knife light was sharp. It also seemed like it was about to fly to the sky. Some knife lights still did not go on it. Han Sen did not care about them anymore. He waved his big knife and madly slashed at the stone tablet. The knife light, which looked like it could rip up ground, came down. It struck the top of the stone tablet, cutting it open. Between the knife lights, the stone tablet was cut open inch by inch. Countless knife lights shattered it, sending stone dust everywhere. Rainbow light burst out of the stone tablet that The primitive deified standing far away were frozen. It was like the whole universe itself had been cut open. Boom! Boom! The whole stone tablet was cut in half. It fell completely apart. The knife lights on Han Sen's causal karma knife were almost depleted. Some knife airs were burning. It was like a fire that had not been put out. Dust was everywhere. Everyone was shocked. Bai Wuxiang was only able to leave a punch mark on the stone tablet. Han Sen cut them in half. How scary was that power? Although the time for preparation had taken a while, which was useless in combat, witnessing such power was scary all the same. Bai Wuxiang and the others stared at the stone tablet that had been cut in half. They wanted to know what was going to happen next. The stone tablet spawned a stone bird when a mark was left on it. Now, the whole stone tablet had been cut open. Therefore, it was hard to tell what was going to happen. Han Sen frowned. He watched as the rainbow-looking stone tablet fell to the floor, but he did not speak. He did not hear a notification for slaying a xenogeniac, which meant the stone tablet had not been killed. It was still alive. He had such a scary knife, yet he was still unable to kill the stone tablet. The stone table was likely a top-class true god xenogeniac. It was a shame it did not attack and could only receive hits. Boom! The rainbow light coming out of the two sections of the tablet grew stronger. They turned into a scary rainbow flame that burst into the sky. The whole sky transformed into a rainbow. In the burning rainbow fire, a screaming sound broke the 9 skies. Within the rainbow fire, a bird flapped its wings and flew out. 2911 Ghost Car. It was a big white bird. Every feather was like a blade. It was very white. It looked murderous. Its aura burst into the sky like an angry soldier landing on Earth. This bird had 4 wings and was very big. Its feathers were very long, especially those on its back. They were like a stream of knives on the creature's back, reminiscent of a waterfall. It had 9 small necks and 9 bird heads. It looked like a phoenix. Its small feathers were like small blades. It was very white and very murderous. This strange, murderous 9-headed bird emerged from the rainbow. The 2 parts of the tablet were gone from the ground. Rainbow rain poured down on the weird bird. Its 4 wings flapped. Its knife-like feathers made catch-catcha noises. The sounds were like knives and swords colliding against one another. This is the true god xenogeniac Ghost Car, a primitive deified screamed. Han Sen was shocked. He had heard the name of the Ghost Car xenogeniac before. Some people said the Ghost Car had phoenix blood. Some people said Ghost Car was a murderous bird, and wherever it went, chaos followed in its wake. That was not the reason Han Sen had heard of Ghost Car before. In the legends, one of Sacred's 4 holy beasts was Ghost Car. That was where Han Sen had heard its name before. In the legends, Ghost Car had black feathers. This one had white feathers like knives. It was a stone element. It had absorbed Han Sen's under the sky knife light, which was why it looked how it did. Han Sen thought, this is a weird xenogeniac. I cut it in half, yet it did not die. Instead, it turned into the Ghost Car xenogeniac. What if I killed this thing again? Would it turn back into a stone tablet? The Ghost Car flew around Han Senator. It did so 3 times before stopping in front of him. It raised its head and squawked. 9 voices broke the sky and universe. It was like 10,000 knives moaning together. After the scream, Ghost Car put away its 4 wings. Its body and 9 bird heads leaned forward. It was like it was obeying Han Sr. Can I bring this bird out of God area? Han Sen tried opening the God area door to take the Ghost Car outside of God area. Because ordinary creatures could only use their own God area door to enter the God area, the creatures in God area could not open a God area door to leave. If Ghost Car was unable to leave the God area with Han Sen, it was pointless for Han Sen to keep it around. Han Sen did not expect Ghost Car would follow him out of the God area door back to Space Garden. Han Sen thought it might be because Ghost Car absorbed under the sky knife power. It was very curious. Holy sh*t. Where did this murderous bird come from? Upon seeing Ghost Car, Wang Yuhang was shocked. Ghost Car stared at him with raised feathers. It was scary. It was like a mountain of knives. It is a pet I just claimed, Han Sen said with a smile. It looks good, doesn't it? Pet? What level? Wang Yuhang stared at Ghost Car. True God, Han Sen said with a smile. You and your family get all of the luck in the world for yourselves. You just went out there and came back with a true God xenogenic pet. Wang Yuhang looked very envious and jealous. Come. Let me ride it and see what it feels like to ride a true God. Wang Yuhang got close to Ghost Car, which made Ghost Car mad. Its knife-like feathers shone. Snow-white knife lights were like a galaxy rising upon him. It covered the sky, ground, and the entirety of Space Garden. Wang Yuhang was frightened and fell back. He waved his hands and said, No, no, no. I was just joking with you. I would not dare ride it. Do not hurt people randomly, Han Sen told Ghost Car. The knife stream on Ghost Car retreated. The bird still angrily stared at Wang Yuhang. Little uncle, this is a xenogenic, Han Sen said with a laugh. It is not a beast's soul mount. You cannot just ride it. Bauer and Linger were holding hands as they came running forward. They looked at Ghost Car with curiosity. The six-eared macaque and Holy Baby were behind them. They arrived like servants. Bauer pulled Linger next to Han Senator. She looked at Ghost Car. Dad? What is this bird, and why is it so ugly? Han Sen looked at Ghost Car and said, I do not know what it is called. Although its name was Ghost Car, it was a stone element that merged with Han Sen's under the sky knife power. It was not the true Ghost Car. Calling it Ghost Car, therefore, was not appropriate. Call it Little Nine. I am going to pick fruit with little sister. Tell Little Nine to take us there. After speaking, Bauer pulled Linger with her and jumped toward Little Nine. Han Sen was shocked. Little Nine was a true God xenogenic and could get very angry. If its anger were invoked, it would hurt Bauer and Linger. Han Sen wanted to stop them, but the nine-headed bird, which had been named Little Nine by Bauer, put away its knife-like feathers. It lowered its body and allowed Bauer and Linger to climb atop its neck and sit. The six-eared macaque and Holy Baby wanted to follow. Before they could get close, Little Nine used its knife-like feathers to threaten them. It also screamed from its 9 heads. Little Nine, let's go, Bauer said while patting it on the head. Take me and Linger to collect fruit. Little Nine flew into the sky. It seemed worried about Bauer and Linger not being comfortable, so Little Nine flew slowly and kept its body balanced. How does that work? Han Sen was frozen as he watched. He was the one who claimed Little Nine, but Bauer had been able to commandeer it. It must be Little Nine knowing that Bauer and Linger are my daughters. They carry my blood. Hence, they listen. I am the strongest, Han Sen tried to comfort himself. After thinking of that, Han Sen felt calmer. Although Little Nine had been tamed by him, its identity was still very weird. Han Sen did not trust the thing completely. He would not leave it in Space Garden alone. Han Sen planned on taking it outside of Space Garden so it could fight for Space Garden. If Bauer could control it, he did not need to do that. Han Sen thought, the stone tablet was absorbed by under the sky knife power. The Ghost Car's Xenogeniac's power has reached top-class true God. I feel safer with it protecting Space Garden. Even if people like Holy Pirate have a special power to sneak into Space Garden, it can protect Space Garden during my absence. No one will be able to do anything to it. Although it was a good thing to have Little Nine, Han Sen was still annoyed that he had been unable to claim any more deified xenogeneic genes. Speaking of that, the true God materials are deified xenogeneic genes, right? Am I able to eat them? Han Sen wanted to do that, but he forgot about it. Getting true God items was harder than killing butterfly xenogeneics. 2912 Doll God area had many deified xenogeneics, but it all depended on luck whether or not one was encountered. Han Sen went to the God area twice. He had been there for a few days. He did not encounter another God spirit storm. It looks like hunting butterfly deified xenogeneics in God area is hard. What other places might have high-level deified xenogeneics? In Han Sen's head, a name popped up. The Big Barren Systems. That place was like a heaven for those in search of high-level xenogeneics. There were all kinds of deified xenogeneics, but all of them seemed to be in a perpetual rage. Therefore, it was a dangerous place to venture. With Han Sen's current power, there was no need to worry too much about it. Little Flower should be in the Big Barren Systems. With my current power, if I can find Little Flower, I will be able to save him from Old Cat. Han Sen made up his mind to go to the Big Barren Systems. Previously, the reason he had not gone was not that he did not want to save or care about Little Flower. It was because he lacked the necessary power. If he died in the Big Barren System, his family would die. He knew Little Flower was not in any danger. So, Han Sen kept a low profile while trying to slowly level up. Now should be the time. Han Sen set up things in Space Garden. He readied himself to go to the Big Barren System. There was nothing much to prepare. Ever since Qin Xian came to the Geno universe, she had been in charge of many things. She managed Space Garden very well. It made the Han Sen, who was a bad leader, a bit embarrassed. It is a shame Ningyu has already become primitive. He still cannot get rid of the little green sword affecting him. The little green sword is stronger than I thought it would be. Han Sen was hoping for Ningyu to get well soon so he could be useful again. Linger was sent back to the Alliance by Han. Senator Kindergarten was going to start again, so she had to return there to study. She could not stay in the universe. Although Linger's body could survive in the big universe, and she was able to adjust to the environment of the big universe and was better than most creatures in it, Han Sen wanted her childhood to be one of peace in the Alliance. Han Sen packed some necessities. He was preparing to use space teleportation to reach the Big Barren Systems. He suddenly felt something heavy on his back. Bauer landed on his back. She grabbed his neck and was being cute. "Dad, Space Garden is boring. Bauer wants to follow you. It is too dangerous this time. You should just stay home. I will take you out of here next time." Although Bauer was special, the Big Barren System was too dangerous. Han Sen was not planning on taking her. "No. Bauer wants to go now." Bauer used her hands to grip Han Sen's neck. She refused to let go. No matter what Han Sen said, she could not be convinced. She really wanted to go with him. Han Sen felt guilty, so he agreed to take Bauer with him. "Fine, but you must be good. You cannot just run off." Bauer, on her own, was not weak. Han Sen was also quite confident in his own abilities. Even if he was unable to fight, he could escape with Bauer. "Long live my daddy." Bauer happily jumped into Han Sen's chest and kissed him on the cheek. Han Sen felt bad. He rubbed Bauer on the head. He could not resist her. There were many ways into the Big Barren Systems. The most direct way was to make use of the 4-sheep cube. With it, he could enter the Big Barren System right away. He could even open the gate in the Alliance. Han Sen thought about it for some time. He decided to head there via the universe, searching from the outside to the inside. Han Sen read a lot of information about the Big Barren system. He did not see anything genuinely useful. Most of what he saw were just guesses driven by old myths and legends. That was expected. Ordinary deifieds who entered the Big Barren systems rarely came back alive. Those that dared to go were either butterfly elites or higher. They would not casually post about their experiences in the Big Barren systems on the internet. It was expensive, classified information. The space was all grayed out. He could see giant machines everywhere. There were planets with lots of holes. It was like most of the planets were snowing. In space, it was impossible for it to snow. These things, floating in space with the shape of a snowflake, were things Han Sen had no idea about. They were like ash from a volcano. This was the edge of the Big Barren system. Although he had just entered the Big Barren systems, it felt lonely there. It made people feel rather bad. A broken battleship floated through space like an asteroid. It kept hitting other asteroids to make a deep sound. The pieces of the battleship and asteroids were covered in the gray dust. After the hit, some parts were showing. I wonder how far away from East Holy Kirin Garden we are. Han Sen went to East Holy Kirin Garden once before. This time, his way was different. He hadn't been here before. Dad, what is this? Bauer sat on Han Sen's shoulder, pointing at the broken ships. Han Sen looked to where Bauer was pointing. He saw the broken ships had been hit by meteors. The gray dust was like an avalanche that started to break. It was a battleship that was partially ball-shaped. Many of its parts were broken. It was like an apple that had been bitten in half. Because dust had fallen, one was able to see a broken spot. Some orange light seeped out. The orange light was fluctuating between bright and dark, which was why Bauer noticed it. Han Sen carefully flew to the ship. He used the Dongxian aura to keep scanning the battleship. He did not want to discover a xenogeniac inside. Fortunately, what worried Han Sen did not come to pass. He entered the battleship from the broken portions. He did not feel the presence of xenogeniacs. Inside the battleship, however, was chaos. The tools and wires were all broken. Most of the stuff was covered in white dust. The flickering, orange light came from a corner. Han Sen waved his hand to brush all the pieces around that corner away. The glowing thing underneath was a very cute doll. That doll had the face of a little girl. She had black hair and big eyes. She was wearing a beautiful dress, but it was covered in dust. Thus, it looked very vintage. The place that released orange light was atop the doll's chest. The doll's neck had a pendant necklace. The pendant was an orange gem. It had been the gem flickering like a lamp the whole time. Han Sen used his hand and sucked. He pulled the girl doll and necklace over. The white dust fell off. The dust was everywhere.